Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the November 18th and 19th meeting of the Instructional Quality Commission. My name is Shanine Coates. As Jose Iniguez's term has ended, Vice Chair Munoz will be acting chair for the remainder of 2020. Chair Munoz, we are now in your hands. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Commissioner Munoz, and I call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome all the commissioners and member of the public viewing, watching remotely. I call this meeting to order. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing unprecedented time. The IQC meeting logistics will follow Governor Gavin Newsom's March 17, 2020 Executive Order N2920, which allows state bodies that fall under the Bagley-Cleanly Opening Meeting Act to hold public meetings that are covered by the Bagley-Clean with web conferencing and audio conferencing. In compliance with California's statewide stay-at-home order, today's IQC meeting is a video conference meeting with a live webcast. Public comment will be open before each agenda item and close at the end of each agenda item. Please do not call before the agenda item that you wish to make public comment on. Public comment will be provided during the meeting by dialing 712-432-0075 and then following a prompt to provide a participant access code. Callers will then be added to a queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute, with 1 additional minute added if interpretation is provided. If possible, we recommend members of the public dialing in for public comment view the live stream of the meeting for a better understanding of the meeting status. Again, the phone number is 712-432-90075. The access code is 651905#. The phone number and access code will also be announced at the start of each public comment for each item. Please do not call before the agenda item on which you wish to give public comment. The public comment queue will be cleared at the end of each agenda item. Members of the public who are watching the live meeting webcast and want to make comment on items not on the agenda should submit their comment to the IQC mailbox at iqc@cde.ca.gov. Members of the public who are watching the live webcast and want to comment on item 8 on the agenda can submit their comment to the Ethnic Studies mailbox at ethnicstudies@cde.ca.gov. Include the following in the email message. Agenda item number, for example, item 8-1A, commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, and then give your comment. Please note that each email public comments will not be read aloud during the meeting, but they will be distributed to the Commission. This is also outlined on the November 18, 19, 2020 IQC agenda posted on the IQC webpage. Now I would like to introduce each commissioner and state board liaison participating in today's meeting. Before I do that though, please, if everybody mute your sound, because what happens when you make a sound, it transfers that sound to whoever's talking. So again, please mute your sound. Okay, so now I will introduce each commissioner and state liaison participating in today's meeting. When I call your name, unmute your microphone and confirm your attendance. Then mute your microphone back. Okay, Commissioner Cristina Andre.
Here.
Commissioner Maria Astroga Almanza.
Present.
Commissioner Christine Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Deborah Costa Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner Chair Fairchild.
Present.
Commissioner Anita Freeman.
Present.
Commissioner Lindsay Cotana.
Present.
Commissioner Lily Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner David Pantai,
Here.
Commissioner Alma Delia Renteria,
Present.
Commissioner Manuel Rustin,
Here.
Commissioner Julie Tonkovich,
Present.
Commissioner Pam Williamson,
Here.
Commissioner Kimberly Young,
Present.
a student member Maya Howard,
Here.
Assemblywoman Shirley Weber,
Here.
Senator Ben Allen,
Here.
State Board Member Patricia Rucker,
Here.
State Board Member Irene Strauss,
Here.
and we also State Board Member Cynthia Glover Woods,
Here.
IQC Executive Director Coates is present. Executive Director Coates, please confirm your attendance and state who is also present on behalf of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resource Unit.
Thank you so much. Participating remotely are myself, Constantino Silva, Cliff Rudnick, Denise Figueroa, Susan Sweeney, as well as Kenneth McDonald, Kyle Petty, and Aaron Verticchio.
We have also two new commissioners today joining us, Dr. Anita Freeman and Kimberly Young. Welcome. I will be turning the meeting over to State Board of Education Vice President Strauss for the administration of oath of office.
Well, good morning and welcome Kimberly and Anita. We're so glad. Hi, Kimberly. So good to see you guys. Kimberly and I know each other. So anyway, so I'm going to administer the oath of office. I'm going to do it in pieces because it's long. So I'll say it and you repeat after me. Okay. I state your name.
Anita Friedman.
I, Kimberly Young,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
Do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California.
Kimberly, you're with us too, right? Sorry, we're doing this remotely.
Yeah.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
So welcome to both of you. I will sign your oath of office. You sign your oath of office, and you are now officially members of the State Instructional Quality Commission. Welcome to our team.
Thank you.
Welcome, both of you. Dr. Freeman, would you like to say a few words?
Okay, thank you very much. I was asked to say a few words about myself and about my service on this commission, so I'll do that briefly. Just a little bit about me personally. My family came to America as war refugees after the Second World War. I didn't speak English until I was 5. I'm the first in my family to complete college, and my parents were factory workers and chicken farmers. And so as a result of that, my life's work has been serving at-risk populations. My degrees in education, higher education, are in psychology and in education. And for 30 years, I've been working in service to the community, and especially in service to public schools and with teachers and administrators. Last year alone, I worked with 350 public schools, I and my colleagues. Most of it is in the areas of combating hate, discrimination, genocide, and Holocaust, and essentially how to inspire young people to become morally courageous and socially responsible and active as our next generation. We provide curriculum development for teachers. I've been doing curriculum development and teaching for all these years. We work with hundreds of teachers in public schools and tens of thousands of students every year. I'm also very involved in social and emotional learning programs and educational research, and I served on the boards of K through 12 schools and also on the boards of college and university level schools. So when the President pro tem of the Senate, Tony Atkins, and the Senate appointed me to serve on this very important commission, I was honored to do so, very honored to do so, honored to have the opportunity on behalf of all of the children of the state of California. And I do look forward to working with each of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you and welcome. Ms. Young, would you also like to say a few words?
Sure, I'll take a moment. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to see all of your beautiful smiling faces and to serve. I'm really hoping, helping strengthen education that we offer our kids throughout California. I am a very local girl. I'm from the Bay Area originally. I went to community college and then went to Cal, majored in ethnic studies, got a master's degree from Stanford in teacher education. So I've been in education for about 15 years. I served for 10 years and I worked for 10 years in Oakland Unified School District. Then came down to Southern California about 5 years ago, where I'm currently a doctoral student at UCLA. And I have a deep passion for equity and access and making sure that all of our students really get what they need to do well and to thrive and to find a path towards liberation and whatever that means for their community and just being really well-rounded humans that are able to solve some of the really complex problems that those generations are going to have to deal with and that we are currently dealing with. So I'm really excited to be here with you all. I have 2 children of my own who are currently homeschooling in the other room on Zoom. So I apologize if the internet gets a little bit wonky. But, you know, we are all doing the best we can. And I believe that we will do right by California's children. So I'm excited to be here and be a part of that work. Thank you.
Oh, well, again, welcome on behalf of the commission. Right now, I would like to thank all the commissioners. Next is the flag salute. Executive Coates, please lead us in the flag salute.
Thank you. And I'll just wait. We do have a flag for us today. Okay. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we're going to give you a little overview of today's agenda. The agenda today remains unchanged, and it includes public review of public comment results and recommended edits on the draft of the Comprehensive State Literacy Plan. We're going to hear public comment on the updated draft Comprehensive State Literacy Plan. Recommended instructional materials reviewers and content review experts for the 2021 Arts Education Instructional Materials Adoption. We're going to recommend instructional materials reviewers and content review experts for the 2021 World Languages Instructional Materials Adoption. We're going to receive an update from CDE staff. We're going to review public comment and review period results on the draft Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. Hear public comment on the draft Ethnic Studies Curriculum. Review the draft Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. At this time, I want to review procedures regarding today's video conferencing. Commissioner deliberations today. I will call on each commissioner by name. Only the commissioner who is speaking will have his or her microphone unmuted. All other microphones will be muted. Commissioners, use the raise hand button if you want to speak and make a comment. Wait until you are called upon to unmute your microphone and speak. Before speaking, state your name. All official votes will be done by roll call. Before each agenda item, public comment period, I will announce that the public comment line is open. We will allow time for callers to call in. I will then announce if any members of the public want to provide comment. There should be a slide. Members of the public dialing in to the meeting will enter the access code to be put in a queue. When giving public comment, state the following: commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, public comment. A speaker may only provide comment once during the meeting, not multiple times on behalf of other individuals or groups. Speakers will be allowed 1 minute to give public comment. Speakers utilizing their own interpretation services will receive 2 minutes. Speakers may only comment on the agenda item being discussed. The public comment line will close and the queue will be cleared after the close of each agenda. Next is item 1E, consideration regarding election of the vice chair for November's meeting. The public comment line is now open for this agenda item. At this time, if any member of the public wants to provide public comment on this item, please prepare to do so now by following the procedures just described. I will be turning the meeting over to Executive Director Coates.
Thank you, Commissioner Munoz. As you all know, and as was previously stated, the previous IQC chair, Jose Iniguez's term ended in September. Therefore, Vice Chair Munoz is also acting chair for this meeting. Elections for chair and vice chair will be held at our next meeting in January 2021. However, the commission may choose, if they wish, to elect a vice chair through the end of 2020, which at this time is for this meeting only. The vice chair would take over in the event Vice Chair Munoz could not complete her duties as acting chair during this meeting. If you choose not to elect a vice chair and Vice Chair Munoz cannot, for some reason, due to technology or other reasons during the meeting, run the meeting, I would be able to continue the facilitation of the meeting in her absence. So to summarize, your discussion on this item is whether you wish to elect a vice chair solely for this meeting through the end of 2020, or if you are fine not electing a vice chair and having my assistance in running the meeting if Acting Chair Munoz runs into any technical issues. Is there any discussion on the item? Member Fairchild.
Do we need to make a motion if we do not feel we need to?
No, if you do not wish to move forward, then we would just move to the next item.
So I would recommend that we just move to the next item.
Is there anyone who opposes that? Okay, we will move forward to the next item. Let's see. Was there any public comment on this, Denise?
There currently is no public comment.
Okay, great. I will now turn the meeting back over to Acting Chair Munoz.
Okay, thank you. Next is item 1F, approval of the September 16th, 2020 IQC meeting minutes. At this time, if any member of the public wants to provide public comment on this item only, 1F, approval of the September 16th IQC meeting minutes, please prepare to do so now by following the procedures described in the beginning of the meeting.
The conference has been locked.
Okay. You have the minutes before you. If you have substantive changes, please present them now, Commissioners. If there are no minor changes not affecting the contents, please email them to Denise, IQC Liaison. May I have a motion to approve the minutes? Anyone want to make that motion? We're still reviewing.
I move that we accept the minutes of the September meeting.
Okay, that was motion by Assemblywoman Shirley Weber. Is there a second? Williamson?
I second the motion.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Williamson. Is there any discussion of the motion? Is there any public comment on the motion? Denise, any public comment? Hearing none.
No, there is currently no public comment.
Okay. The public comment line for this agenda item is now closed. I believe we are ready to vote. Denise, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Acting Chair Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Andre?
Yes.
Commissioner Astorga Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai?
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria?
Yes.
Commissioner Rustin?
Yes.
Commissioner Tonkovich?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Student Member Howard?
Yes.
Assembly Member Weber?
Yes.
Senator Allen? Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Senator Allen. Perhaps his sound isn't working? The motion passes.
Okay. We will now go to the next item, 1G, chair report. I don't have any report right now, just that we're still working on the mathematical framework. And that's all I have to report. Next item is 1H, the Executive Director's Report.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Munoz. I would like to begin with a land acknowledgement to remember that we are guests of this land and we must remember its original inhabitants, the Native people. I also want to honor our collective ancestors who made our work possible today. Going into some of the business that we've been involved in, particularly in the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division, in terms of the Mathematics 2021 Framework Revision. We're very excited. The Math CFCC will hold its final 2 meetings in December. And at those meetings, they will be doing a final review of the draft mathematics framework that will go to you and then to public comment, to the first public comment period. Also, the Sacramento County Office of Education is leading the distance learning guidance efforts in the areas of mathematics and English language arts development. They're also going to be providing guidance on social emotional learning, as well as assessments during distance learning. They have a robust writing team and advisory team, and an update will be provided at the January State Board of Education meeting. At this time, I would like to turn over the remainder of my time to Superintendent Thurmond, who would like to provide remarks regarding the work that will be before this commission today and tomorrow. Superintendent Thurmond?
Thank you, Executive Director Coates. Good morning, commissioners. Welcome to the new commissioners, and also to our members of the State Board, Vice Chair Strauss, Board Member Rucker, and Board Member Glover Woods. Through the chair, today it is my honor to provide you with some brief greetings and a welcome. We look forward to the robust conversation that you'll have today about literacy and language development. Some of you may know that when I started at CDE almost 2 years ago, one of the first things that we did was to declare the importance of working on literacy across our state. We immediately repurposed $1 million out of our own operations budget and sent it to 2 of the counties that have some of the biggest challenges around literacy to help their efforts. The discussions that you have today will add greatly to that conversation. I'm also very excited to provide you some brief remarks about your conversation today about the Model Ethnic Studies Curriculum Guide. I'm excited for you to see the recommendations that you will hear today from our staff. As you will see and hear, and no doubt you've already figured out, we've spent the last several months doing some touch-up as we approach what I call getting closer to the landing. We think that we are coming to an important place and that ethnic studies continues to have a very important place given the acts of racism and brutality and in conversations about bigotry, the increases in hate that you'll see. We're excited today to share with you the recommendations that you will learn about. You'll see that we've touched up content in the African American Studies section, as well as in the Native American Studies section, the Asian American Studies section, and you will see that there is the restoration of lesson plans that speak to the experiences of Pacific Islanders in our state. You'll also see that there is a new section. It's been referred to as an appendix. I often like to call it a bridge because I see it as a bridge that speaks to our interconnectivity for many groups. You'll see that in this bridge, there is reference to groups that are part of ethnic studies, like Arab American studies, as the folks who are in the Arab American community often hail from Asia or Africa. You'll also see that there are some groups that, while they're not part of core ethnic studies and the 4 disciplines that we often talk about that make up core ethnic studies, they have important stories to be told. They've experienced oppression, and there are opportunities for us to explore interconnectivity. As we talk about this draft moving forward, we are continuing to engage in feedback with stakeholders who have interest. We know that it's not perfect. We know that there are those who wish to see additional lesson plans or additional content. And we want you to know that we continue to engage in those conversations with our stakeholders. Today's an important day in moving the conversation forward. We hope that you'll move the recommendations forward with, of course, the things that you would like to add as your additional input. And we look forward to a robust conversation about how we bring ethnic studies to the communities in California as we move forward. Thank you, and we look forward to today's conversation.
Thank you, Superintendent Thurman. Next is item 1I, report from the State Board of Education. I'd like to introduce State Board Liaisons Patricia Recker, Irene Strauss, and Cynthia Glover-Woods to give a report on the activities of the State Board.
So good morning. We have 2 liaisons to IQC, Member Recker and myself, and also 2 liaisons to Ethnic Study, Member Glover-Woods and myself. So we're gonna give you an update and make some comments to open the meeting. And I'm gonna first turn this over to Member Recker and ask you if you'd like to begin first.
I think that, thank you, Board Member Strauss. I think that there is so much work in front of the IQC today and tomorrow, and the information and report that both you and Board Member Glover-Woods will give probably is more important than any comment I would give today. But thank you very much for the opportunity to address the IQC. I do just want to give my personal appreciation to all the work that you all are doing and the time that you have taken out from your time with your students to be here today to do this important work. And I do want to make sure I recognize new Commissioner Maya Howard as part of her work and as a student that I will want to congratulate you. I want you to know across the country, there are other state board members who want to know how we did this and how we got you on this commission today. So they send their heartfelt congratulations to you as well. And your model and your leadership in your appointment and your presence today is something other states want to look at and want to understand how to emulate.
Thank you.
Member Glover-Woods.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss, and good morning to everyone. I'd first like to start by just acknowledging all of the students in the state of California that have been engaged in this school year in a way that has been unlike any other for them or many of us who've gone through the system. We have boys and girls as we speak that are engaged in learning through either distance learning or hybrid learning. And as we have good conversation today on how to be sure they have a strong educational foundation, we do know that everything that they are doing right now is going to be very critical as they move forward. Also an acknowledgement for all of the teachers, the classified staff, and administrators who are supporting those young boys and girls as well as their families in this environment. As we get prepared to engage in, again, a very important and robust conversation during this meeting, first would like to acknowledge all of the work that has gone into the ethnic studies model curriculum draft, the model curriculum draft, I should say, from those commissioners in the IQC, CDE staff, and all of the members of the public who've provided very robust feedback as to how we can make this model curriculum accessible to all students, all schools and districts throughout our state. This is a very important topic. We know one that will definitely set up our boys and girls. And when I say boys and girls, I say that all the time. And I really use that to say those students that are anywhere from ages 4 through 18 and 19, to really be sure that they have the perspectives needed. So as they are leading our society in one that is just and equitable, they have the foundation from their K-12 education in order to do so. So I won't go much longer. I definitely want to provide time to Vice President Strauss to give her comments as well. But I just want everyone to know I'm quite excited about today's meeting, and I'm quite excited that we continue to get closer and closer to a mark to provide guidance to our schools in this important topic of ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to build on what Member Rucker and Member Glover-Wood said to talk about our students in California. We were very, very fortunate this year that 74 students applied to be the next student board member on the State Board of Education. We actually, and Member Glover-Woods and myself and Member Sung, part of the screening committee that interviewed and did recently appoint to all of our open commissions. But I have to say, in interviewing the students, there is so much hope for the future in this next generation. I don't know how the governor is going to narrow it down from the 3 we gave as our finalists, but it was the most hopeful. And if you're interested in a little more hope, the Student Advisory Commission on Education, they always do a report to us in November and tell us things that we should consider as a state board. One was to put a student on IQC. And as a result of that report and following legislation, Maya is now the first student to serve on IQC. So on our agenda, you will see the student reports on what they think we should be doing come in the future for students. And I have to say, it was a highlight of our meeting. It was just wonderful to listen to our students and give us hope for the next generation. In addition, a few things that we did I think are particularly important to know. We adopted a short form model for our CASP tests coming up starting in January, should use it. And so that was a pretty significant action at the board, particularly being remote and not knowing when we're going back. We also looked and confirmed some actions on our state accountability system, particularly on working on our growth model, which we'll continue to hear more about. We spent quite a bit of time discussing the new charter law, AB 1505, and the new ways that charters will go through renewal process and what assessments school districts and counties and state will use to look at charter renewals. So that's very important, a very significant change after 25 years. And we spent a lot of time discussing that as well. Those are significant. And I think coming forward, let me just say, on behalf of the whole board, everybody at and the team who's worked to get this agenda and the edits ready for our work today and tomorrow, I just want to thank you. It's an amazing process, and this work of the ethnic model curriculum is so important for all of our students and staff to be working with in California. I look forward to part of the conversation the next few days. The board has set some guidelines for the work that we need to do with the model curriculum. And by law, we will go through an adoption at our March 2021 meeting of this model curriculum. So at this time, I'll end my comments. I'm sure there'll be a few more in the next few days. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, State Board members, for your reports. Now I would like to open up for item number 2 at the Executive Committee. As acting chair, I'd like to call this meeting to order. I call the executive meeting to order. The public comment line for this agenda is now open.
The conference has been unlocked.
Members of the public dialing in for the meeting will enter the access code to be put in the queue. When giving public comment, state the following: commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation if any, and public comment. Speakers may only provide comment once during the meeting, not multiple times or on behalf of individuals or groups. Speakers will be allowed 1 minute to give public comment. Speakers utilizing their own interpretation services will receive 2 minutes. Speakers may only comment on the agenda item being discussed. The public comment line will close and the queue will be cleared after the close of each agenda item. We're going to talk about the assignment of new commissioners to subject matter committees. We are meeting today to appoint new commissioners Friedman and Young to subject matter committees for the remainder of 2020. Members of the Executive Committee, let us consult the survey results. The Executive Committees will use the charts that were sent out to us for Anita and Kimberly's preference. Okay, Denise, can you read back those assignments that they indicated they wanted to sit on?
Yes. Dr. Friedman chose health and social science.
Sorry, Dr. Friedman chose the history social science.
Right. Yeah. And then Commissioner Young, her first choice was ELA, ELD. Her second choice was world languages. And her third choice was ad hoc.
We will now move to item B, public comment. Are there any members of the public wishing to make public comment on this item? Denise, any?
There are not, but there's a 30-second delay, but there's no one logged in right now. Oh, there is someone. Just 1 second. Caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin your public comment about the Executive Committee. Hello? Caller, do you have public comment regarding the, nope, they're off. There is no public comment.
Okay. So looking at what we have on the Executive Committee, if you would, I have right now any recommendations that they want to sit on. I have Anita, Commissioner Friedman.
All participants are muted.
To be on the History Social Studies, and I also recommend Commissioner Young to serve on the ELA, ELD Commission. Any comment? I don't see anybody. I'm looking at the hands here. Nobody?
Commissioner Fairchild has a comment.
Okay.
Do I need to make a motion?
I believe so.
Can we do both participants at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to move with the recommendations that Commissioner Munoz just recommended.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that was Assemblywoman Shirley Weber. So the motion has been approved. Congratulations, Commissioner Friedman. You sit on the History and Social Studies Subject Matter Commission. And Commissioner Young, you sit on the ELA-ELD Subject Matter Commission. So congratulations.
One moment, just as a matter of process.
Okay.
Commissioner Weber, are you a member of the executive committee? I just want to verify.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, so we would need a member of the executive committee to second the motion?
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Just trying to find the hand. I second the motion.
Okay, clarification. With that second, again, congratulations to Commissioner Friedman and Commissioner Young. Commissioner Friedman sitting on the History Social Studies and Commissioner Young on the ELA-ELD Subject Matter Commission.
Do we have to vote to make that legal?
So the executive committee would need to do the vote, yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Denise, will you call the names of the executive committee members?
Commissioner Costa Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild,
Yes.
Acting Chair Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Rustin.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, congratulations. Process, still learning. Okay, moving on. I would like to call the order of the English Language Arts,
The conference has been locked.
Next is item number 3, English Language Arts, English Language Development Subject Matter Committee. I will now turn the meeting over to Commissioner Pantai, Chair of the Subject Matter Committee.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead. I call to order the English Language Arts, English Language Development SMC. The members of the ELA-ELD SMC are myself, SMC Vice Chair Jarvis, and Commissioner Andre. Quick question, since we've just got a new member on board, do we add our new...
Yes.
Yes, okay. So that would be Commissioner Fairchild?
Commissioner Young.
Young, okay, Commissioner Young, welcome. So at this moment, I'd also like to recognize the Seaford staff, to the ELA-ELD SMC, Cliff Rednick, Administrator, and Kyle Petty, Consultant. The public comment line for this agenda item is now open. Okay, so
The conference has been unlocked.
Show the PowerPoint slide for the California Comprehensive State Literacy Plan. Okay, the next item on our agenda is to discuss the public comment and the staff recommendations for the Comprehensive State Literacy Plan. As you recall, back in September, we reviewed a draft of the plan. The English Language Arts, English Language Development Committee voted to send the draft plan out for a public review period with an outline survey. The plan was posted from September 17, 2020 through October 30th, 2020. Barbara Murchison from the CDE Educator Excellence and Equity Division is with us today to review the public comment, received and proposed revisions to the plan based on the public comment. Thank you for being here with us today, Barbara.
Good morning, and thank you, Commissioner Pantai, and all of the IQC commissioners and state board members and Executive Director Coates and all of the Seaford staff who work so hard to make these meetings happen. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning and to share some information about the public comment we received and also share with you the recommendations that we have as CDE staff to make revisions to the plan before we bring it to the State Board of Education for feedback in January. So at this point, I'm going to try to share my screen. Bear with me. And can I get a quick thumbs up if you all can see it? Thank you so much. All right, so again, this morning, the actions I'm requesting of the committee are to review the public comment results and the recommended edits. We also will have some additional public comment today. I'm hoping that you will help facilitate that, and also that you will recommend to the full commission the draft comprehensive state literacy plan, so that we've got your feedback so that we can bring that to the state board members. I know that they appreciate your expertise and expert lenses on documents before we bring them to the board for their discussion. So I want to get us grounded in what this plan is. This plan is a key component of the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. Back in June 2019, California applied for a grant from the U.S. Department of Education and were awarded $37.5 million to go ahead and improve literacy outcomes for students across California. The intent is that these funds will support literacy instruction for students from birth to grade 12. I guess they're not really students at birth, so we can call them children from birth all the way up through grade 12. And the intent is to help states develop, revise, or update our comprehensive literacy plans. And the bulk of the funds that we received will be subgranted to local educational agencies so that they can implement evidence-based programs to ensure high quality literacy instruction across the state. So the plan is a key element of our implementation of this federal grant. Our proposal, and I'm not going to go too much into depth because I did share much of this with you all in September, and much of this information is readily available on our web pages, and I know you all have a very busy agenda, so I'm going to try and keep it short, but just to make sure we're all grounded. Our proposal said that we would align local and state literacy initiatives by having key folks here at the California Department of Education to coordinate the effort. Superintendent Thurman this morning alluded to an effort already underway, the $1 million that was awarded last year for literacy. We've got this federal grant that we're implementing. There's another state grant around literacy. And of course, there's all kinds of literacy work happening across the state at all times. So one of our key objectives for this funding is to try and bring that together so we're all rowing in the same direction and feel like there's some coherent effort across the state to support improved literacy instruction. Objective 2, here's the big one for today, was to develop and implement an evidence-based comprehensive state literacy plan that will align and integrate literacy initiatives, our content standards, and all of the many state guidance documents that are available so that we can help teachers to support kids from birth through grade 12 to improve literacy outcomes. So this plan, again, is meant to bring together all of the work that California has already done. There's a lot of really wonderful guidance in our state around how to improve instruction for literacy, but I think sometimes people aren't aware of all of the various resources that are available to them and also struggle to figure out how it all fits together. So that is a big objective of the grant and of the plan. And then again, a big objective for the federal government was to make sure that we are focusing on addressing the needs of California's most vulnerable children and trying to bring in key players, family, community involvement, and to try and use those subgrants to really establish, align, and implement local literacy initiatives. That's less of a focus today, but I wanted you to have the whole picture of what we're trying to do with this grant program. So again, a quick reminder of where we have been with this plan, how we came to get here today. Back in March of 2020, I think it was the week after everything shut down, it was my first big virtual meeting. And I am so impressed with how that meeting went in partnership with our colleagues at the Comprehensive Center at West Ed, the Region 15 Comprehensive Center, we convened about 50 of California's leading experts in literacy and literacy instruction for a 2-day virtual meeting. Remember when that was just something you couldn't even imagine? 2 days on Zoom? Here you are. 2 days on Zoom is just the norm for most of us now. A great group of folks who applied to serve on the team. We brought them together to really hear from them. We shared data with them about what was going on with literacy in California, student achievement, student outcomes, really thinking about how we could weave the continuous improvement science work that we've done in California and bring that to the plan. And again, a lot of thinking about how do we bring coherence to the many guidance documents California has developed around literacy instruction. Had 2 great days of conversation and pulling out the team's best thinking about what should be included in the plan and how we might structure that. They gave us a lot of really good information. We took a couple of months to make revisions to our very first preliminary draft based on the feedback from that team. That team also established priorities, because a big piece of the plan is thinking, okay, we've got about $37 million to invest locally. What should be the priorities? How do we invest those funds? So we had a lot of conversation around that as well. In August 2020, we reconvened them and brought them a new draft and got a lot more feedback around things that they'd like to see revised, updated, changed. They were a wonderful team. Well, they continue to be a wonderful team. They're still doing a lot of work on behalf of Californians right now, but that's another story. We'll learn more about that later. And then very shortly after that, we brought the draft plan to you all and asked you to open up the public comment period. So as Commissioner Pantai mentioned, we had a public comment period for about 5 or 6 weeks, received a lot of comment, and that brings us to today, where we're going to bring you kind of a summary of the feedback we received and let you know which revisions we think we should make to the plan based on that, and then get your feedback on our thinking. So I feel it's really important to be grounded in the purpose of this plan, because I think there's been a lot of conversation about potentially using the plan as a way to bring additional guidance to the state around literacy instruction. As you know, we're always learning more. There is a lot of research going on at any given time around how can we help students learn how to read more effectively? What do teachers need to know in order to support, the wide variety of California students? Every one of us is a unique individual and may need different needs. And that's one of the wonderful things about education, I think, that brought all of us to this field, is you get to keep learning. However, you all know as well or better than anyone that California has very robust prescribed processes for pulling together guidance around instruction. And that is the quite lengthy, rigorous, in-depth experience of creating a new curriculum framework, right? So California's existing ELA, ELD curriculum framework is still an amazing document. It's a little bit older than I think some folks who commented on. We've learned a lot in the last 6 years since the framework was adopted by the board. However, it's really important, and I want to say it here for everyone who may be listening, it is not the intent of the plan to bring forth new guidance. We got to meet with our state literacy team, who are wonderful, for 4 full days. And the plan really does, I believe, leverage their good thinking. However, as you know, when you're building a curriculum framework, there's an appointed curriculum framework evaluation criteria committee. They meet over a course of many months. The IQC is heavily involved. There's a whole process that's kind of established and well respected. and that is not what this plan is. So key to the purpose of this plan is to try and align and integrate and account for all of the literacy initiatives, content standards, guidance documents to help teachers of students from birth through grade 12. It is not meant to develop new guidance on literacy curriculum or instruction. You all will be very involved. I'm not sure what's up next. I know you all are working on the math framework right now, but I'm guessing that the new ELA, ELD framework is not far behind. So that'll be coming soon, but it is not in this plan. Again, we also wanted to reemphasize, the continuous improvement model. Like, this is work that our districts are doing all over the state, and we wanted to use that same kind of process within the plan. So again, our purpose is to connect the essential literacy guidance from state guidance documents, existing state guidance documents, to support comprehensive and integrated implementation of high quality literacy programs at both the state and local levels. And then we focus on age and grade bands, right? So the federal grant requires that we look at grades or students age band 0 to 5 years old. And then we have the K-5 grade band, and then we have the 6-12 grade band. And I don't know if you can hear that, but apparently there's some tree work just starting up outside of my house. I apologize. Go 2020. Let me know if I need to talk a little more loudly. So our state literacy team pulled together that disaggregated literacy achievement data and looked at literacy needs assessment results. We did a statewide literacy needs assessment. And then we talked about how we use the continuous improvement process to continue to support our work as we move forward with implementation of the grant for the next several years. So here's how our plan is organized. I'm not going to read that aloud to you because you've all seen the plan already. And a couple of key organizing, framing elements that I want to make sure we're grounded in. We really decided to focus on what is best first literacy instruction. And tier 1, this notion that all students have access to high quality first instruction, challenging coursework, that it's inclusive and equitable. And the tier 1 resources include the content standards, the early learning foundations, the various curriculum frameworks, instructional resources and assessments, and then additional key guidance documents that the state has developed over the last several years to support literacy instruction. And really wanted to bring that into the plan because I think most of California LEAs, local educational agencies, have been doing that kind of multi-tiered system of support work led by Orange County Department of Education and Butte County Office of Education to really think about what is best first instruction for all students, and then supplemental and intensive instruction for students who need a little more support. And then this was a big chunk of work, trying to pull everything together into this comprehensive and integrated literacy model. We had the whole state literacy team help us think about how we would map out the many resources that we have and how we tie them together with the LCFF state priorities and how all of the various elements could fit together. We also had a small but mighty team of folks who really helped us think about this model and what are the key things that educators need to be thinking about as they're designing literacy instruction. And then, as I've mentioned, we really wanted to be true to the continuous improvement process, whereby you really set direction and purpose, take a look at all of the data that you have, try and figure out what are the things that we need to tend to the most, come up with a plan based, using evidence-based strategies that are responsive to the greatest needs, go ahead and implement your plan, and then reflect and adjust course. So we tried to use that frame, those 3 key frames throughout our document. We opened up the public comment period. People were able to give us feedback via survey. We also received a number of emails from folks who wanted to provide more comprehensive feedback. And the survey requested general information from each respondent. And then we broke up the survey into the various sections. So we asked folks to give us comments on the introduction to the plan. We wanted to get feedback on the comprehensive and integrated literacy model. And then we broke it up into steps 1 through 5 of the continuous improvement process so that we could get feedback on each one of those sections. And then we asked folks for an overall evaluation. So in the beginning, maybe this is always the case, in the beginning of the public comment period, I was really concerned that we weren't going to hear from enough people. I don't know, maybe it's like getting ready for a party and then you wonder if anybody's going to come. The good news is we did get a lot of Californians who have a lot of stuff going on. You know, we were really worried that this went under the radar, and thank you to our partners who helped get the word out. Thank you to all of you who helped get the word out. We feel like we got some good response to the plan, a total of 347 distinct comments. And we got a good range of folks responding to the plan. I was really encouraged to see that, 13 parents and guardians weighed in and let us know what they thought about the plan. We heard from a lot of teacher librarians. We heard from our county office of education partners, our teacher partners, some good feedback from higher education, district administrators, community members, curriculum specialists, and a handful of other folks like attorneys and people who come from different places. But we also got a lot of information from organizations that represent many, many, many people. So those organizations are listed on this slide. Again, a good representation from organizations that support English learners, in particular, organizations that support equity, organizations very closely tied to instruction, reading instruction, the Arts Project. Very happy with the amount of response we got given everything else that's going on in the world. We were really happy that folks took the time to review the plan and provide us with that substantive feedback, because that feedback was super helpful in helping us identify things that really needed to be strengthened in the plan. So I'm going to take just a couple of minutes highlighting some of the significant revisions that we propose to make to the plan. Obviously, you've got a pretty lengthy attachment A, which provides that table that shares everyone who commented and what their comments were and our proposed response to that comment. But I do want to highlight a few of the revisions that we would like to make to the plan based on the comment that we got. Again, they're all in attachment A. We are certainly not going to read the entire attachment today, just highlight a few of the big ones. The first one, I think I need to start by just saying, librarians, I am sorry. I do not know how we put the plan out without a clear and prominent recognition of the importance of school librarians and libraries, and the school library standards. So thank you for bringing that omission to our attention. We will incorporate the California Model School Library Standards and the guidance regarding school libraries and teacher librarians from the framework throughout the plan. Thank you for all that you do, and I apologize for that omission. We also want to cite additional existing guidance regarding biliteracy and primary language development, including stronger language in the introduction, to make it clear that the state literacy plan aligns with California's vision for language acquisition that's promoted in the state's Education for a Global Economy initiative, the California English Learner Roadmap, and the State Seal of Biliteracy. We feel like there's some pretty good references to that work throughout, but we believe that can be strengthened. So thank you for those comments as well. And we also, the triangle of best first instruction, we had like a separation of here's guidance and here's additional resources. And in my mind, that was, here are the elements that the state board has adopted, and here are some additional resources. But after some discussion, we heard from a lot of folks that the dyslexia guidelines and the practitioner's guide for educating English learners with disabilities, they're currently listed as additional resources. And after a lot of conversation and hearing the comment, we've decided that we should just, why additional? Those are key resources, and we will include them right there with all of the other resources. We want to communicate their equal importance with the other identified Tier 1 resources. We also want to make the document more user-friendly and to be really clear about what we're talking about in there. So we are going to include a glossary for our frequently used terms and abbreviations. We want to include clearly the Common Core in Espanol and the Spanish language development standards in the narrative about what content standards we are referencing, just to be very clear that those are equally as important. We also want to address the importance of collaboration between early childhood education programs and K-12 programs to provide that continuity of literacy development. We are going to be more clear around the definition of literacy. We want to make sure that the plan includes a broad definition of literacy to address the abundance of information, media, and technology embedded into our daily lives. And we want to make more connections throughout the SLP among the content area frameworks and literacy, including references to how the ELA, ELD framework snapshots and vignettes illustrate how ELA, ELD, and content area instruction can be integrated. So again, all of the public comment has really helped to inform these revisions, and I think will make it a much stronger plan. So thank you to all of you who did take the time to review the plan and provide feedback. We do have a couple of revisions that we are not recommending. We got a lot of feedback on these items and have had like lots of conversation around, I wonder, and then we're like, I don't know if that's aligned with the purpose of the plan. So the first one, a lot of folks wanted the plan to have interim measurable goals for students and programs statewide. And again, as we talk about the purpose of the plan, we are certainly not intending to use this plan to develop new accountability measures for schools and districts. That is not the intent of this plan. However, as the subgrants go out, we will be asking LEAs to establish student and program outcomes and how they're planning to measure those. So because this is a state plan, it feels inappropriate to use that for accountability. So we are not recommending including the interim measurable goals for students and programs. We heard from a lot of folks that they wanted more specific goals related to biliteracy and dyslexia guidelines in step 1, the section that sets the direction and purpose within the continuous improvement process. The comprehensive and integrated literacy model does address biliteracy and the dyslexia guidelines, already does, we believe, set the direction for high quality literacy programs statewide. So we are not recommending additional revisions to that. We heard from folks that they wanted more guidance around structured literacy, universal screening, teaching foundational skills, and more explicit guidance for other disorders that impact literacy, in addition to dyslexia. Again, as I noted earlier, it is not the intention of this plan to develop new guidance. So for folks who are feeling very passionate about the state putting forth more specific guidance around these particular topics, I anticipate that those of you in the Instructional Quality Commission will have an opportunity to build out a new curriculum framework that could perhaps take those kinds of recommendations into account. It doesn't feel appropriate for them to be here in the plan. And then finally, we do not recommend including all of the ELA, ELD framework themes in the statewide literacy priority concerning Tier 1 instruction instead of focusing on foundational skills. So all ELA, ELD framework themes are presented in the comprehensive and integrated literacy model, which I mentioned sets the direction for high quality literacy programs statewide. The statewide literacy priorities include building capacity for teaching foundational skills because our state literacy team felt that this was a big priority. 3 out of 4 of our elementary groups kept saying, you know, we're really missing some opportunities for more foundational skills with our youngest students. We think this should be a priority of the state. And, you know, the purpose of that state literacy team was to help us establish those priorities for how we invest in this, how we invest these grant dollars. So just to be consistent with the recommendations of the state literacy team, we feel it's important to keep that as is. So that's just a highlight of what we received and how we believe we should respond to the comments we received. Again, today, I'm here to hear from you any feedback you all have on the public comment and our recommended edits. If you have feedback or things that you think are inconsistent with our intent, we want to hear that from all of you.
One moment, Ms. Murchison, we've just learned that our live streaming is offline, so we're going to need to pause for a bit to allow technology services to help us with that issue.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, Executive Director Coates. The tree work has paused as well.
Okay, it looks like we're okay. We can continue.
So fortunately, I was getting to the end of my presentation and getting back to handing it over to the subject matter committee, but just another plug for those of you who are watching this. There's plenty of information on our CDE Comprehensive Literacy State Development webpage. We encourage you all to join our listserv to stay abreast of what's going on with this grant. And of course, folks can reach out to me or send an email to the CLSD, the Comprehensive State Literacy Development Grant email at clsdp@cde.ca.gov. So that concludes my presentation. Again, I'm grateful to you for making the time to provide me with feedback on your thoughts around our proposed revisions.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. In addition to this, the public comment, CDE staff is proposing a number of changes to the draft strategic implementation plan. And Barbara discussed a few of the recommendation, but we would also like to open it up to the members of the ELA, ELD, SMC. We can ask questions, make comments, propose edits. So at this moment, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the SMC for ELA committee to go ahead and review. If not, then we will move to inviting members of the public. Is that correct?
Commissioner Jarvis has her hand raised.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Jarvis.
I just simply want to make a comment that I appreciate the clear voice made by the teacher librarians to include the California Model School library standards to the state literacy plan. I know the magic that books can have in the life of a young reader. I appreciate that librarians are speaking out to build the life of the reader, to help them in building a robust library diet, book diet. And I've seen the magic that books can have in inspiring even the most reluctant readers. So I appreciate that, and I wholeheartedly agree with that recommendation. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Commissioner Andre?
I just wanted to take a quick moment on behalf of teachers that are currently were in the classroom teaching through or despite this pandemic. And I wanted to just thank the writers and all the contributors, because I felt when I read this plan that it really acknowledged what we do every day in the classroom. And it really speaks to what we're faced with in terms of meeting all of our students' needs. And it's just, you know, despite day-to-day things that I'm going through, it just felt like it reminded all the stakeholders how, you know, literacy is just that beautiful foundation that opens doors, and it opens doors to opportunities and to the futures of our students. And I just wanted to say I'm grateful to you for that. Thank you.
There are no additional hands, Commissioner Pantai.
Okay. I'd like to say a few words myself. The vibrant and dynamic, the introduction itself, I'm really excited about this. I read the part with the culturally responsive teaching and how important it is to connect our students with their culture and make it relevant, because I know for myself, growing up, there were information and materials that weren't as relevant and tied to my culture. I really do appreciate the comments from the public as well as the team putting together this very comprehensive plan. I'm excited to move forward with this plan. So thank you, Barbara. Any other comments before we move on to the public section? Okay, seeing that there aren't any, thank you, Barbara. Now I would like to invite members of the public who wish to provide comments on this item, the Draft Comprehensive State Literacy Plan. But for those who are giving public comment, in order to ensure that there is time for speakers to be heard, we are asking people to adhere to the following practice. Individuals wishing to make public comment must call in to the number provided on the IQC agenda. Members of the public dialing in to the meeting will be put in a queue. When you are called upon, please state the following. 1, your name, first and last. 2, organization, affiliation, if any. And 3, your public comment. Speakers will be allotted 1 minute to give public comment. In order to be able to hear from everyone, we will be keeping track of the time, and your time will end at about 1 minute. Okay, and let's see, Denise will announce if there are any public comment there.
There are.
Okay.
First caller, you may begin.
My name is Marta Hernandez, Executive Director of Californians Together. I served on the IQC and was co-chair of the CFCC Committee for the ELA-ELD framework. I thank the committee for centering the framework in the plan and for the inclusion of all the policy changes over the past 10 years that support achievement for English learners and multilingualism. We know that research, specifically the congressionally mandated report, the National Literacy Panel for Language Minority Children and Youth, concluded that while components of teaching reading skills are important for all students, including English learners, they are not sufficient for English learners, and when made the cornerstone and sole focus of language arts instruction, result in a growing gap. The report found that oral language is the essential foundation of literacy for English learners. The priorities identified for TK5 need to include the building of teacher school capacity in the 5 key literacy themes in the framework, not just foundational skills. And we highly support the priorities identified for students in grades 6 through 12. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, are there any other public comments?
There are. Next caller, you may begin.
Good morning, IQC members. My name is Dr. Barbara Flores, and I just retired after 32 years as a professor and teacher educator at CSU San Bernardino. My scholarly, research, and pedagogical areas of expertise are first and second language development, literacy, and biliteracy development. I was also one of the 40 to 50 members on this comprehensive and integrated state literacy plan. It was an amazing experience. My concerns are as follows. A key area of concern that needs to be addressed is the disproportionate focus on foundational skills at the expense of the other 4 themes of meaning-making, language development, effective expression, and content knowledge. That was not our intent, as evidenced by what Barbara just happened to share with you. Such a narrow focus on foundational skills can have devastating consequences for ELs, who also would benefit greatly from our other 4 themes to build comprehension. We need to focus on all the 5 key themes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next caller, you may begin.
This service is provided in high definition by free conference call.
Hello, is this my turn?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Carla Herrera, a biliteracy educator for over 45 years and former IQC member. I was vice chair of the ELA-ELD SMC in the room where it happened during the framework development of the 5 interconnected circles of implementation to open doors, expanding our teaching strategies to develop oral language and meaning-making for children to become literate and fluent, including our English learners. I'm here to caution an overemphasis on phonics instruction and recall lessons from the past, as we have repeated this discussion every 15 to 20 years. The excitement of hearing children sound out words falls flat when asked about what they have just read, and they respond, "I don't know," with a blank stare. I urge you to ensure a more comprehensive focus on literacy aligned with all 5 themes in the grants awarded to implement the SLT. Instead of "I don't know," let's hear, "Let me tell you about what I read, and I can write about it in 2 languages." Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good morning, IQC members. My name is Pia Van Meter, and I'm a classroom teacher, and I represent the California Teachers Association to the IQC. CTA submitted a letter summarizing our feedback on the California Comprehensive State Literacy Plan, and I will be highlighting some of the key components. We believe that there is a need to add some transitional statements to help with the local implementation called out within the plan. Additionally, we feel that there is a misalignment with the reality of where some of the CSI schools are and the application of the tiers of MTSS. We believe that there should be a discussion regarding where the schools currently are and how we help them to improve outcomes for students. Lastly, we recommend that the plan emphasize teacher-led professional development and that the statewide instructional leadership core model can serve as a strong example of that work. Thank you for considering input from the practitioners in the field.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Manuel Buenrostro, Policy Associate with Californians Together.
and I am calling again to raise concerns about the lack of clarity regarding the determination that foundational skills should be a priority and a strong focus within the plan. While not discounting the importance of this focus area, we are concerned that such a strong focus on just foundational skills might be counter to the goal of ensuring that this plan is comprehensive. There are several questions that we think should be answered and clarified in the determination of foundational skills as a focus area. Mainly, what were the data and results that point to this specific need? We also ask that the grants that will be provided as part of this plan are targeted toward comprehensive literacy programs that are evidence-based as opposed to narrowly focused programs. Exploring these questions is important to ensure that the state is making evidence-based decisions and funding comprehensive literacy programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Martha Zaragoza Diaz, and I am representing Californians Together and the California Association for Bilingual Education. It is requested that all 5 themes necessary for literacy as specified in the ELA-ELD framework should be included in the state's literacy plan. Focusing only on foundational skills without the other 4 themes is too narrow of an approach, especially for students, including English learner students, in the upper elementary grades. Not calling for all the 5 themes is not in alignment with the ELA-ELD framework, and they are essential and necessary to build school comprehensive programs for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good morning, IQC members. My name is Daly Jordan Cook, and I am a retired classroom ed teacher and one of CTA's liaisons to the IQC. I will be outlining some additional considerations from the letter that CTA submitted. We recommend that the language around preschool, TK, and K be strengthened to specifically state that there are distinct differences among them. Regarding English learners, we believe that the plan should continue to frame bilingualism and multilingualism as assets, and that the current conditions due to the pandemic could cause barriers to reclassifying students. We would also recommend that the CDE expand the mentioned disabilities and resources beyond just dyslexia to the students with special needs section. In closing, we commend the focus on the whole child. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. There are no more callers.
Okay, thank you to everyone who took the time to provide public comment today. We're going to go ahead and close the public comment line for this agenda item.
The conference has been locked.
I believe now we are ready to take action on the draft comprehensive state literacy plan. So first I need a motion from an English Language Arts, English Language Development Committee member to recommend to the Instructional Quality Commission the draft comprehensive state literacy plan. I see your hand, Commissioner Jarvis.
I make a motion to recommend to the IQC the draft of the comprehensive state literacy plan with the recommendations proposed today.
Okay. I think I skipped a line here. Would you like the staff to summarize the changes that we have agreed on? We could skip that part. Okay. Moved by Commissioner Jarvis. Do I have a second? Commissioner Andre.
I second the motion.
Is there any discussion on this motion? Are there any commissioners not on the committee who would like to make comments? Are there any comments from our state board liaison? Yes, Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
I just want to just state how impressed I am with the plan as it is right now. I have been honored to be part of the development process from the beginning and was at that 2-day meeting that they have to quickly turn from an in-person to a virtual meeting, and it was an excellent. And from that input and that point to what was presented to us for this meeting, I'm really impressed but not surprised, because I also know the quality of the people who are contributing to the content of this plan. So I'm looking forward to seeing the final and how it gets rolled out and implemented, because I'm really happy with what it's in there.
Thank you, Commissioner Costa Hernandez. Any other comments? Okay, I believe that we are now ready to vote by roll call. So remember, only members of the English Language Arts, English Language Development Subject Matter Committee can vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
SMC Chair Pentai?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Andre?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
IQC Acting Chair Munoz?
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, I adjourn this meeting of the English Language Arts, English Language Development Subject Matter Committee.
Okay,
Thank you. And we will take a 10-minute break before we move to the Arts Subject Matter Committee. We'll see you in 10 minutes, so 10:43. Thank you. And we're just going to do a really quick roll call just to make sure we're all here and that the public knows we're all here before I hand it over to Chair Munoz to introduce the next item, which is the Arts Subject Matter Committee. Control room, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. Wonderful. Denise, will you please conduct a roll call?
Acting Chair Munoz?
Here.
Commissioner Andre?
Here.
Commissioner Astorga Almanza?
Here.
Commissioner Chapman?
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Present.
Commissioner Friedman?
Here.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Present.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Present.
Commissioner Pantai?
Here.
Commissioner Renteria?
Present.
Commissioner Rustin?
Here.
Commissioner Tonkovich?
Present.
Commissioner Williamson?
Here.
Commissioner Young?
Present.
Student Member Howard?
Here.
Assembly Member Weber?
Here.
Senator Allen? Let's see him. Board Member Rucker?
Present.
Board Member Strauss?
Here.
Board Member Glover Woods?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, this is Chairman Commissioner Munoz. The next item is for Art Subjects Matter Committee. I now turn the meeting over to Art Subject Matter Committee Chair Julie Tonkovich.
I call the Arts Subject Matter Committee to order. The members of the Arts MSC are myself, Senator Allen, Commissioner Astorga Almanza, Commissioner Chapman, Commissioner Costa Hernandez, and Commissioner Rustin. Seaford staff to the Arts SMC are Kyle Petty, Education Programs Consultant, and Cliff Rudnick, Administrator. The public comment line for this item is now open. The conference has been unlocked. Oh, thank you. Individuals wishing to make public comment on this item must call in to the number provided on the IQC agenda. Members of the public dialing into the meeting will be put in a queue. When you are called upon, please state the following: commentator's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, public comment. Speakers will be allotted 1 minute to give public comment. In order to be in order to hear from everyone, we will be keeping track of the time, and your time will end at 1 minute. We have two issues before us today. First, as you know, Commissioner Murphy Corwin is now Commissioner Emeritus Murphy Corwin, and she served as Vice Chair of this subject matter committee. We must decide if we would like to elect a Vice Chair for this meeting, understanding that a new committee will be formed at the next IQC meeting in January, or if you would like to proceed today without a chair for this one meeting. Our second task today is to make recommendations to the full commission on the instructional material reviewers, known as IMRs, and content review experts, known as CREs, who will review instructional materials as part of the 2021 arts adoption. The item was provided to us digitally, so I hope you have all had a chance to review it. The full IQC will act on these items to recommend them to the State Board for final action at its January 2021 meeting. I would like to open the discussion on the topic of electing a Vice Chair for this meeting. Are there any members of the Arts Subject Matter Committee who would like to comment? Commissioner Astorga Almanza?
Yes, thank you. I think that since it's just for this one meeting, that we should be able to move forward without having a vice chair for this SMC.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapman, did you have a comment?
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
And I as well. If for some reason I cannot continue as chair, I have full faith in acting chair Munoz or Executive Director Coates to take over this position. I am agreed that we don't need to take the time to do this, since in January you'll be deciding the new chair and vice chair. Alrighty, thank you. Moving on. Thank you for your thoughtfulness on this topic. We'll move on to item B, which is a recommendation of IMRs and CREs to the State Board of Education. This requires our action. The second item requires our action to the recommendation of candidates for reviewers for the 2021 Arts Education Instructional Materials Adoption. For the purpose of this discussion, reviewers include instructional materials reviewers, IMRs, and content review experts, CREs. Both of these reviewers serve on panels together and review the same materials, but CREs are required to possess a master's degree or higher and have 5 or more years of experience with and expertise in standards-based educational programs and practices in that field. The California Code of Regulations, Title V, Section 9412A, authorizes the State Board to appoint these reviewers to serve in advisory capacity to the IQC and the Board during the adoption of instructional materials. To help us with this item, Kyle Petty of the CDE staff will facilitate our discussion of the applicants. Kyle Petty.
Thank you, Commissioner Tonkovich. Each of you received the applications and resumes that we received during the recruitment period that began in July and concluded in September. Please note that due to the need for reviewers, specifically teachers, the application window was extended and Seaford staff conducted additional outreach to teacher organizations. Even with the additional time and outreach, the number of current classroom teachers in the applicant pool is below our desired expectations. As a result, we're recommending all eligible applicants, as we anticipate the adoption deliberations will require 6 reviewer panels consisting of at least 7 reviewers on each. If this recommendation is approved, we believe it will allow for a thorough evaluation of submitted arts education programs and ensure reviewers have opportunities to engage in rich discussion throughout the deliberations process. We received a total of 26 applicants wishing to serve as IMRs and 17 applicants for content review experts. Section 9512F of Title V of the California Code of Regulations makes clear that in the content field of visual performing arts, the CRE shall have a master's degree or higher in that field and 5 or more years of experience with and expertise in standards-based educational programs and practices in that field. Accordingly, after an analysis of qualifications, we're recommending 15 applicants as CREs and 28 applicants as IMRs, having determined that CRE applicant numbers 7 and 25 did not meet the qualifications spelled out in the Title V regulations. You've each been supplied with access to electronic files of all the applications and resumes. If the public wishes to see those applications and resumes with all personal contact information redacted, they can request a link by emailing iqc@cde.ca.gov. As noted earlier, we anticipate we will need a maximum of 6 review panels with approximately 7 reviewers per panel. Title V regulations specify that each panel will include at least 1 CRE, and with 15 qualified applicants with experience in each of the 5 disciplines, we anticipate that we will meet this requirement. Considering the degree of attrition that often occurs, we estimate that we will need all qualified applicants for this adoption. CDE has conducted an analysis of the applications and resumes submitted during the application period. The 28 IMR and 15 CRE applicants recommended offer a wide range of teaching experience and represent a range of geographic origin, ethnic background when stated, and genders. We've included the information with the applications that addresses these points. Please remember that the final number of panels will depend upon how many publishers elect to participate and how many arts disciplines are represented in their submissions. The regulations also specify that at least 1 IMR have expertise in teaching English learners and at least 1 have expertise in teaching students with disabilities. This requirement will be met without difficulties. The applications included a place for reviewers to indicate where they have a potential conflict of interest. In previous adoptions, CDE has consulted with its attorneys to review applications that disclosed potential conflicts of interest. In order to serve as an IMR or a CRE, appointees must not have a disqualifying interest in a publishing company pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title II, Section 18730. The requirement most relevant to this adoption is that no IMR or CRE should receive any income from a publishing company in excess of $500 for the 12 months prior to when they will make their recommendations on the program submitted for adoption. We reviewed the applications for potential conflicts of interest that would need to be reviewed by the CDE legal office, and there were none. Commissioners, please refer to the candidates by number during this discussion. If you have questions, I'm here to answer them. Commissioner Tonkovich? You're muted, Commissioner.
Thank you. Which 2 CREs did you say did not meet the qualifications? 7 and which number?
25, I believe.
25. And did you say they will be moved to an IMR position, or are they just not on the panel?
They are being recommended as IMRs.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We're going to, are there any commissioner comments on these recommended candidates or any other application that we access digitally? I don't know, Kyle, if you mentioned it, if there were more than 6 publishers, then a panel would have reviewed 2 publishers. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, my internet cut out when you were stating that.
Oh, I was just asking for clarification. If there were more than 6 publishers, you would have a panel review more than 1 publisher, correct? They would do 2?
I believe that's correct. Having not led an adoption, I would defer to Cliff on that, but I believe that that's correct.
I think that is correct. And also, okay, thank you. And also for clarification, if you had less than 6 publishers, then you would dismiss some of the IMRs nicely saying thank you.
Yes, they would receive a letter thanking them for their service.
All righty. Well, and you'll know the number of publishers in February, did you say?
That's correct. The invitation to submit goes out in January.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any commissioner comments? Commissioner Astorga Almanza?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Petty, you mentioned that the application period was extended so that we could receive additional applicants. And that in total we have 43 applicants, and that we don't have enough teachers on the panel. What was the target number of teachers to serve?
We did not have a target number of teachers. Following the regulations, we were trying to have a majority of the IMRs be comprised of teachers.
Okay, thank you. You also made a comment, and I also investigated a little bit further into the applicants. We have 43 applicants, and I guess this is more just of a comment because I know that the application period has already been extended, but I just wanted to note something, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong, that 33 of the 43 applicants have identified themselves as white. And you had mentioned that the panel was quite diverse, but I think that those numbers demonstrate that the panel is not very diverse, and I want to urge, I don't know if it's our arts SMC or the training that those reviewers will receive in February or March, but making sure that they are fully understanding the responsibility that they have to make sure that the voices of all of our ethnic groups are represented. It's just really important to think of who's at the table. And when people are reviewing instructional materials for our students, we've got to make sure that we are keeping them in mind, because right now we don't see a lot of representation. My understanding is that one applicant identified as American Indian, one identified as Asian, one African American, 3 declined to state, 5 identified as Hispanic, 1 as other but specifically Jewish, and then 33 identified as white. So I just wanted to bring attention to this. I'm not necessarily looking for, I guess, a resolution unless we could invite more applicants, but my understanding is that that time period has already closed. But I just wanted to make sure that our arts SMC and the full IQC is aware that this particular group, the IMRs and CREs, are not as diverse as we would like them to be, ethnically speaking.
Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Kyle. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Munoz.
I'd just like to commend the CDE staff for reaching out to teaching organizations to continue to push and to seek out additional applicants, especially teachers of color. I think they did a great job, and that's probably something that we all need to work on, is we need to really get more teachers from diverse backgrounds into our teaching field. And again, I just want to say thank you for reaching out for them and for extending the timeline. And for those teachers who did reach out and apply, thank you very much. It's greatly needed to help our students in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Board Member Rucker.
I also would like to add and support the comments made by Chair Munoz. I believe it was important to recognize the work that the department staff has done and undertaken to try to recruit teachers. This is not a new problem. The fact is, there are a lot of teachers of color in California's education workforce from whose voices we would benefit from hearing from. But the fact of the matter is, there are a lot of reasons why these teachers are not available or cannot make themselves available to participate in processes like this and in this important work. I think it's incumbent on all of us sitting on this panel to make sure that as we work in the field and return to our jobs, that we make it known to our colleagues what it is you are doing and what the opportunities are to do this work. It's also an opportunity for us to continue to think of alternative ways to do outreach and to look for those voices of color that are in the field and that can be available, but may not know how to access or even see the information that's being afforded by the department. So I also commend the department not only for the outreach that they did, but for some of the creativity they have exercised in trying to do this outreach and trying to really look for all of those voices that are very important in this process. So I do want to commend you on that. And I want us to continue living with the question of how to do more, how to do it better, and how to do it in more creative ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rucker. Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
Yes, thank you. Me again. Thank you, Board Member Rucker, for sharing those comments. And I just wanted to add, I know maybe it came off a little, hopefully not aggressive, but that I am thankful and grateful for the work that CDE staff has done to recruit these teachers. And it's nothing against the teachers that have applied. We definitely need their help. As you mentioned, there might be some attrition, and it all depends on the number of publishers that do submit to have their content reviewed. Hopefully my comments don't make those that applied feel uncomfortable. I am grateful that they have applied and are willing to serve, but I agree with Board Member Rucker that it would have been great if we could have done, maybe there's more outreach, or just to make sure that we can in the future recruit a more diverse applicant pool. But I didn't necessarily know that it has been a problem maybe on other content review groups. I didn't know that it's a recurring issue, but hopefully we can increase our advocacy efforts. And I think it just makes the work that much more important for us here on the Arts SMC as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Board Member Rucker.
Let me just respond, Mariana, and I hope you don't mind me being so informal to say, Mariana, it's very important that you made those comments, and it's not aggressive to point out that what your disappointment was in seeing the lack of diversity in the applicant pool. That's not an aggressive concern. That's not an aggressive comment. It's an observation, and it was a statement of fact. Anytime we have a discussion about race or issues of race, it's very difficult and often uncomfortable for people to hear it. It's also very difficult and often uncomfortable and very brave for someone to be willing to raise the question. It's important, especially on this panel, that those questions are raised. We are the Instructional Quality Commission. It is your obligation to pay attention to those concerns, and it's important that that was done. I don't believe in any respect anyone took offense at what it is you had to say and the opinion that you offered, because it was an important opinion. This is the most important thing that I applaud this panel for, and that I have enjoyed working with this panel with, is that you all have been able to speak frankly, to speak openly, and to have the kind of relationship as professionals and as colleagues on this panel to be able to offer your opinion and know that the spirit in which it was offered was to be able to allow this panel to do its best work and for you to offer your best professional view on how to carry that charge forward. So I really want to let you know you are appreciated for your comment. You should not be concerned about being aggressive or being perceived in a negative way, because I don't believe that is what happened. And anyone who feels I'm wrong can correct me, but I don't believe that. But I think it's very important for all of you, if you ever have felt that hesitation, please don't do so, to follow Mariana's leadership and model to do the same. It's especially important with our first meeting with Commissioner Howard being on the panel, for her to carry back to her friends, her colleagues and peers about the work we do here and why our conversations are critically important, because she carries on her shoulders the responsibility to represent not just student voice, but the voice of students of color as well, so that she also has to be able to be brave and to speak up and to know she'll be supported. So the fact that you did that is a good role model for all of us, but especially for Maya, who has an added burden that most of us do not consider and have to carry.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you. Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Thank you. I first need to say that I agree 1,000%. That's my math with the comments that have been shared so far. And I'd like to propose that we take this in the spirit of continuous improvement, that we take this as an opportunity to research why we don't have more teachers of color join when we open these opportunities. this is an opportunity, right? We have data, and now we can go, and I don't know if this takes the form of a focus group, if it takes the form of a survey, if it takes what form it takes. But here's an opportunity for us to, not during the process of recruitment, but when we're not recruiting, to go and identify the reasons that may hinder someone's desire to participate, or even awareness that this is a role they can play. And then when we are in recruitment, we can use that information to tailor the recruitment process so that we can reach the people that we want to reach.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions or comments or suggestions from anyone else today? We're good? Okay, so we're going to make a motion and take public comment on this item in a moment. But before we continue, would staff please review the applications that are being recommended? Kyle?
So I'll go ahead and list the applicants for IMRs and CREs by number. We are recommending applicants 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 19, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 43 to serve as instructional material reviewers. For the position of content review expert, we are recommending applicant 2, 5, 16, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 27, 30, 31, 32, 33, 41, and 42.
All right, thank you, Kyle. Are there any more questions on the numbers of the candidates that Kyle just read for us? All righty, I need a motion from a member of the Arts Subject Matter Committee to recommend all of the IMRs and CRE applicants as just noticed by Kyle to the full Instructional Quality Commission. Would someone like to make a motion? Oops. Commissioner Astorga Almanza.
Yes, thank you. I would like to recommend that we approve all of the IMR and CRE applicants as just noted by CDE staff to the full Instructional Quality Commission.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Commissioner Astorga Almanza. Is there a second to the motion, Commissioner Chapman?
Yes, I second the motion.
Is there any discussion of the motion? Any final comments from the commissioners? Seeing none, is there any public comment on the motion? Please note that this comment should only be made on the applicants that we've discussed today. We will take comment on other topics later. Denise, are there any public comments?
Yes, there are 2 people. First caller, you may begin. Caller. For some reason, it's not letting me unmute them. Caller, you may begin. Looks like we may be experiencing some technical difficulties. Next caller, you may begin.
Denise, the callers are unmuted on the system, but they are not responding.
Caller with the last 47956, you may begin. Caller with 5380, you may begin. Okay. They are no longer there, so there is no public comment.
All right, thank you, Denise. I believe we are ready to take a roll call vote.
SMC Chair Tonkovich?
Yes.
Commissioner Astorga Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Rustin?
Yes.
Senator Allen? IQC Acting Chair Munoz?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Well, thank you, commissioners. Are there any public comments? The public comment line for this agenda is now closed. If there are no more public comments, I now close the Art Subject Matter Committee meeting.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tonkovich. Our next agenda item is 5, World Language Subject Matter Committee. I will now turn the meeting over to Chair Alma de la Renteria.
Thank you, Chair Munoz. I call the World Languages SMC to order. As a reminder, the members of the World Languages SMC are myself, Vice Chair Jarvis, Commissioner Costa Hernandez, Commissioner Kotanda, Commissioner Munoz, Commissioner Pantai, and Commissioner Williamson. And secret staff of the World Languages SMC are Erin Verticiccio, Education Programs Assistant, and Cliff Rutney, who's our administrator. The public comment line is now open for this item. Thank you, Denise. Individuals wishing to make public comment on this item must call into the number provided on the IQC agenda. Members of the public dialing into the meeting will be put in a queue. When you are called upon, please state the following: your first and last name, your organization affiliation, if any, and your public comment. Speakers will be allotted 1 minute to give public comment. In order to be able to hear everyone, we will be keeping track of the time, and it will end at 1 minute. Is there any public comment?
So, Commissioner, at this time, we're going to walk through the recommendations before we move to comment.
Okay. So should I just move forward then?
Yes, please.
Perfect. Okay. Our task today is to make recommendations to the full commission on the instructional material reviewers, IMRs, and content review experts who will review instructional materials as part of the 2021 World Languages adoption. The item was provided to us digitally, so I hope that you all have had a chance to review it. The full IQC will act to recommend them to the State Board for final action at its January 2021 meeting. The item that requires our action is a recommendation of candidates for reviewers for the 2021 World Languages Instructional Materials Adoption. For the purpose of this discussion, reviewers include instructional materials reviewers, which are IMRs, and content review experts, CREs. Both of these reviewers serve on panels together and review the same materials, but CREs are required to possess a doctorate degree in world languages or a related field. The California Code of Regulations, Title V, Section 9512A, authorizes the State Board to appoint these reviewers to serve in advisory capacity to the IQC and Board during the adoption of instructional materials. To help us with this item, Erin of the CDE staff will facilitate our discussion of the applicants.
Thank you, Commissioner Renteria. So each of you received the applications and resumes you received during the recruitment period that began in July and concluded in September. Please note that due to the need for additional reviewers, specifically teachers, the application window was extended. And so Seaford staff conducted additional outreach to teacher organizations. We received a total of 39 applicants wishing to serve as instructional materials reviewers and 3 applicants for content review experts. Section 9512F of Title V in the California Code of Regulations makes clear that in the content of world languages, CRE shall have a doctoral degree in world languages or a related field. Accordingly, after an analysis of qualifications, we are recommending 39 applicants as CREs and 3 applicants as IMRs, having determined that all applicants met the qualifications established in the Title V regulations. So you've each been supplied with access to electronic files of all the applications and resumes. If the public wishes to see these applications and resumes with all personal contact information redacted, they can request a link by emailing iqc@cde.ca.gov. We anticipate we will need a minimum of 5 review panels with approximately 7 to 9 reviewers per panel. Title V regulations specify that each panel will include at least 1 CRE, and with 3 qualified applicants, we anticipate we are not going to meet that requirement. Considering the degree of attrition that often occurs, we estimate that we will need all qualified applicants for this adoption. The CDE has conducted an analysis of all the applications and resumes submitted during the application period. The 39 IMR and 3 CRE applicants recommended offer a wide range of teaching experience and represent a range of geographic origin, ethnic background, when stated, and genders. We've included the information with the applications that addresses these points. Please remember that the final number of panels will depend on how many publishers elect to participate and how many world languages are represented in their submissions. The regulations also specify that at least 1 IMR have expertise in teaching English learners and at least have 1 with expertise in teaching students with disabilities. This requirement will be met without any difficulty. The applications included a place for reviewers to indicate where they have a potential conflict of interest. In previous adoptions, the CDE has consulted with its attorneys to review applications that disclose potential conflicts of interest. In order to serve as an IMR CRE, appointees must not have a disqualifying interest in a publishing company pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title II, Section 18730. The requirement most relevant to this adoption is that no IMR or CRE should receive any income from a publishing company in excess of $500 for the 12 months prior to when they will make their recommendations on the program submitted for adoption. We will review the applications for potential conflicts of interest that would need to be reviewed by the CDE legal office, and there were none. Commissioners, please refer to the candidates by number during this discussion. If you have any questions, I am here to answer them.
Thank you. So are there any commissioner comments on these recommended candidates or any other application that we access digitally? I can't see if there's any hands up because we have the main page on. Thank you. I was like, let me go through them. I do have a question though, Erin.
Yes.
So I have a couple of questions actually, so sorry in advance. So I'm looking at the list and candidate 21, I read through the application, through the candidate's application, and there was like an uncertain for conflict of interest. And I'm just wondering, wouldn't a consultant be a conflict of interest because they've consulted on specific textbooks?
So the clarification that I received when I asked the same question was that based on the restrictions that are outlined in the California Code of Regulations, his participation does not violate any of the terms that are outlined in the California Code. So because there's that, there are a couple of stipulations about what it needs to be a conflict of interest. It is not disqualifying. And if it came to it, if the same company were to submit, materials for review, he could be placed on a different panel.
Okay, that was interesting. All right. And then I was also looking at the information. Maybe this happens often and I just had never noticed. It's interesting that we have 4 out-of-state applicants. So
yes.
Tell me more about that. I was like, wait.
So we had multiple conversations about this. When we first created the application, the idea of out-of-state applicants had not really crossed our minds, but because we are now remote, we do want to have California educators and people with credentials who are on the panels. And by and large, most of the applicants are either currently or were in the past classroom educators in the state of California. But because A, we need as many participants as possible, and B, because we're going to most likely be conducting this meeting remotely, we decided to move forward. And if the commission, if the IQC decides that they don't want out-of-state applicants, then that is not my decision, but we decided to present you with all options.
I'm not biased in that. I do think that it was great that you opened it up, because those 4 applicants did bring like Persian and Russian. It was great to see that we added a number of more languages to the list. But I just was wondering that, because as we had the last discussion of not having enough diversity, it was interesting that we had 9 different candidates that were white, 3 Black, 15 Asian, 11 Latin. There's just a little bit more diversity, which is great. But then I realized, is it have to do something with the out of state? Because we opened it up more, because you're right, it is going to be remote. I was just wondering if that was something that we're going to adopt from now on while we are in this remote, or is it just for this specific?
To my knowledge, right now there are 2 adoptions in process, this one and then the arts adoption. So I only know that this has happened for this one. So I'm not sure. That would probably be a question for leadership. But for this round, under these circumstances, I guess this is what we're doing.
Good morning. May I interject? This is Cliff Rudnick, yes, the Administrator for Instructional Resources. Good morning, Commissioners, board members, and public. State funds may not be used for travel for out-of-state people. As a matter of fact, when folks who are in state need to travel out of state for a reason, there's an out-of-state travel request that goes all the way to the governor's office for approval. However, as Aaron mentioned, in this virtual environment, it's not that we opened it up for out of state. We just happened to receive applications from out of state. Normally, we notify those people that if they wanted to participate, they would have to pay for their own travel. We actually had one person do that in a previous adoption. But because we are doing the training in April for both the world languages and arts education adoptions, travel is not an issue, and there is no funding for travel. So that's why we were able to bring to the commission today those candidates who had applied from out of state.
Thank you for that. And then one last question, and then I'll open it up again. I saw that there was only one sign language candidate. Did we do specific outreach for that to have a little bit more? It's just interesting to me that living in a state like California, we only have one candidate out of the 42 that is coming in with sign language background.
We didn't target any specific languages. We sort of put the call to anybody who's associated with various language organizations. I also contacted teachers that I've worked with personally who teach foreign language. So that we didn't really know what we would get. We also don't know what languages there will be material submitted for. So again, we have presented you with all of the applicants, but I had no idea what we were going to get. So
thank you. Are there any other commissioner wishing to make comments? I'm looking through my screen to make sure I don't miss anybody's little hand.
Commissioner Gotanda has her hand up.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Erin, can you clarify, so the content review experts, they actually apply specifically for that position?
In the application, there was a section for them to select whether they wanted to apply as an IMR or a CRE. And so in this instance, all three of them had self-selected to be considered as CREs.
Understood. And so since there's only three of them, and I think you mentioned the possibility of attrition, so how does this work? Because two of them are out of state. And so I think my concern is that if two of them are out of state and we only have three, how does it work if we only end up with like one or two? How does this work?
I asked the same question. So, I mean, if we don't have them, and Cliff, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if we don't have enough CREs, then we don't have enough CREs, and we just kind of go through the process with who we have, and so that's, yeah.
That is correct. The CDE has a responsibility for due diligence in terms of the application window and hopefully getting enough candidates both on the teacher side and the CRE side to meet those regulatory requirements. We have done that by extending the deadline even further, and we have on numerous occasions moved forward with adoptions with panels that did not have a content review expert. In some cases, the content review expert may be asked to come discuss a certain pedagogy with a panel that they're not serving on, or CDE staff who are qualified, those who are qualified, also provide support.
One last question. Would it not be possible, because there are some IMRs that do have doctoral degrees, is it not possible to ask them or encourage them, or did they have to select that from their initial application?
You want to go ahead, Erin?
Sure. Yes, because I asked Cliff the same question a couple weeks ago. So they have to have a doctoral degree in world languages or a related field, and the other applicants who selected IMR as their option, their doctoral degrees were by and large in curriculum and instruction or something along those lines, and it wasn't related enough to qualify them to be a CRE.
Understood. Thank you.
So just for clarity, Erin, so instructional design is not enough?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. I would think that, I mean, if you have a PhD in instructional design and you have, I think I'm just, candidate 9 for me stood out as I was a little bit, I was wondering why that person was not on the CRE list. But I figured that it had something to do with missing something else. I didn't know that instructional design didn't qualify, because technically the CRE is supposed to also know about instructional design, right? Is there like a specific language that says that that's not eligible?
I can address that if you want, Erin.
Yeah, go for it, Cliff.
So thank you for the question, Commissioner. So the way the statute reads is that, or the regulation reads, is that they have to have a doctoral degree in world languages or a related field, and in such that would mean world languages in general, a PhD in world languages or linguistics, or a PhD or a doctorate of another type in a specific language, perhaps. We have someone at CDE who has a PhD in Spanish. Generally speaking, the doctoral degrees, whether they be PhDs or EDDs in education or different areas of education like instructional strategies, policy and leadership, curriculum and instruction, do not qualify as a related field to a specific content area.
Thank you.
And the person did not apply to be a CRE as well.
Are there any other comments?
SBE member Glover Woods has her hand raised.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment, and this really links back to the conversation we had regarding the arts and the outreach for candidates for these different panels. While quite excited that we do have people outside of the state of California that are interested in speaking into what the children in California will receive, I just want to encourage, again, a second look at our outreach efforts within the state to see how we might get more candidates interested in applying for these different opportunities, either as a reviewer or a content expert. I just know that in a state as diverse and large as California, when we're looking at the area of world languages, I'm sure there are others that probably could speak into what will be needed in these instructional material reviews that reside in California. So again, just want to say first, thank you for all the efforts and outreach that has been done to get applicants, and also to encourage us in the future to look at the outreach efforts and other areas we might be able to tap within the state so that we are able to have more candidates available for these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Any other commissioner comments on these recommended candidates? If there is none, I can move forward. I just want to make sure. All right. Thank you so much, Erin, too, for answering all my questions. We're going to be making a motion to take public comment in a moment, but before we continue, would staff please review the applicants that are being recommended?
Okay, so I'm going to start with CREs because it's the short list. So for CREs, we have applicants 1, 25, and 35. And then for instructional materials reviewer, we have applicants 2 through 24 inclusive, 27 through 34 inclusive, and 36 through 44 inclusive. And I can read those applicants individually if you'd prefer, but that's a lot of numbers.
I think that works. Okay. So I need a motion from a member of the World Languages Subject Matter Committee to recommend all of the IMR and CRE applicants, as just noted by staff, to the full Instructional Quality Commission. So I need a motion from one of our world languages.
Commissioner Gotanda has her hand raised.
Yes.
Thanks. I move that we recommend all of the IMR and CRE applicants as noted by staff to the full Instructional Quality Commission.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Gotanda. Is there a second to the motion?
Commissioner Jarvis?
I second the motion.
Perfect. The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Jarvis. Is there any discussion of the motion? Any final comments from the commissioners?
Commissioner Munoz has her hand raised.
I just want to say thank everybody who went through this process. I like the questions that came up. Thank you, commissioners. You clarified it. I had repeating questions. So anyway, I just want to say thank you, and thank you to the CDA staff for doing due diligence in the recruitment. Thank you.
Any other final comments from commissioners? Is there any public comment on the motion? Please note that this comment should only be on the applicants that we have discussed today, and we will take comment on other topics later.
There are 2 people. First caller, you may begin. caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes. You may begin.
Can I start my little speech?
You can begin your public comment on world languages.
Okay. My name is Maggie Tai. I'm a parent of Saratoga High School in Saratoga, California. I am here strongly to support API School Board Members Association's position to restore the Cambodian American lesson and Asian American and the modern
public. I'm sorry, this is not the time to comment on ethnic studies. This is regarding the current agenda topic, which is world languages. Please call back during item 8. There are no further public comments.
I believe we are ready to take a roll call then.
SMC Chair Renteria?
Yes.
SMC Vice Chair Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson? Yes. Commissioner Young?
Yes.
IQC Acting Chair Munoz?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners. The public comment line for this agenda item is now closed, and I will now close the World Languages Subject Matter Committee meeting.
The conference has been locked.
Thank you, Commissioner Renteria. I am now going to reconvene the full commission. We will now take up items reported from the subcommittees, the English Language Arts, English Language Development Subject Matter Committee Chair, Pantai. I believe you have a motion for us.
Yes, thank you. As chair of the English Language Arts, English Language Development Subject Matter Committee, I move that the full commission approve that the revised draft comprehensive state literacy plan okay, sorry about that. I misread that. So with the changes that we have agreed upon, okay, so do I have a motion to move?
Commissioner Pantai has moved. We need a second. Is that a hand?
Thank you, Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
I second.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Oh,
Commissioner that's me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Commissioner Pantai has moved and Commissioner Costa Hernandez has second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Jarvis? You have your hand up?
I had my hand up to second the motion.
Oh, okay. All right, seeing none. Is there any comment from the state board liaisons? Seeing none. I believe we are ready for a vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Acting Chair Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Andre?
Yes.
Commissioner Estorga Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai?
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria?
Yes.
Commissioner Reston?
Yes.
Commissioner Tonkovich?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson? Yes. Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Student Member Howard?
Yes.
Assembly Member Weber?
Yes.
Senator Allen? The motion passes.
Okay, our next action item is from the Arts Subject Matter Committee. Arts Subject Matter Committee Chair Tonkovich, I believe you have a motion for us.
Yes, as chair of the Arts Subject Matter Committee, I move that the full commission recommend the instructional materials reviewers and content review experts to the State Board of Education.
Is there a second motion? Commissioner Maria Esther Alonso?
I would like to second the motion.
Okay, so I have Commissioner Tonkovich has moved and Commissioner Alonso has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion to the motion? I see none. Is there any public comment from the State Board liaisons? Okay, I see none. I believe we are ready for a vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Acting Chair Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Andre?
Yes.
Commissioner Estorga-Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai?
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria?
Yes.
Commissioner Reston?
Yes.
Commissioner Tonkovich?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Student Member Howard?
Yes.
Assembly Member Weber?
Yes.
Senator Allen? The motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move on to action number 3. Recommend instructional materials reviewers and content reviewer experts to the State Board for the 2021 World Languages Instructional Materials Adoption. So I believe Chair Renteria, you have a motion for us?
Yes, as chair of the World Languages Subject Matter Committee, I move that the full commission recommend the instructional materials reviewers and content review experts to the State Board of Education.
Okay, I see there's a second from Commissioner Renteria has moved and Commissioner Lily Jarvis has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Is there any comment from the State Board liaisons? Seeing none, I believe we are ready to vote. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Acting Chair Munoz?
Yes.
Commissioner Andre?
Yes.
Commissioner Estorga-Almanza?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarvis?
Yes.
Commissioner Pantai?
Yes.
Commissioner Renteria?
Yes.
Commissioner Reston?
Yes.
Commissioner Tonkovich?
Yes.
Commissioner Williamson?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Student Member Howard?
Yes.
Assembly Member Weber?
Yes.
Senator Allen? The motion passes.
Okay, I think we're up for lunch. Is that correct, Denise?
That's correct. 45-minute lunch.
Mm-hmm. So we'll return at, what is it, 12:36? 12:30?
But 12:30. Let's do 12:30.
Okay, everybody please return back at 12:30. Have a good lunch.
Thank you. Denise, will you please conduct a roll call?
Yes. Acting Chair Munoz?
Here.
Commissioner Andre?
Here.
Commissioner Estorga-Almanza?
Here.
Commissioner Chapman?
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Fairchild?
Present.
Commissioner Friedman? Commissioner Gotanda?
Here.
Thank you. Denise, will you please conduct a roll call?
Commissioner Jarvis?
Here.
Commissioner Pantai?
Here.
Commissioner Renteria?
Here.
Commissioner Reston?
Here.
Commissioner Tonkovich? Commissioner Williamson?
Here.
Commissioner Young?
Here.
Student Member Howard?
Here.
Assembly Member Weber? Senator Allen? Board Member Rucker?
Present.
Board Member Strauss?
Here.
Board Member Glover Woods?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And there may be someone on our Zoom who's also viewing the live cast. So if you could mute your live cast, I think we're getting a little bit of feedback. Commissioner Munoz?
Thank you, everyone. Up next is item 8, the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee. I will now turn the meeting over to History Social Science Subject Matter Chair, Manuel Reston.
All right. I call to order the History Social Science SMC. The members of the History Social Science SMC are SMC Chair Rustin, Vice Chair Munoz, Commissioner Costa Hernandez, Commissioner Gotanda, Commissioner Friedman, Commissioner Pantai, Commissioner Williamson, and Senator Allen. The public comment line for this agenda item is now open.
The conference has been unlocked.
Public comment guidelines will be read during item 8A3. Today, the committee will take action to edit the draft ethnic studies model curriculum before the full commission recommends it to the State Board of Education for approval. The action will include posting the document containing the edits decided today for another 45-day comment period in December and January, prior to State Board action, which is expected in March. When we last looked at the model curriculum in August, we made some changes and stated that we would revisit the draft after the public had had a chance to provide feedback on the new draft. The public did provide extensive feedback during the comment period that took place during the month of September, and we will receive additional feedback today. I will open the meeting to public comment prior to our discussion today, but first we have some updates on the process from the CDE. We begin with Executive Director Coates, who will introduce the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Reston. And as you know, our State Superintendent of Public Instruction was able to provide a few words this morning. And as he stated this morning, Ethnic Studies is a course that focuses on experiences, struggles, scholarship, and contributions of people of color whose historically marginalized populations are inextricably tied to our state and our nation's history, but whose stories have largely gone untold in our classrooms. So the latest recommendations to the draft Ethnic Studies model curriculum contain expanded resources that reflect California's diversity, promote critical thinking, and empower educators to lead in courageous conversations that are relevant for all students of all backgrounds. Before we get further into this item, I'd like to provide a few other speakers to provide context for what we are doing today. And so first, I'd like to introduce Mr. Luis Alejo. He's a former high school teacher, a Monterey County supervisor, and former assembly member. He is the author of Assembly Bill 2016, which mandated the creation of the first state model ethnic studies curriculum. Mr. Alejo? Mr. Alejo, I see that you are here, but you are muted.
Yes, I'm on.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you once again, IQC commissioners and board members, and to my friend, State Superintendent Tony Thurman, for allowing me just to say a few words this afternoon on the latest draft of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum created under my legislation, Assembly Bill 2016. There is no question that our students need and deserve an education that is more truthfully and that completely reflects the experiences and contributions of people of color. Today, 77% of students in California K-12 schools are students of color, and our students speak over 90 different languages in their homes. In a state as diverse as ours, our students must see themselves in their classrooms and instructional materials. I want to express my strong support for the latest changes to the curriculum developed under the vision and leadership of Superintendent Thurman. These are the strongest and boldest set of recommendations yet for a draft that has been scrutinized and politicized at an intensity unlike any other public school topic, with literally thousands of comments. While keeping true and expanding the curriculum for the 4 core traditional disciplines of ethnic studies, educators will also have more resources to explore additional identities whose experiences intersect in California. Even when I authored AB 2016 4 years ago, I intentionally built a bipartisan, diverse group of legislative co-authors, including the late Assemblymember Kacho Chajian, a Republican Armenian-American immigrant who was born in Lebanon and spoke 5 different languages. I want to remind everyone that this curriculum is a source for teachers and that school boards are already empowered to supplement their curriculum in their classrooms and provide for distinct needs of their students. And this curriculum was also intended to be an introductory course curriculum for our high school students. This year marks 18 years since I drafted the first bill on ethnic studies as an Assembly Fellow back in 2002. I can't help but feel excited about this historical moment in California's history as we are considering moving forward this landmark, first in the nation model curriculum on ethnic studies and sending it to the State Board of Education for final approval. What we do now will show other states what is possible in a diverse nation as ours. And in the wake of racial unrest and the resurgence of hate and bigotry across our country, the need for a comprehensive, inclusive ethnic studies curriculum could not feel any more urgent. Today, we have an opportunity to use the power of education as a force for lasting change in the pursuit of racial and social justice. And I do understand that adopting a model curriculum that is balanced, focused, and bold is an extraordinary task that may not please everyone by the time this is over, but facing our history is an uncomfortable endeavor. It is time to do what is right for our 1.7 million high school students in California, and I urge you to endorse the recommendations before you today and to send a strong message to the rest of the nation that California's public schools can be the change that we want to see. Thank you very much, y muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alejo. Next, we will have hear from Professor Sean Ginwright. He is a professor of education in the Africana Studies Department and a senior research associate at San Francisco State University. His research examines the ways in which youth in urban communities navigate through the constraints of poverty and struggle to create equality and justice in their schools and communities. Professor Ginwright?
Thanks so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to share a couple of ideas to the IQC commissioners about the model ethnic studies curriculum. First and foremost, we have to recognize that we are sitting as a society right now between trauma and transformation. That we know that the racial unrest that we've seen recently and it has historical legacy. We also know that we sit at the precipice of transformation, but transformation will not and cannot happen naturally. It takes the courage that we see with this commission, these commissioners, as well as the model ethnic studies curriculum that can usher into California the kind of transformation that's necessary. At San Francisco State, the College of Ethnic Studies is the first in the nation, in the world really, to create a department and a school and a college of ethnic studies, because the folks that created that knew that in order to create a more balanced and a more inclusive society, the histories of the 4 ethnic groups that are core to the history of California must be integral in educating anybody, any student that graduates from California high schools. And so as we sit between trauma and transformation, our schools, our curriculum is critically important in moving our state and our society into transformation. We know that from research that ethnic studies is an inclusive and an expansive inclusion of histories and experiences that tend to be left out of conventional curriculum. We also know that from research that when we place this curriculum into, when we place ethnic studies into our curriculum, it gives meaning, identity, and purpose to learning. It means that young people can see themselves deeply in others' histories, and that we create an opportunity to create a more inclusive society. This curriculum, the sort of updated curriculum, is bold, broad, and balanced. And most importantly, it's equitable. And so as we move forward and think about these updates to be more inclusive, this curriculum, and many of my colleagues at the College of Ethnic Studies agree that this curriculum can be the first model and the first in the nation to really create an inclusive society and inclusive state. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor. Next, we will hear from Professor Albert Camarillo. He is the Leon Sloss Jr. Memorial Professor of American History and founding director of the Center for Comparative Studies in Race and Ethnicity at Stanford University. He is regarded as one of the founding scholars of the field of Mexican American history and Chicano studies. Professor Camarillo?
Thank you, and I too appreciate the opportunity to talk with you just a couple minutes today and raise a couple points. I'm a historian of modern America who's focused on issues of race and ethnicity and immigration in our nation cities, California cities and nations and cities across the nation. And I can tell you in no uncertain terms, and you've heard this before, this is no surprise. You've heard people referred to as a racial reckoning in our society or an inflection point, and that's absolutely true. As a historian, we will refer to this as a benchmark in American history. We are at a point where we see so clearly divisions in our society. We see that on issues of diversity, that misunderstanding and ignorance, it prevails among so many Americans. And when I think about the society in which we live, arguably the most diverse society ever created in human history, are we going to move forward, or are we going to stand still, or are we going to go back? And when I think about this as a historian, I think 100 years ago when John Dewey, the famous American philosopher and public education reformer, he was grappling with a society that was in the throes of dramatic demographic shift, mostly from Eastern and Southern Europe, but from Asia and other parts of the world. And he came up with and was really the architect of what became in the 20th century civic education for our students in public schools. Basically, one of the tenets of his reform in educational curricula was we need to equip students to have a social consciousness, he said, so that they are better prepared for as citizens of the nation to deal with a diverse democracy. And so when I think coming forward 100 years, what he was articulating then, it's even more important for us today as educators, as people concerned with delivering public education. We've heard so much about, and we're in the throes of a horrific pandemic and epidemic in our own nation. And I would argue that we can think about this racial reckoning, this inflection point, this benchmark in our history as an epidemic. So there's an enormous challenge for us all. But unlike 100 years ago, for Dewey and colleagues, we stand at a point where there is a vaccine or a partial vaccine for the ignorance and misunderstanding and the lack of education about our diversity in California and elsewhere. 50 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, I could not have argued what I'm going to argue with you now. 50 years of ethnic studies, teaching, and research has equipped us with that vaccine. It's at hand. We can use it. We can institutionalize it. And I think what you're seeing with this ethnic studies model curriculum is the synthesis of that. It gives us a blueprint as educators, as reformers, as concerned citizens. In an age where our institutions are at great strain, democracy, I would argue, democracy is at stake. If we don't equip our young people with the knowledge and the education so that they can effectively navigate our diverse society. The Ethnic Studies model curriculum is one of those parts of a vaccine. It's at hand, it's at our disposal, and the way I view this draft document that you're looking at now, and I urge you to adopt, is that it's a blueprint. It's a guide to what teachers and administrators and districts and students can access to gain that understanding, to educate themselves, become better citizens of the nation, and push us forward during this period of benchmark, this inflection point, to go forward, to make our society a better place with greater understanding. I've seen it work unbelievably well. I helped institute Mexican-American history course in 2 public charter schools in the Bay Area over the last 10 years. And I've seen remarkable transformation of students, not just the students of color, but other students, the white students, students of all ethnic, religious, ethnic backgrounds that can take this information, incorporate it into their knowledge base, and they have become better citizens of the state and the nation. So I urge you during this historically momentous period to be proactive, to take on the challenge. Let's do this. We're ready to do it. We have the resources. We have an abundance of voluminous literature on ethnic studies that we can easily get to our teachers and our students. This is the moment, commissioners, and I hope that you will agree that it's urgent and that we will move forward. Thank you for your time today, and good luck with your work.
Thank you so much, Professor. Next, we have Mary Nicely. Mary Nicely serves as the Senior Advisor to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond and leads his Office of Initiatives. She also most recently served as Chief of Staff and District Director to then Assemblymember Thurmond, representing California's 15th Assembly District. She is a first-generation Burmese American whose parents immigrated to the United States in the 1950s. For over a decade, she has co-chaired the City and County of San Francisco's Asian Pacific American Heritage Awards celebration, led the 2010 Census Complete Count efforts for the Burmese community in Northern California, and worked closely with the White House Initiative on Asian American Pacific Islanders under the Obama administration, and served 8 years on the City of Berkeley's Peace and Justice Commission. She's a proud product of public schools, graduating from Monterey Peninsula Community Colleges and UC Berkeley with a degree in political economy of industrial societies. Mary?
Thank you, Shanine, and thank you, members of the IQC, for your time today. As a first-generation Burmese American, it has been my pleasure to assist the Seaford staff in a number of Asian Pacific Islander listening sessions these past few months. This is not what I do every day. The stories of the API community have often gone untold, so it has been extremely powerful to hear directly from API stakeholders and have their voices be the voices that our students will hear in this curriculum. With the rise in anti-Asian American sentiment since the advent of COVID, there's no better time than now to introduce students, both API and non-API, to the diversity and rich history, contributions, coalition building, and activism we have contributed to this country. This is the time for our students to see themselves reflected in what they learn, both the struggles of their ancestors, but also the triumphs. A common theme that came out of these listening sessions was that our stakeholders wanted to see lessons in a model curriculum that we could all be proud of. I'd like to think that when all is said and done, this has been accomplished. I'd like to thank the Asian Pacific Islander School Board Members Association, Sikh Coalition, Jakarta Project, the many Asian American Studies scholars, Dr. Karen Karamatsu, and the Pacific Islander community for lifting up the voices of their communities. Thanks also to CRAC and other nonprofit organizations that sent in sample lesson plans. I have learned so much about ethnic studies and my own community these past months, and I'd like our students to be able to experience what I experienced in my crash course these last 2 months. So thank you, Shanine and Superintendent Thurman, for the opportunity for me to come out of my lane for a while and be able to participate in this ethnic studies model curriculum process. And I am looking forward to hearing the conversations today and thanking Professor Ginwright and also Professor Camarillo for all of their support. So I'd like to turn it over to Manufo Anawai, who currently actually serves as the statewide Closing the Achievement Co-Chair Initiative of the Superintendent. Manufo is currently the Health and Nutrition Services Manager for the Institute for Human and Social Development, which heads Head Start and Early Head Start in San Mateo County. She is the first Samoan Pacific Islander to serve on the Jefferson Elementary School District Board as well. She's a dedicated social justice advocate. Manufo continues to be involved in a variety of movements and causes locally and globally. She founded Pacific Islander Community Partnership, a Bay Area nonprofit that engages Pacific Islanders in advocacy, education, and empowerment. She created Camp Unity because the voices of her community were not being lifted up. There were no summer camps for Pacific Islander students and kids. And so this was a free Pacific Islander summer camp and enrichment program to introduce her students to their ancestry and their culture. And she's also this has served over 3,000 students. This all-volunteer camp has been recognized by President Obama's White House Initiative on Asian American and Pacific Islanders, and her global outreach is well known. So thank you for being with us, Manufo, and I'm going to hand it to you.
Thank you, Mary. Talofa and good afternoon, honorable commissioners, community members, and esteemed public officials. As mentioned by Mary nicely, my name is Manufo Liainganwai, and I currently have been reelected as a board trustee for the Jefferson Elementary School District right here in Daly City. I am also a parent, aunt, and program provider to the students who have benefited from cultural programs over the past 10 years, which mirror the ethnic studies curriculum model that we are speaking to today. I am proud to share that these humble efforts have had significant impact on our youth and their families. Our diverse history and culture are such an integral part of the richness of local communities and neighborhoods. These gems deserve spaces in our learning circles. Ethnic studies affords us the opportunity to enhance awareness of the numerous contributions, the struggles, and all that we've been able to do in our vibrant communities. The positive influences of having one's cultural traditions, language, and history magnified in our classrooms is truly transformative. These instances create ownership and pride that cannot be erased, but provide for an opportunity for them to be fully embraced. We need to create these pathways that truly break down barriers of institutional racism and social injustices and allow for appreciation and not just tolerance. This is our chance to connect the dots. Ethnic studies is equity. Ethnic studies is inclusion. This is the time for us to allow for this new mindset and shift in our school districts. Ethnic studies is what is needed now more than ever. We need to implement this model authentically and ensure that we are collectively invested in getting it right and tapping in our cultural brokers and gems in our local communities. Our Pacific Islander community has had great success in creating such models. And we have had fruitful conversations as partners with our fellow Arab American and Asian communities, along with the CDE team and our friend, our state superintendent, Tony Thurman. Community programs like Camp Unity, Pacific Islander Youth Alliance, Camp Fatasi, Pali Atamai have built bridges with our local school districts and have furthered their reach to higher education at the College of San Mateo, City College of San Francisco, Cal State Hayward, San Francisco State University, University of Hawaii, and UC Berkeley, to name a few. To date, the first AA program in critical Pacific Islander studies is now attainable at the City College of San Francisco. These are bright spots. We hope that the implementation of ethnic studies can formally expand. I have seen many students embrace different forms of ethnic studies, and I have seen brilliant educators get creative in expanding their efforts in their curriculum because they have seen those aha defining moments in their students' struggles. Let's continue to inspire our young minds. Let them see past themselves by cultivating their cultural antenna. Let's be courageous and vigilant, and let's get it right together. Let's ensure that ethnic studies happens today. We are facing urgent times. This is needed more than ever. And as a board trustee, I'm proud to say that our school district, our board, was one of the first to jump on board when we heard ethnic studies was being discussed. So thank you for the opportunity to share a few words of support. Be well, be safe, and happy holidays to all.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us. Next, we will hear from Dr. Daniel Lee. Dr. Lee is the California Department of Education's Deputy Superintendent of Equity, where he is tasked with helping the entire organization advance equitable practices that support student achievement and educator success. Dr. Lee is a longtime educational leader with a deep background in leading cultural competency training in school districts, and he has played a key role in the development of the CDE's recommendations to the draft ethnic studies model curriculum. Dr. Lee?
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to touch base and give a little bit more information about the comparative studies appendix. So first, I want to take a minute to frame the conversation and talk about creative tension and how CDE and IQC really had to deal with the aspirations of and the vision of the ethnic studies model curriculum, as well as the realities that we're currently living in. And you heard a lot about the realities from all of the previous speakers. Part of that is also thinking about how CDE and the commissioners, like everyone here today, had to hold the space to really deal with the energies, the ideas, the comments that you're going to hear today, even those that are competing at times, in order to keep moving towards a process of state board's approval. I also want to take a little bit of time to share my understanding of the ethnic studies curriculum. And that's really to say that ethnic studies, from my experience in terms of being engaged in the work, is really looking at the idea of comparative studies. How do we lift and elevate voices of marginalized populations, and at the same time highlighting their contributions in our society? And then building on that visibility to understand that, you know, we have to look at anti-racism and decolonization thinking and really answer a fundamental question. One is, you know, why is racism, discrimination, bigotry is bad? And then what are we going to do about that? And that's where we get into some of the core functions of the ethnic studies curriculum and even some of the revisions that you're looking at today. But I also want to share what we've learned during the journey. As we were navigating this process, we really dealt with another issue that was arising. It was a call for inclusion and more inclusion. But first, I want to talk about ethnic studies isn't against inclusion of other voices. But what we have to understand is those experiences have to be centered around and grounded in the experiences of the core groups. And this allowed us, and I'm saying us collectively, to really hold to a core feature of ethnic studies, which is the focus on the core group: African Americans, Asian Americans, Native Americans, and also Chicana, Latino, Latinx studies. But we also understand that all of these groups, and I'm one of them, we live in a context that we do have intergroup contact and interconnection in this society. And so with those 2 points, I want us to talk a little bit about how inclusion developed and evolved in these revisions. One, from a sense of agency. It's really taking the time to understand how these 4 sort of core groups sort of react to and engage in intergroup experiences. Also understanding that we have to center these contacts and experiences around the encounters that these core groups have, also from their point of view. And so that led to a byproduct of what you're going to see today in terms of the revisions, is that it allowed us to think about strategies and ways to deepen comparative studies and provide an opportunity to explore intergroup contact through an ethnic studies lens. So in closing, I want to direct your attention really to the preface of the comparative section, because that really highlights the points and illustrates the commitment to and the complexity of the field of ethnic studies while working to provide balance and inclusivity. And what everybody's to see has been a tension point, but one that it led to what we believe is a creative outcome for everyone. So thank you again for your time, and I'll turn it back over to Shanine.
Thank you so much to all of our guest speakers, to each of you, and to CDE leadership for helping to provide the framing for our discussion today. We're going to move to 2, which is review public comment and review period results. And so I will, before we get into the actual attachments for the item, I'd like to just very briefly, we do have some new commissioners with us, and so I would like to briefly review the history of the project, including the authorizing statute and the State Board of Education guidelines. So AB 2016, as Mr. Alejo stated, required the Instructional Quality Commission to adopt, modify, or revise a model curriculum in ethnic studies. The model curriculum was to be written as a guide and allow school districts to adapt their courses to reflect the pupil demographics in their communities. It also was to include sample courses by local educational agencies that have been approved as meeting the A through G admissions requirements of UC and CSU. The legislation recognized the 92 languages spoken in California and students' needs to have culturally relevant and meaningful curriculum. It also recognized that equity, inclusiveness, and universally high expectations are necessary. This project was funded in 2017, and then the work began. In January of 2018, the CDE held a public input webinar. This was open to participation by anyone who wanted to attend and also advertised through the CDE website. The purpose of this webinar was to receive input from the public, including ethnic studies educators statewide, on the development of an ethnic studies model curriculum. 4 questions were asked of participants. 1, what kind of course outline should be included in the model? 2, what are essential components of effective ethnic studies pedagogy? 3, what are some of the current challenges educators are encountering while teaching ethnic studies? And 4, how can the model curriculum best support district administrators and teachers that offer or are considering offering ethnic studies courses at their schools? This feedback, along with the statute, became the basis of a set of guidelines that the commission reviewed and the State Board of Education approved at its July 2018 meeting. So as I noted earlier, the model curriculum was to be written as a guide, a starting point, if you will, for the conversation that our local educational agencies will have as they begin to develop their own courses. In addition, the model curriculum serves as a baseline to model the SBE guidelines, which includes the emphasis on student-based inquiry consistent with the instructional shifts in the history social science framework, and to promote the values of civic engagement, civic responsibility. If used in its fullest capacity, this document is powerful and only a fraction of the ensuing rich dialogue and programmatic experiences provided by districts in partnership with their local communities to continue, and in some places begin, the journey of affirming, seeing, and giving voice to our students in California. So in terms of some of the guidelines, when I'll only highlight a few of them, encourage cultural understanding of how different groups have struggled and worked together, highlighting core ethnic studies concepts such as equality, equity, justice, race, ethnicity, indigeneity, promote critical thinking and rigorous analysis of history, systems of oppression, and the status quo in an effort to generate additional discussions regarding new possibilities while validating students' lived experiences. The model is designed to be inclusive, creating space for all students regardless of race, ethnicity, class, gender, sexuality, or citizenship to learn different perspectives. And structurally, the SBE guidelines also require a thematic approach is included along with the variety of existing course outlines that we mentioned. So how did we get to where we are? Well, a model curriculum advisory committee appointed by the state board prepared the first draft. And on May 2019, the IQC reviewed that first draft. And in June through August, we posted the draft for public comment. And the draft received the public comment that was discussed at the September 2019 Instructional Quality Commission meeting. We were able to secure a one-year extension to the project's timeline by the passage of Assembly Bill 114 signed by our governor. And the CDE took that time to conduct expert panels, do listening sessions, work with the Comprehensive Center to conduct focus groups with teachers and administrators, and also listening to students. The feedback became the basis of the revised draft that was posted at the end of July of 2020. There were a number of changes proposed to the IQC at its August meeting that were then modified a bit and reflected in the September field review draft, which is what we are all here today to discuss. So these revisions in September reflect the original purpose of the legislation and the guidelines adopted by the State Board of Education. The second field review draft, you will also note that it was restructured from the original draft, ensuring that it was in alignment with State Board of Education guidelines and also for ease of use by our teachers. During this time, the superintendent began hosting a series of webinars designed to bring in more feedback and share information related to ethnic studies. And so we are here today. We have provided you with a number of documents to assist you in having your conversation. All of those documents are available on our IQC agenda, as well as the box links are available by contacting us via our email. I'm going to briefly summarize the documents that we are going to be looking at and referring to today. So attachment A is a breakdown of the public comments received by topic area throughout this process. And please note that the numbers in this table are approximate since we received many comments that addressed more than one topic. For example, someone may have commented on a topic that applied to several of the categories. And we did have to apply the comment to one category because comments could only be counted once. So this is an approximate summary. Attachment B provides a more detailed summary of all of the comments that were received during the 30-day public review period that took place during the month of September. We included a brief overview of each comment and identified whether a comment contains suggested line edits, resources, or submitted lessons. This attachment was provided to you as a reference to help you navigate the very large volume of submitted comments. Then we have attachment C. It is a list of specific line edits that were submitted during the September public comment period. This attachment also contains a number of recommendations from the California Department of Education, which are identified by the acronym CDE in the source column. This attachment was provided to help guide your discussion as you make edits to the draft model curriculum. The CDE notes column includes CDE recommendations where the CDE believes that the proposed edit improves the draft, is based on the State Board of Education guidelines or consistent with those, or corrects an error. It's important to note that many members of the public may have made suggestions without including actual suggested language or a specific location in the draft model curriculum. And so those are not considered line edits, and those will not appear in attachment C. However, they are included in the box link and they are included in attachment B. As commissioners, you can suggest edits that are aligned with SBE guidelines as long as you provide the specific language that you wish to add and or change, and include the specific language that and the specific location in the draft where you wish to make the edit. So pending your action today, there will be an additional 45-day comment period that will take place after this meeting, again, beginning in December. The comments from that upcoming period will go directly to the State Board of Education at its March meeting. Attachment D contains a list of the submitted lessons. These lessons were all posted in a folder on our box.com account at the link included in the attachment. These are the lessons that the Commission can consider for approval in the draft model curriculum. They cover a range of topics. The CDE made edits to these submitted lessons that include formatting, repair of broken links, typographical corrections, and so on. We also made language suggestions and reviewed resources for appropriateness and inclusion in a state document. The edited versions are saved in a separate folder within the box link titled Edited Lessons. When we get to the portion where we are discussing lessons, we will also note that there have been additional comments that have been provided regarding the lessons after the field review concluded. Those are all available to commissioners in the box link as well. The final attachment, attachment E, proposes new language to the existing section that contains all of the sample lesson plans and topics. And so I want to just clarify that CDE's recommendation is that all of the lesson plans are together in one section of the document. The framing language includes additional suggestions for customizing ethnic studies courses and speaks to the intersectionality that Dr. Lee framed for us earlier. Some of the new lessons that were proposed by the public have also been proposed to follow the framing language in this section. This attachment will be discussed as we discuss the line item edits and the lesson plans. So the role of the IQC today is to make any edits to the draft model curriculum before the document is recommended to the State Board of Education. As Subject Matter Committee Chair Reston noted earlier, the draft you approve again at this meeting will be posted for one final 45-day public comment period prior to State Board of Education action. All comments received from this point on will be provided to the State Board staff via our box.com account. And the statute that authorized this project requires that the State Board take final action on this model curriculum by March 31st, 2021. So that concludes our comments. Are there any members of the executive leadership of the California Department of Education that would like to have any additional words? Okay, perfect. I will turn it over to you, Chair Reston.
All right, thank you, Executive Director Coates. And for everyone watching or listening, when I listed the members of the History Social Science SMC, I neglected to include our student IQC member, Maya Howard. So that is, that's my bad. Apologies to you, Commissioner Howard. You are most definitely part of this most excellent SMC. So now I would like to invite members of the public who wish to provide comments to do so. Commissioners were all sent links to the public comment received thus far on the model curriculum. For those giving public comment, in order to ensure that there is time for speakers to be heard, we are asking people to cooperate and adhere to the following practices. Individuals wishing to make public comment must call in to the number provided on the IQC agenda. Members of the public dialing in to the meeting will be put in a queue. When you are called upon, please state the following: commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, and your public comment. A speaker may only provide comment once during the meeting, not multiple times on behalf of other individuals or groups. Speakers will be allotted 1 minute to give public comment. Speakers with an interpreter will be allotted 2 minutes. In order to be able to hear from everyone, we will be keeping track of time and will tell you when your time ends. We have allotted 2 hours of public comment for this item. This is to ensure that commissioners have the time to discuss and act on this item before us. We also encourage you to submit your comments in writing to ethnicstudies@cde.ca.gov. Denise, will you please announce the first commenter?
Yes. First caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Ron Ahrens, and I'm a 35-year resident of Oakland. I'd ask that you please remove
caller,
the one...
you may begin.
Hello, my name is Ron Ahrens, and I'm a 35...
They hung up. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Hussein, and I'm a community college educator, a member of Peralta Federation of Teachers, Local 1603. Submitting my comment on behalf of Armenian
Caller,
Action
you may
Network.
begin.
The current draft of the model curriculum has left West Asian communities to the margins.
Denise, should we check with our telecom services? Let's pause for a moment and check with our telecom services. 1 moment. Denise, go ahead and call the next commenter.
You
may begin.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Hasmik Gagamian. I'm a community college educator, a member of Peralta Federation of Teachers, Local 1603. Submitting my comment on behalf of Armenian Action Network. The current draft of the model curriculum has left West Asian communities to the margins and incorporated in its appendix a reductionist representation of the experiences of only a few of the communities within the larger West Asian American Studies field. Studies of Orientalism, Islamophobia, critical indigenous and refugee studies, and diaspora experience of colonization help West Asian youth understand their realities. Thus, the main curriculum must be written in a way that empowers our communities, not harm. We join in with West Asian American Studies Coalition demanding that ethnic studies practitioners who do West Asian American Studies be brought in immediately to address the portions that name our communities. The CDA cannot adopt the Trump administration's definition of anti-Semitism as it wrongly equates criticism of the state of Israel with anti-Semitism. We request that Superintendent Thurmond respond to...
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Dory Johnson, and I'm a California parent to 3 kids. I love the new emphasis on ethnic studies in our kids' education and support its implementation fully, but I'm very concerned about the narrow approach of the current guiding principles. Please remove the one-sided political ideology and the guiding values and principles 4 through 7 and approve the CDE's recommendation of Attachment E and the elements of balance found in Item 42 of the submitted line edits. For kids to learn critical thinking skills, we need to provide them with various points of view rather than imposing a single narrative based on partisan bias. ESMC's guiding values and principles are based on an us versus them orientation and pit people, our kids, against each other, which is different from the 8 outcomes, which advocate compassionately building bridges, understanding ethnic differences, and emphasizing mutual respect and dignity. The antagonistic principles 4 through 7 should be replaced with principles in line with these worthy outcomes, such as the LAUSD Ethnic Studies Guiding Principles. Please replace the critical ethnic studies approach with the constructive ethnic studies approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Claire Cheticle, and I appreciate your work and effort. I wanted to let you know that the 2019 FBI hate crime rates are out, and 60% of religious hate-based crime is against Jews. We are less than 2% of the U.S. population. My son at 11 asked, why are Christmas hats only allowed in December? He was 11. He had no discipline record. He was thinking of himself and his Muslim friend. He was permanently kicked out of a class by a teacher and principal despite no prior discipline record. My refugees' grandparents and great-grandfather were Jews, and their identity was listed as Hebrews, and they were dark-skinned. My grandfather was killed on the streets of New York, and the family trajectory changed. We sought refuge in California, and now just this week, we have had Jews targeted in our area, kids on social media, threatening rape, denial of the Holocaust, making homophobic statements towards Jewish kids in our community, and this is not the first time. There is still no adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. There is no education in the classroom to support against hate and to support the kids in the classroom. This is not American. We can and need to do better. Hate is hate. The Holocaust alone does not define us. It does not teach anti-Semitism.
That's time. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Nirvair Singh, and I'm a Sikh American. I've lived in California for the last 32 years. My wife and I have raised a son and a daughter who attended public schools in Cupertino. Both are in their 20s now, but they still regret the lack of representation that they felt throughout their schooling years. I sincerely thank CDE for taking steps to propose some form of meaningful and accurate representation of my community in the ethnic studies curriculum, but placing our lesson plans in an appendix is half measure. I beg you to move the lesson plans to the Asian American unit where they really belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Pamela Ehrlich, and I'm a California parent and former teacher. I'm concerned about the overall approach to the ESMC. When AB 2016 was passed, it talked about empowering students and teaching students about each other. The focus was supposed to be about overcoming adversity and the contributions of California's many ethnic groups. Instead, this draft is almost entirely about oppression. It highlights militant organizations and leaders and ignores or dismisses social justice leaders whose work within the system or who do not pass the specific ideological litmus test. Seminal leaders such as Martin Luther King Jr. and John Lewis are dismissed as passive and docile. We want to empower and inspire our students, and we want to encourage open inquiry in history and social sciences. That can't happen with a dogmatic, narrow ideology built into the curriculum's principles and what is intended to guide its lessons plans. Changes are needed for a fair and balanced presentation of various points of view rather than a political dogma based on partisan bias. Please approve the CDE's recommendation of attachment E.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Barbara Wyndham, a California parent of two. Please remove the one-sided political ideology in the guiding values and principles. Approve attachment E and the elements of balance in item 42 of the submitted line edits. We all want ethnic studies to combat racism, help students understand others, and be empowered by studying leaders who look like they do. But the guiding principles don't lead there. Unfortunately, instead, they impose a narrow political agenda on students. They focus on critiquing empire building and imperialism rather than on understanding an ethnic group's numerous obstacles and contributions, regardless of political orientation or ideological filter. If we want to promote inquiry in the classroom, we can't force-feed predetermined answers to our kids. The current guiding principles need to be replaced. The acclaimed Los Angeles Unified School District principles show us how. Please replace the critical ethnic studies approach with a constructive ethnic studies approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Andrew Bai. I'm an ethnic studies instructor at Chabot College and San Francisco State University. I'm here in support of Arab American Studies and Pacific Islander Studies. The demands that we ask for is we ask that align all lesson plans to guiding principles of ethnic studies, which are anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory. We ask that you reinsert Arab American Studies in its rightful place within Asian American Studies, include the Arab American lesson plan, inclusive of content on Palestine. I want to emphasize that we reject debunked definitions of anti-Semitism that equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. And we want to ensure that Pacific Islander Studies content includes coverage in the complexity and diversity of the Pacific by approving line edits 384 through 388 into the ESMC. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
I am Joanne Donsky, an educator who was on the faculty at UCSF for 42 years. I'm also a parent of a California public school graduate. I'm disturbed to see that in spite of thousands of emails and petitions, there has been no change in the guiding values and principles of the ESMC. The problematic guiding principles 4 through 7 grow out of critical race theory, which leads to the highly divisive us versus them, oppressor versus victim bent of so much of the curriculum. Critical race theory, these guiding principles, and the curriculum that stem from them fly in the face of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Guidelines, which state that ESMC must encourage cultural understanding of how different groups have worked together. Please change guiding principles 4 through 7 and the curriculum so that they do not reflect critical race theory. Please use the LA Unified School District guiding principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Janice Farber, and I'm a California voter. Please remove the one-sided political ideology found in the guiding values and principles and approve the CDE's recommendation of attachment E and the elements of balance found in item 42 of the submitted line edits. These changes are needed for a fair and balanced presentation of various points of view that exist within ethnic groups rather rather than a biased political dogma. It is inappropriate to force any single set of political opinions onto a community and then call it representative of an ethnic identity. California wants to encourage open inquiry, but that can't happen with a dogmatic, narrow ideology built into the principles and guiding the lesson plans. Ethnic studies courses should be taught without political proselytizing. We urge you to replace critical ethnic studies with a constructive ethnic studies approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Harjeet Singh, and I am a Sikh Californian. I completed my K-12 education in Yuba City Unified School District in California. From elementary school history lessons to AP US history, I have never heard the word Sikh mentioned. Yuba City has a very sizable Sikh population, yet our schools fail to provide representation because of our narrow statewide standards. I am appreciative that the CDE has taken steps to propose some form of meaningful representation of Californian Sikhs in this new curriculum. However, the Sikh American lesson plan is currently only in the appendix, and we are calling for it to be included in the general Asian American unit. This is necessary to ensure a holistic and connective narrative of our broad Asian American community. Thank you for taking feedback from the California Sikh community to addressing the concerns of marginalized communities in California.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time today to listen to the community around this very important issue and its exponential impact for our young people and future generations. My name is Inbal Rubin. I'm a Swana woman and have served as an art educator for over 17 years in the Bay Area, currently working alongside high school students in Richmond, California. It is our responsibility as educators to make our curriculum inclusive, non-biased, humanizing, honest, and affirming for all, thus engaging our students in critical dialogue that is rooted in our collective liberation. I urge you to honor and align all lesson plans to the guiding principles of ethnic studies, which are anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory. Include the Arab American curriculums submitted by the original members of the ESMC Committee into Asian American and Pacific Islander Studies. Reject debunked ideas that equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. And finally, ensure that the Pacific Islander Studies content includes the complexities and diversities of the Pacific by approving line edits 384 through 388 into the ESMC. Thank you.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Elias Serna, PhD. I'm a president of the Association of Mexican American Educators, West LA. You know, I'm very disturbed by the politicizing of ethnic studies. Even these comments I'm listening are undermining Chicano studies, critical race theory. I want to point out in the fall 19, I believe there was a hijacking when the conservative Jewish caucus mobilized 18,000 phone calls. How does a one-sided public comment determine the epistemic tenets, the pedagogy, the principles of an established academic discipline about race, racism, class, gender, history, intersectionality, and power? Ethnic studies scholars are being left out. Where are they in this? This committee, this process needs to engage more meaningfully and authentically with them. You are redefining the field of ethnic studies, and the ease and arrogance with which this is going on is reminding us that colonization is not ended. You also need to restore urban.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Thank you for listening to the concerns of the community in reissuing this draft. Like many people, I'm deeply concerned with the resurgence of anti-Semitism in our community. It is difficult for my children to see the entire history of the Jewish American struggle against racism placed as a footnote to history, with anti-Semitic hate crime up 72% in California since 2016, with anti-Semitic hate crime nationally at over 60%. The time is now to include the Jewish American people's struggle. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Kay Fisher. I'm an ethnic studies instructor in the California Community College system. I stand here today as a mixed race, Asian and Jewish American, and I experienced firsthand how powerful ethnic studies curriculum can be. I stand in here in support of the original ESMC as created by the original advisory committee of experts. Do not relegate Arab American studies and Pacific Island studies to an appendix. They deserve to be reinstated in its rightful place within Asian American studies. Do not erase any mention of Palestine and Palestinians. It's insulting and backwards to confuse any critique of the state of Israel with anti-Semitism, which not only erases actual examples of anti-Semitism which are based in white supremacy, but also erases the experiences of Arab Jews and Jewish people who are critical of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. Lastly, all lesson plans must align with the principles of ethnic studies rooted in struggles against white supremacy, capitalism, patriarchy, and imperialism. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Amar Rashid, and I represent CARE California, and California's 1 million Muslim Americans. I'm here to say that, unfortunately, the curriculum as drafted is incredibly problematic and tactfully goes out of its way to only focus on Islamophobic stereotypes rather than the many contributions of Arab Americans and the necessary decolonial theories they need to be empowered, which is essentially the whole point of ethnic studies. We keep hearing that this process should not be political, which is why we should be listening to experts like Angela Davis, Robin Kelly, the original 68 ethnic studies strikers, and many ethnic studies departments who claim and center Arab American studies as a part of Asian American studies, rather than cave in to the demands by political figures with Islamophobic concerns. Thank you very much, and I hope that you seriously consider reinserting Arab Americans back into Asian American studies.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Usama Muqaddam, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager for the Sacramento Valley and Central California chapter of CARE. The original Arab American lesson plan submitted to the IQC by members of the original ESMC Advisory Committee sought to provide California students a fact-based narrative experienced by Arab American and Pacific Islanders across the United States and abroad. We're not looking at a version that erases large portions of those narratives and limits them to stereotypes that are extremely harmful to young people who have experienced anti-Arab and Islamophobic attacks. It would be a shame if California, the so-called most progressive state in the country, leads the way in the continued othering of its people under the facade of inclusion and the banner of ethnic studies, a subject in which the guiding principles are anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory. Growing up, I struggled to find myself in America's narrative in my K-12 social studies and history education. Ethnic studies changed that, and I cannot idly stand by and see the very field that allowed me to make sense of the realities and narratives of my fellow non-white Americans be co-opted to further oppress people. As a lifelong student and research scholar of ethnic studies, I urge this committee to make the right choice and reinsert Arab American studies in its rightful place within Asian American studies.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sophia Arman. I'm a scholar of West Asian American racialization and Armenian American studies. I just want to mention to the wonderful committee, how can we, as our people today are on Trump's Muslim ban as we speak, as they are targets of discrimination, refugeehood, and racism in this country, not actually have Arab Americans, Iranian Americans, Armenian Americans accurately reflected within the main curriculum. I want to encourage you that you have to bring in ethnic studies scholars. We do this in ethnic studies right now. You all need to be on the right side of history. You have reached out to area studies scholars, not ethnic studies scholars. You have to have a curriculum that is not whitewashed, nor has harmful depictions of our communities. Right now, it says Islamophobic, anti-Middle Eastern sentiment, and even Red Scare tactics. This is not the curriculum that we asked for, and our scholars have been consistently calling you, emailing you, writing to you. We want to come to the table.
Thank you. That's time. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. You may begin.
Hello.
Yes, you may begin.
Hi, this is Tammy Kim, a California parent and managing director of the Korean American Center, a division of Korean Community Services here in Orange County. I'm also council member-elect for the city of Irvine. I was disappointed at the lack of inclusion of the Korean American experience in the Asian American unit in the previous ethnic studies model curriculum, and I urge you to include the Korean American lesson plans to the current model curriculum. I also want to express my strong support for adding lesson plans for Vietnamese, Indian, and Japanese Americans, along with restoring the Cambodian American lessons. Please also consider including comparative studies in race and ethnicity to Appendix B, along with revising Chapter 3 to highlight the model minority lesson as a foundation to the API unit. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Leah Renson, and I'm a California parent of 2 high school students. Please remove the one-sided political ideology in the guiding values and principles 4 through 7 and approve CDE's recommendation of Attachment E and the elements of balance found in Item 2 of the submitted line edits. These changes are needed for a fair and balanced presentation of various points of view rather than an imposition of political dogma based on partisan bias. The changes will provide a more accurate portrayal of historical events in our diverse ethnic communities, as well as promote more robust inquiry in our classrooms. It is concerning that ideologies like Marxism and communism are elevated and promoted in the guiding values and principles. By demonizing capitalism, the curriculum stunts the ability of our youth to thrive in America's robust economy. Our youth shouldn't be fed a diet of one-sided propaganda. They should be encouraged to reflect on a range of perspectives and develop confidence in their own analytic skills and abilities. Please replace critical ethnic studies approach with a constructive ethnic studies approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Nijgan Ashan, and I'm co-founder of Borderlands for Equity, a pro bono civil rights nonprofit based here in our Borderlands region of San Diego County. As a mentor, as a community activist and advocate, we urge that all of the lesson plans align with ethnic studies, which are anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory. We want to reinsert Arab American studies in its rightful place with Asian American studies and believe that the content on Palestine and the Palestinian peoples is critical to the multifaceted conversation and sides of an issue still about occupation and addressing its people who are still ongoing this occupation. We believe that you need to reject the debunked definitions of anti-Semitism and equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. The policy and state of Israel needs to be viewed at by the lens in which their actions actually.
Thank you. That's time. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Lara Kiswani, and I'm the director of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. We urge the IQC to stay true to the mandate of AB 2016 and to honor the field of ethnic studies. Unfortunately, the revisions fall short of that. Why would the CDE decide to go against the grain and remove Arab American studies from its rightful place in Asian American studies? Even worse, do so without consulting one Arab ethnic studies scholar. Relegating us to the bridge must be understood as a political move and essentially mirrors separate but equal policies. We thought it was bad enough to witness the application of extra scrutiny to our lesson plan, like suppressing the inclusion of a sitting Congresswoman, Rashida Tlaib, but then for no ethnic studies experts to be consulted in the revision process and to shunt us to the appendix
goes against everything ethnic studies stands for and was built on. Would any other discipline be designed by people outside of its own field? We urge IQC to include the November 12th Arab American lesson plan in its rightful place within Asian American studies and to honor the field of ethnic studies. That is the very least you could do today.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Yasmin Abeid, and I'm the Advocacy and Campaigns Coordinator for Majdal Center and Arab Research Center in El Cajon. I'm also an advisory board member for Borderlands for Equity in the Community Partnerships Chair for the FF, a national anti-racist organization fighting anti-blackness, white supremacy, and settler colonialism. I'm calling to demand to include the Arab American lesson plan submitted to the IQC by members of the Original Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Advisory Committee, reinsert Arab American Studies in its rightful place within Asian American Studies, to honor the field of ethnic studies by aligning all lesson plans to the anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory guiding principles of ethnic studies, and reject debunked definitions of anti-Semitism that equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. I'm a Palestinian myself and a recent ethnic studies graduate. Please do not silence us. Our system already does that. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Yusuf Abudaya. It's a shame that you're trying to prevent teachers and students from learning about Palestine and the Palestinian struggle for freedom and liberation from the Israeli occupation. Only through knowledge and education that racism against Arab and Muslim can stop in this state and in this country. Teaching this is not anti-Semitism. I urge you to reinstate Arab American Studies into the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Daniel.
I'm John Wyndham, a parent in Atherton, California. Please remove one-sided ideology in the guiding values and principles. There are different approaches to teaching ethnic studies. Constructive ethnic studies addresses racism, but focuses on civic responsibility and ethnic group understanding. It exposes students to multiple political perspectives and teaches them to think and form opinions. This is the approach used by the acclaimed Los Angeles Unified School District Ethnic Studies curriculum. Unfortunately, California's model curriculum follows a different critical ethnic studies approach, which imposes a radical political agenda on students. Both approaches aim to address racism, but the critical approach leads to doctrine regurgitation, closed-mindedness, and bullying of those with different opinions. The constructive approach leads to critical analysis of multiple perspectives, informed decision-making, and respectful exchange of opinions. Please replace the guiding values and principles and adopt a constructive ethnic studies approach.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Mandeep Singh, and I'm a Sikh immigrant to California and the United States. I moved here about 20 years ago in 6th grade, and throughout middle school and high school, I always felt like a guest in our classrooms. It's important we provide an equitable foundation for our youth to learn from, and I believe that including the Sikh American lesson plans in the Asian American unit is a great start to that equitable destination. As of now, Sikh American lesson plans are included in the appendix, which is an afterthought and an unfair representation of a 120-plus year history of Sikh Americans in California. Sikh Americans are not an afterthought in our communities. We have contributed all over the place in California and in the United States. Let's make sure our classrooms and education represent our actual communities. Thank you, CDE, for proposing these measures and taking our calls. The California Sikh community is always here as a resource if you all need further clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Celine. I'm with the Palestinian Youth Movement, which has multiple chapters across California. And as a community organization that works to empower Palestinian and Arab youth to take pride in and learn about their histories, We know how important it is to fight for educational programming that uplifts Arab American stories alongside other community narratives of the fight against historical and ongoing forms of oppression and racism. For too long, Arab youth have only learned about themselves through offensive and racist stereotypes. And according to the Soros 2020 report conducted by high school youth, only 2.3% of students surveyed actually learned about Arabs or Muslims in school. However, the recent revisions include no mention of the contributions and struggles of Arab Americans to racial and social justice movements, or any mention of Palestinians, despite the fact that ethnic studies scholars agree that it is impossible to understand Arab American issues without understanding Palestine. This is why we're urging the IQC to include the Arab American lesson plan submitted to the CDE by members of the original ESMC Advisory Committee. Doing anything otherwise, including relegating Arab American studies to the appendix of the curriculum, would be to undermine the entire legacy of ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Schick. As a 30-year veteran teacher, I directly witnessed how anti-Arab racism is not addressed by a multicultural social studies curriculum. My Arab American and Muslim students were rendered invisible in current classes, and critical anti-racist, decolonial, liberatory principles of ethnic studies that serve as the foundation of an analysis essential to the lives of all students were not present in any of their classes. Arab American Studies is not a footnote to ethnic studies. By relegating it to an appendix, the CDE sends the message to all our students, and especially Arab American students, that these studies are unimportant. Failures to place Arab American studies in the core of ethnic studies only serve to further systemic racism in our education system. As a Jewish American educator, I also find it abhorrent that criticism of Israel and the inclusion of Palestine is being defined as anti-Semitic. Our job as anti-racist educators is to empower students with an expansive knowledge and to center all communities of color and ethnic studies.
Thank you. That's time. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Samina Usman, and I'm the Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations, San Francisco Bay Area office, and a mother of 2 children and a product of the California education system. I'm calling to urge the Commission to ensure that Pacific Islander and Arab American Studies is included in the Ethnic Studies curriculum within the Asian American Studies section. And using the original model language without any dilution, or to have this issue be deposited in the appendix. Also, it is imperative that we include Palestine in the Arab American Studies, given how essential this is in Arab American culture and history. Based on the comments today's call, we see that there's a lot of misinformation equating teaching Palestine history and liberation to anti-Semitism. Education is the key to combating xenophobia and Islamophobic school bullying, which has been on the increase. CARE California receives numerous reports every year from students who have been harassed and bullied because they are Muslim or perceived to be Muslim. In our last report of the 1,500 students we surveyed, we found that 40% of respondents were bullied for being Muslim, which is double.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, I'm a student from San Francisco, California. My name is Claire, and I'm calling because you should support PI studies and also Arab American studies, because I want my kids to learn about the people that make up their communities in California, and they are a part of this American history and diaspora, and they continue to, these communities continue to contribute to our society. And also, I do not see how learning about Palestinian history is anti-Semitic. My whole life, I've learned about the Holocaust, and rest in peace to everybody that has been part of that. And I think we should still learn about the Holocaust, but it is also important to learn about the genocide that's happening in Palestine as well. Learning about the Holocaust and learning about Palestinian history is not anti-Semitic. In fact, we should all be learning about the systems that keep us.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Rabbi Liat Yardeni from Stand With Us, where we support Israel and fight anti-Semitism. I have worked in education for over 25 years. Education is the key to success. At the age of 11, my own grandmother in Austria was stopped on a train and called a dirty Jew, and her only crime was being Jewish. And 90 years later, I personally experienced anti-Semitism as a student at UCLA. As a rabbi, a mother, and a Jew, I am deeply concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism in the U.S. and the shocking ignorance about anti-Semitism and the Holocaust among young people. You have the opportunity today to dramatically improve this curriculum, and I urge you to do so by adding a clear definition of anti-Semitism that reflects the hatred too many Jewish students face today. Do not give in to those pressuring you to sweep any form of anti-Semitism under the rug. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
I'm BJ from Sacramento, and this is my comment. Arab Americans, including Palestinian Americans, are part of Asian American studies and need to be part of California's ethnic studies model curriculum. Don't remove them and don't hide them in the appendix. We used to call that putting people in the back of the bus, didn't we? But that was a whole other ethnic group. Bring back the Arab American lesson that was in the 2019 draft and put it where it belongs, among other Asian American studies lessons. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, I'm calling to ask you to put Arab American studies back into Asian American studies as originally proposed by the educational experts. I am a mother of 2 young Arab American and South Asian American girls. Day in and day out, especially in COVID, they see me and hear me working and are curious about what I do. I tell them I help bring families together and help people find safety. I'm an immigration attorney. Many of my clients are Americans struggling simply to bring their families here to safety. And of course, my daughters ask, what happened to their families? Where to begin? How do I explain all that has happened in the Arab world and how that impacts our community here? The effects of modern experiences of the Arab world have reverberated around the globe and can most certainly be felt here by Arab Americans who themselves have struggled with their identity as a result of intensified racism, Islamophobia, and xenophobia. And the opposition to the original proposal by the ethnic studies experts only confirms the struggles that Arab Americans face across all spectrums of society. And as such, I ask that you please put the Arab American studies back into Asian American studies as originally proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Manpreet Kaur. I'm a Sikh Punjabi Californian belonging to the Central Valley, and I'm a product of its public schools and public universities, having majored in ethnic studies at UC San Diego. My ethnic studies major inspired my career as a community organizer in the Sikh Punjabi community for Jakarta movement. Even though my community's Californian history was not included, despite having first appeared more than 100 years ago in cities like Stockton. Now, the Sikh curriculum fits better in the Asian American unit rather than the appendix, which feels like an afterthought for a community who belongs to the third most spoken language in the Central Valley, Punjabi, and gave us our first Asian American and Sikh American Congress members and individuals like Dalip Singh Sand. He doesn't belong in a footnote. Sikh Punjabi curriculum in schools across the Central Valley will work to undo generations of language inequity and insecurity amongst one of its oldest immigrant communities and have an impact beyond the classroom. I ask that the Sikh curriculum be in the Asian American unit, not the appendix. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Bob Baird. I live in San Jose, California, and I have grandchildren who will be affected by this ethnic studies program. And I'm really concerned that there is no ethical standards for the ethnic studies. For instance, I have 4 points. No slander or libel against any ethnic group. No political ideology, especially that which targets an ethnic group. No teaching disrespect or incitement, especially that which leads to hatred or violence. No false facts permissible, especially those that distort the perception of an ethnic group. It is necessary to do these things so that this is not perverted by ideological bigots who have their own agenda to follow. Thank you very much. And I think the state of California must create a moral and ethical model for other states in the nation. And as you can see, ethical standards can be quite simple. 4 points. Thank you.
That's fine.
Bye.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Thank you to the IQC for receiving our comments, and thank you to all the youth who have led this and improved public education for all of us. My name is Monica, and I am sharing on behalf of Seeding Change, a national program that builds the leadership of Asian American young people with over 180 youth participants. I graduated from public high school in Sacramento in 2013. We didn't have ethnic studies then. It was community organizations that taught me the meaning of no history, no self. It would have been beautiful if I had access to unlearn the internalized racism and shame in my teen years, rather than carrying it for longer. Seeding Change is in full support and urges you to fully include the Arab American and Sikh lesson plan submitted by the original Model Curriculum Advisory Committee. Arab American, Sikh, and Pacific Islander Studies deserves its rightful place in the Asian American Studies curriculum. We can't have other people erasing and controlling our stories, histories, and sense of self anymore. We deserve a curriculum that uplifts Arab and Pacific Islander voices. We stand with our Palestinian classmates, friends, and neighbors. It's sad.
Thank you. That's time. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Amal Nanavati, and I'm speaking to advocate for a model ethnic studies curriculum rooted in critical race theory, following the current guiding principles. I spent all my K-12 schooling in the Fremont Unified School District. Despite the strengths, one shortcoming in my education was that our social science curriculum was taught through a white, colonial, and racist lens. In my case, this led me to associate American with white, which led to feelings of inherent incompatibility between my Indianness and my Americanness. This constrained me for years past graduation. That tension especially played out in the way I understood my gayness, because I grew to associate gay with American or white and as incompatible with Indianness, partly due to the lack of representation of queer people of color. Our students deserve to learn the diverse histories of all communities that have formed the tapestry of California in a way that's rooted in intersectionality and critical race theory. Our curriculum has the power to connect us with a whole range of human experiences, yet is only at representing a narrow range of those experiences and representing them as the norm. We must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Emma Dolsky, and I'm a college student and a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. As a Jew, it is my priority to make sure that ethnic studies centers and uplifts Palestinian voices and stories of resistance. To support this version of the curriculum would be to support the legacies of colonialism and institutionalized racism that this education attempts to address and misconstrues the threat of anti-Semitism through an Islamophobic lens. At my college right now, students are stressing to integrate ethnic studies classes into the core curriculum because BIPOC students have suffered the impacts of not having ethnic studies in high school or college level classes. You have the opportunity to change this and make the classroom a space where Arab students feel seen and celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Dr. Suzy Badjian. I'm an academic, K-12 educator, Syrian Armenian immigrant, and an elected member of the South Pasadena School Board. I'm here to represent the Armenian School Board Association, comprised of elected school board members across California. We are and have been from the beginning strong supporters of the California Ethnic Studies model curriculum. But we urge you today to hear the voices of all West Asian American scholars, including the voices of Armenian American Studies scholars, and reflect our experiences of refugeehood, racialization, subtractive acculturation, subtractive schooling, and marginalization in the proposed ethnic studies curriculum under the Asian American Studies portion. We want to be included in a meaningful way, not a reductionist manner that literally relegates us to the margins or the appendix of the curriculum. and erases our histories of racialization. The IQC and the CDE have reached out to area studies scholars instead of ethnic studies scholars that do work on West Asian American communities. We urge the IQC to reach out to our...
Thank you. That's time. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Sharif Zakut. I'm an organizer with AROC, as well as a master's student of ethnic studies at SFSU. I'm here to demand a robust Pacific Islander studies and that Arab American studies is rightfully placed within Asian Am. I first want to say this revised curriculum is not only insulting to our community, but to all who fought to get ethnic studies. This recent revision is absolutely anti-Arab and Islamophobic. Refusing to take lead from our ethnic studies scholars and our own community to curriculum that is about us is unacceptable. To completely erase my community, Palestinians, falls in line with practices of colonialism and white supremacy, which are counter to the principles of ethnic studies. We were literally erased. Not to include migration patterns of our community because of the implications of naming the U.S. war machine, is also taking a political stance in favor of war, racism, and erasure that perpetuates anti-Arab, Iranian, and other Swana beliefs. And including a recommendation to include a definition of anti-Semitism, the same one that the Trump cabinet uses, that equates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Dana Elneal. I'm an Arab American with Muslim Students Association West. I grew up in the California public school system where nobody seemed to have an issue with me being nicknamed terrorist and where my grade was penalized when I did an assignment talking about Palestine. I can't even fathom how different my experience would have been if we learned about Arab Americans and our contributions to social justice movements in our classes rather than only being spoken about through a 9/11 and terrorism framework. It's honestly offensive to see Arab American studies being watered down, removed from its rightful place in Asian American studies, and moved into the appendix. The Association for Asian American Studies states that Arab American Studies is part of the field of Asian American Studies, and the veterans of the 1968 student strike that led to the creation of ethnic studies insist that Arab Americans have been essential to the formation and field of ethnic studies. So why is the state denying that reality and capitulating to an anti-Arab Islamophobic campaign to remove that history? I asked the IQC to insert the originally submitted Arab American lesson plan to its rightful place within Asian American Studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Linda Lee. I'm an attorney and an Asian American mother of 2 public school students in Redwood Shores. I'm disappointed that so many callers want to inject the Palestinian-Israel conflict into this curriculum when that conflict is not core to California's history. But if one side's story on that conflict is to be included, the other perspective must also be included. I'm also calling to ask that you remove the narrow, extreme political ideology in the guiding values and principles numbers 4 through 7. Please also approve the Department of Education's recommendation of Attachment E and the elements of balance found in Item 42 of the submitted line edits. The elements of political dogma in the curriculum are antithetical to fostering an accurate portrayal of our world. The curriculum refers to capitalism as inherently a form of power and oppression on par with patriarchy, racism, and white supremacy. There's nothing in the curriculum to balance this extreme viewpoint. This makes no sense when many immigrants come to the U.S. for economic opportunity. Please fix the curriculum to ensure that our children study a range of perspectives and develop solid analytical skills.
Thank you. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Larry Hendel. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I have spent 30 years of my working life representing California public employees, including teachers and university professors. The CDE's proposed inserting a definition of anti-Semitism into the model curriculum, sometimes referred to as the IHRA definition. This definition is a recently created, politically motivated definition of anti-Semitism that equates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. It is the same definition that the Trump administration has been touting across the country as a way to harass individuals and institutions who might be critical of Israel. The proposed definition violates free speech. It violates academic freedom. And it will do nothing to curb the growth of anti-Semitism in the U.S. Our liberal, democratic elected officials should be ashamed of themselves for even considering it. The definition needs to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Lori Myers. I'm a proud second-generation California teacher and a co-founder of Educators for Excellence in Ethnic Studies. I am deeply concerned that the ESMC specifically instructs teachers to study critical race theory as a key pedagogy, and that the ESMC includes the critical race theory approach throughout. Critical race theory is not good K-12 pedagogy. Critical race theory teaches our students that they should be divided by race, and then labels our students as oppressors or oppressed because of it. Simply put, critical race theory literally teaches students to label and judge others by the color of their skin, not by the content of their character. For K-12 educators to teach our students a curriculum built on critical race theory is educational malpractice. We support ethnic studies that build respect for cultural diversity and teaches the advantages of inclusion, but that will not happen with critical race theory. Critical race theory is in opposition to laws, standards, and guidelines, as we have twice submitted to the IQC with specific references to critical race theory throughout the curriculum. We ask that you remove critical race theory from the ESMC's guiding principles.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Mia Summers, and I'm an educator serving primarily Asian American and Pacific Islander students at UC Berkeley, as well as an Asian American Studies graduate at San Francisco State University, a proud product of the California public school system. I'm calling today to ask, one, to include Arab American lesson plans submitted by members of the original ESMC Advisory Committee, reassert Arab American Studies in its rightful place within Asian American Studies, reject debunked definitions of anti-Semitism that equate criticism of the State of Israel with anti-Semitism, include a Pacific Islander Studies lesson plan that covers the complexity and diversity of the Pacific alongside critiques of power and systems of oppression, restore the Cambodian American lesson and Asian American and minority lessons to the ESMC, add 4 more lesson plans for Japanese Americans, Korean Americans, Vietnamese Americans, and Indian Americans, and include a comparative studies in race and ethnicity unit in Appendix D. I hope that you all continue to make sure all lesson plans align with the guiding principles of ethnic studies that are anti-racist, decolonial, liberatory, knowing how they can really transform and empower our students and transform our communities. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to you implementing these changes.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Maria Ramirez, surviving elder and proud matriarch of the Battle for a Third World College at UC Berkeley 51 years ago. We matriarchs affirm and proudly support the original Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum document and its guiding principles as aligned to our timeless vision of self-determination and intersectionality for Native, Black, Chicano, and Asian Americans and other oppressed peoples of the Third World. The current racial reckoning happening nationally and globally also takes on a racist, sexist stance as 2020 marks the 100-year commemoration of white women's suffrage. We proudly remind you that an indigenous matriarchy existed on this land, now called the United States of America, 1,000+ years before the forced importation of white supremacy patriarchy on these shores. This fact, the beauty and strength of our grandmothers,
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Alicia Norma Avicenia Tulua. I am 14 years old, and I am in 9th grade at Seaside High School in Seaside, California. I'm here to advocate for Pacific Islander Studies and Arab Studies. I believe that it is the responsibility of the school system to make sure that everyone is represented in what I learn, and that includes Pacific Islanders and Arab Americans. When I see myself, I am better at seeing others. I support all the demands stated by Pacific Islander leaders, especially the call for approving line edits 384 through 388 into the ESMC and reinserting Arab American Studies in its rightful place with Asian American Studies. Do the right thing. Thank you. Malo Albito.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hafa hello. My name is Carrie Ann Borja. As a Pacific Islander woman and an ethnic studies middle school teacher in the San Francisco Unified School District, I urge the Commission to, one, honor the field of ethnic studies and align all lesson plans to the guiding principles of ethnic studies, which are anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory. Two, include the Arab American curriculum submitted by members of the original ESMC Advisory Committee. Three, reinsert Arab American studies into Asian American studies. Four, ensure that Pacific Islander studies content includes the complexity and diversity of the Pacific by approving the line edits 384 and 388 into the ESMC. Ethnic studies has been both liberating and empowering for my students. They are able to learn about the beauty of their culture, the wealth of their homelands, and the resilience of their peoples. My students are able to use their knowledge of self to make connections to their peers and create true, genuine change for themselves, families, community, and peoples as a whole. Do not erase or alter the stories of my students, most especially my young Arab youth. Sainamasi.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Harkiran Kaur, and I am a Sikh Californian from Yuba City. I'm appreciative of the CDE for including Sikh curriculum. However, I'm calling to include the Sikh curriculum under the Asian American unit instead of the appendix. Sikhs have a large presence throughout California and have contributed greatly to the agricultural economy, especially in the northern and central valleys. Like others have mentioned, the appendix feels like an afterthought for a community which has provided so much for California and deserves a place under the Asian American unit. I would like the future generation of Sikh children to feel safe and celebrated in their own classrooms and learn about their roots and history in California, unlike my own K-12 experience. I hope the CDE will reconsider.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Malolale, my name is Angela Tulua. I am 19 years old, and I'm a second year at De Anza Community College in Cupertino, California. I'm here to advocate for Pacific Islander studies and Arab studies. I believe that it is the responsibility of the school system to make sure that everyone is represented in what I learn. It makes a difference for the kind of student I am and the kind of citizen I grow up to be. If I don't see myself in the diversity of society and what I learn, then I'm not equipped with what I need to be the best that I can be for the community and society. I support all the demands stated by our Pacific Islander leaders, especially the call for approving line edits 384 to 388 into the ESMC and reinserting Arab American studies in its rightful place within Asian American studies. Do the right thing. Thank you. Malo Alpito.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Jaskeet Kaur, and I'm a Sikh Californian native to the Central Valley in Fresno. I'm very glad to hear that the inclusion of Sikhs has been added to the Ethnic Studies lesson plan, but I'm calling for the section to be added under the Asian American Studies rather than the appendix where it currently exists. I've had the opportunity in my K-12 educational experience to attend multiple different school systems, from private, public, to even charter. But just like everyone else on this call, not once did I learn about the origin of Sikhs in California in my classroom, despite having one of the largest Sikh populations where I live, where there is a large history, and where Punjabi is the third most spoken language. I normalize not learning about my culture in classrooms, but I'm hopeful that future generations will not have to normalize this thanks to these efforts. So thank you for recognizing the importance of cultural representation and inclusion of Sikhs, but I hope the CDE will reconsider its placement.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Alina Kaplan. I am a California parent, and I'd like to address specifically those of you that have not bought the myth that the specific college-based discipline of critical ethnic studies is the same thing as the overall field of ethnic studies for schools as clearly intended by AB 2016. Teresa Montano, one of the team members of the original ESMC and critical ethnic studies activist, in one of her presentations displays a PowerPoint slide with a poster saying inclusion and diversity are not ethnic studies. Really, perhaps that should have been made clear to the legislators when they voted for the bill with the objective of giving students, quote, an appreciation for the contributions of multiple cultures, unquote. I invite you to do the following. Tonight, before your ESMC discussions tomorrow, put the guiding principles of the ESMC, specifically number 4 through 7, in front of some family and friends. These are the principles that tell students to critique empire building, challenge imperialist, colonialist beliefs, and so on. Don't say anything. Just put them side by side with.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have allotted 2 hours of public comment for this item. We've come to the end of 1 hour of public comment for this item, and we are going to take a brief break, and we will resume at 2:30. Thank you. Denise, will you please conduct a brief roll call to make sure we've all returned? Thank you.
Acting Chair Munoz. Chair Munoz.
Here.
Commissioner Andre.
Here.
Commissioner Estorga Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman. Commissioner Chapman. Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fairchild.
Present.
Commissioner Friedman.
Here.
Commissioner Gotanda.
Here.
Commissioner Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner Pantai.
Here.
Commissioner Renteria.
Here.
Commissioner Rustin.
Here.
Commissioner Tonkovich.
Present.
Commissioner Williamson.
Here.
Commissioner Young.
Here.
Student Member Howard.
Here.
Assembly Member Weber.
Here.
Senator Allen.
Here.
State Board Member Rucker.
Present.
State Board Member Strauss.
Here.
State Board Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go ahead and proceed with public comment.
Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Kate Chavez, and I was born and raised in Los Angeles. I am a Hispanic Jew, and I attended LAUSD and CSU schools. At my CSU, I took ethnic studies courses that taught about the real challenges marginalized communities face in the U.S. today, including challenges that my Hispanic and my Mexican family faces. It is way overdue that these voices have a space in our education system, but of course, not in a way that harms other groups. In my education at my CSU, I also faced anti-Semitism, and I want to prevent this from happening to Jewish teens today. I want to also mention that half of my identity is taught through ethnic studies, but the other half, the Jewish half, is not. Both sides experience oppression. Both deserve inclusion. I work for an organization that focuses on combating anti-Semitism. My Jewish students in California have experienced anti-Semitism long before the first draft of the curriculum was released in 2019, and it's only gotten worse today. The teens need safeguards to protect them from this hate. I'm asking you to include a comprehensive definition of anti-Semitism, treat Middle Eastern communities, including Mizrahi Jews, equally, and approve all changes that encourage critical thinking in the...
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Victoria Sampere, and I am speaking for Latinx for Quality Education. Now, unfortunately, because I'm on this phone, I'm not being able to bring up my talking points. Here we go. First and foremost, I want to urge you to change the approach of the Cal Ethnic Studies. I agree that we need to have Cal Ethnic Studies, but we shouldn't have a critical ethnic studies approach, but more a constructive ethnic studies approach. So in that view, please remove the one-sided political ideology in the guiding values and principles 4 through 7. Also, approve the CDE's recommendation for attachment E and the elements of balance found in item 42 of the submitted line edits. I think we're all agreed that America is facing a lot of racial unrest right now, and we need to teach our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Mark Bloom, and I'm a rabbi in Oakland where I've worked for 20 years. I'm also married to a public school teacher, have one child in college, and one at a public high school in California. As a rabbi in the Bay Area, I've seen over the years some of my high school confirmation students, they brought fascinating ethnic comparisons from what they learned in class at public school, but I've also seen students bring in stories from their ethnic studies and social studies classes where their teachers have singled them out for being Jewish or supporting Israel and encouraged their classes to participate in boycotts against Israel. I'm very glad we'll be adopting ethnic studies in California, and I appreciate you taking the time to get it right. The first draft was filled with anti-Semitism, erasure of Judaism as an ethnicity, and a lack of nuance. I support the recommended changes to the ethnic studies model curriculum, which include language that seeks to prevent discrimination against any group in the classroom and support the inclusion of the 2 lessons on Jewish Americans. Thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Anya. I'm with the Social Justice. I'm speaking to educators for about 20 years at a public school, teaching and serving versus population, including Arab American. I'm also speaking to some of the small superintendents and the IQC becoming the pressure from science to not include Arab American studies within ethnic studies due to charges for Arab American studies and anything outside of Arab American studies might be reinserted in place within Asian American studies. I fought for years to educate people to the fact that being Jewish, living Jewish people, and supporting anti-Semitism has nothing to do with supporting Zionism. Don't succumb to the idea that the Jewish community is uncritical of Israel as a place of Palestine. Align the guiding points of ethnic studies, which are anti-racist, colonial, liberatory. Do this in the name of education and excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello. My name is Larry Christian. I'm president of Karama, a nonprofit in San Diego that focuses on issues of the Arab and Islamic world. I participated in the student strike for ethnic studies in Berkeley in 1969. The draft being considered today, together with the recommended changes in attachment C, D, and E, represent a step backwards for ethnic studies in general and for Arab American studies in particular. They divorce the idea of ethnic studies from its defining content, and in so doing, misrepresent both ethnic studies and Arab American studies. It is essential that the model curriculum clearly articulate the guiding principles of ethnic studies, which are anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory, and that it align lesson plans with those principles. Such an alignment should include lesson plans that forthrightly discuss Arab and Arab American identity and the central place of Palestine within it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Dana Bergen. As a Jewish American, I'm deeply concerned about rising anti-Semitism in the United States, which is coming from right-wing forces emboldened by Trump. Definitions of anti-Semitism that include attitudes toward Israel distract from this important fight. They serve only as a tool to suppress discussion of Palestinian rights. These definitions have no place in the curriculum or the sample lesson plans. In classrooms, if genuine anti-Jewish bigotry should arise during a discussion of Israel, it can be addressed using a straightforward definition of prejudice toward Jewish people. Definitions that attempt to regulate what can be said about Israel cause real harm. They have been used and will continue to be used to suppress Palestinian voices. I urge you to remove them from all ethnic studies curriculum materials.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Anna Guevara, Founding Director of the Global Asian Studies Program at University of Illinois, Chicago, former elected board member of the flagship Association for Asian American Studies and also Filipino-California transplant in the Midwest. I call for the Commission to include Arab American Studies in the model school curriculum and not relegate it to the appendix. Including the Arab American lesson plan honors the field of ethnic studies, guided by anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory principles. Critical ethnic studies saved my life. Critical ethnic studies gave me the tools to understand structural racism, xenophobia, colonialism, and white supremacy. Critical ethnic studies gave me the tools to care for all communities, including my Arab American friends and colleagues. Learning about the Palestinian struggle is not propaganda, but erasing it is political repression. Placing Arab American studies to the appendix, to the margins, is a grave disservice to our communities and the kind of robust education that our students need. Hollow notions of diversity.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, I'm Jill Silverman, and I'm a San Francisco parent of two. While I strongly support a constructive approach to ethnic studies, I am deeply concerned that the current guiding values and principles, number 4 through 7, are based on an us versus them orientation, pitting students against one another based on the color of their skin, and attacking many of the very systems which provide our students with opportunities for success. Rather than build community, understanding, empathy, and self-confidence, they encourage anger, resentment, victimhood, and violence. They present a Marxist revolutionary agenda while ignoring the overwhelming importance and effectiveness of peaceful social justice activities. Please remove guiding values and principles numbers 4 through 7 and replace them with the 8 Cortez outcomes for K through 12 ethnic studies teaching. Please make these changes so that curriculum encourages a diversity of viewpoints, development of critical thinking skills, and mutual respect among students. Allow all of our students to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandy Shupatinsky, and I'm a doctoral candidate studying international and multicultural education at the University of San Francisco. As a Black American, I ask you to remove the narrow political ideology from the guiding values and principles. I'm unhappy with the model curriculum because it represents Black people as an extreme left-wing monolith, ignoring the diversity of our voices and experiences. This is shown in the narrow scope of acceptable Black political and intellectual thought and the negative portrayal of seminal leaders like John Lewis and Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. Clarence Jones, a strategic advisor, speechwriter, and confidant of Dr. King, wrote about the model curriculum saying, "It is morally indecent and deeply offensive to learn that this distorted narrative is being held up by the state of California as a model for teachers of Black studies." He lists many concerning issues, including the ESMC implies that the struggle for integration and voting rights should be understood and condemned as racial accommodationism, which is a blatant and reprehensible falsification of historical fact. Please replace the critical ethnic studies approach with constructive ethnic studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Samira Jarmakani. I am the president of the Arab American Studies Association. I'm a professor of women's gender and sexuality studies in the Cal State University system, and I'm a mother of 3 children who currently attend California public schools. Speaking from all of these perspectives, I implore you to uphold the integrity of ethnic studies as being about structural racism and oppression and challenging imperialist frameworks in the U.S., and not simply about inclusion or diversity. The best way to do this is to restore the original model curriculum, which included Pacific Islander and Arab American studies. In your last meeting, you affirmed that Arab American studies is part of ethnic studies, but also suggested that its inclusion in the curriculum would be mediated by false definitions of anti-Semitism. These false definitions pretend that discussing Palestine is anti-Semitic, and based on that false and racist premise, the entire model curriculum has been compromised. Especially at this moment, it's critical to uphold the guiding principles of ethnic studies, which are anti-racist, decolonial, and liberatory, rather than divisive and censoring. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Ellen Brodsky, Jewish Voice for Peace. Jewish Voice for Peace opposes the definitions of anti-Semitism contained in the bridge sample lesson plans and proposed for the appendix. We submitted in public comment a simple, powerful, and accurate description to use instead. Anti-Semitism is discrimination against, violence towards, or stereotypes of Jews for being Jewish. This definition doesn't link anti-Semitism to criticism of the state of Israel. It allows youth and teachers to easily identify anti-Semitism. It can't be used to silence Palestinian youth and families or label teachers anti-Semitic when Palestinian narratives are shared in the classroom. White nationalism and supremacy, not criticism of Israel, is the real source of rising anti-Semitism in the United States. This definition respects the free speech of Palestinians and everyone, and the diversity of opinion in the Jewish community regarding Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Kulaya Tulua. I'm 20 years old and a third-year student at Occidental College in Los Angeles, California. I'm here to advocate for Pacific Islander and Arab Studies. I've had the privilege of taking a Pacific Islander Studies course while in college, and it was overwhelmingly inspiring and engaging. To see myself and my culture represented in academia makes a difference in the student and citizen I want to be. When I see myself, I am better at seeing others. I want my brothers, sisters, and other students to feel what I did when I first heard the words Oceania and Tonga come out of the mouth of my professor. I support all demands stated by our Pacific Islander leaders, especially the call for approving line edits 384 to 388 into the ESMC and reinserting Arab American Studies in its rightful place within Asian American Studies. Please do the right thing. Thank you. Malo people.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Hidayah Anai, and I'm part of the Arab Youth Organizing, and I'm a Palestinian Arab student. With all due respect, do you know how it feels to be called a terrorist by your teacher and classmates? If you do, you know it's dehumanizing. As much as I tried to assimilate at my high school, I was always a scary Arab with a hard name to pronounce. I'm defined by what people see on TV, and what people need to define me as will be incorporated in this new curriculum. I'm a person, an Arab, and an American. In 8th grade, a boy told me to go back to where I came from. I'm from America. I was born in Nashville, Tennessee, and grew up in California for 16 years. From then on, I knew the odds will always be against me and my family. I was born into discrimination. This is how I grew up, facing every Islamophobic and Arab slur in and out of school, explaining myself in classes where Arabs and Muslims are mentioned for one day, which is on 9/11. I want everyone to understand that my people are more than what the media will portray us as. We are not the stereotypes. We are teachers, students, healthcare workers, politicians, etc. By removing Arab American Studies, you are removing the existence of people who have contributed to this society and need to be represented in a positive notion, especially in schools. Thank you.
Time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Rachel Gottfried. I am the Executive Director of Jewish Youth for Community Action and multiracial organization for high school age Jewish youth. As a Jewish as a Jewish educator, I need to point out that collectively we're at a convergence point where racism, anti-Semitism, and issues around Israel-Palestine get conflated. These are three distinct concepts with distinct and different histories, impacts, and functions in our society. We can't let this confusion get in the way of 60-plus years of work in the ethnic studies movement and the possibility of centering liberatory narratives for our youth. I urge you to follow the leaders and experts in ethnic studies and throughout the history of this discipline by restoring Arab studies lessons plans to its rightful place in the Asian studies section. These narratives are ones that all students, especially Jewish students, will benefit from. Clearly, there's no consensus in the Jewish community on a definition of anti-Semitism. However, we all agree that anti-Semitism is hatred of, discrimination against, or violence towards Jews for being Jewish.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Chloe Levion, and I'm a student at UCLA. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My parents escaped the Iranian Revolution to flee anti-Semitism to the safety of Israel. It was supposed to be different here. However, as a Jewish college student, I feared for my safety on campus. I constantly got harassed, and now that harassment has shifted to social media threats. You have an opportunity today to dramatically improve this curriculum. I urge you to do so by including diverse Jewish experiences like my family's and accurately define anti-Semitism in all of its forms. Including a clear definition of anti-Semitism that reflects the hatred too many Jewish students like me are facing today. Fighting this hatred means educating about anti-Semitism in all of its forms, including the ones that anti-Israel extremists desperately want to sweep under the rug. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Barbara Parmet. I'm with Jewish Voice for Peace in Santa Barbara. In your latest revisions, it seems the IQC wants to shut down speech in classrooms. Even Kenneth Stern, the lead author of the IHRA State Department definition of anti-Semitism, opposes its use in educational institutions because it undermines free speech principles necessary for critical thinking about both Israeli policy and anti-Semitism. And why do you want to conflate the Jewish people with the Israeli state? Many Jews, including Israeli Jews, join people of all faiths from across the globe in criticizing Israel. Those criticisms are not based on anti-Jewish hate, but on the policies of the government of Israel as a nation state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jenny. I have two elementary schooler. I want to share my daughter's story, and I tell you why I support the aesthetic study, because my daughter got bullied from kindergarten to second grade because of her race. I communicated with the teachers and principal for 3 years. Nothing had changed because they had a limitation curriculums to educate the students about minority countries like Korea. My friends' kids studied at middle school and high school, but they don't know why American soldiers joined the Korean War. Even 100,000 American soldiers and had wounded, and 4,000 American soldiers died in there because they don't even mention Korean War in the class. So I organized the International Fair and Korean Cultural Day at school for many years. This effort really changed the school environment and let students understand diverse cultures and open their minds to the world. We are living in the most powerful country in the world with the diverse cultures, and we should use this benefit to educate our students, creating more opportunities to be a great leader of the world. Difference and diversity should be the power, not a shame. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
S.D. Chandler, Board Chair, Jewish Voice for Peace Action. The definition of anti-Semitism being used in your current draft conflates Israel with Judaism. This conflation is harmful to Jews and non-Jews alike. The conflation hurts the fight against anti-Semitism, racism, and Islamophobia as well. Because when Israel and Jewishness become inextricable, anything critical of Israel can be portrayed as anti-Jewish. At the same time, anything in support of Israel can be portrayed as supportive of Jews. Arab and Muslim communities end up being the target. We need to fight all forms of racism. The primary goal of promoting this definition of anti-Semitism is to ban or criminalize criticism of Israel and Zionism and silent support of Palestinian rights. Justice is not divisible. This harms.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
I'm Penny Rosenwasser, a white Jewish teacher and Kehillah Synagogue member. I've taught an anti-Semitism, anti-Arabism class at City Colleges San Francisco for 12 years with a Palestinian colleague, and I've published an award-winning book about anti-Semitism. White nationalism is the main purveyor of U.S. anti-Semitism, so I'm thankful the Nazi Holocaust is taught. However, criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic. It's also vital for the Palestinian and Arab narratives to be taught so that Arab American students see their histories reflected. In my classroom, it's thrilling to watch students learn from hearing Jewish and Palestinian narratives. They thrive from inclusion and learn to become allies. This is what transformative education is about. Please don't deny them this. Please include the Arab American lesson plan submitted by members of the original ESMC Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Justin Feldman. I'm a recent UCLA graduate and Moroccan Israeli Jewish American. In my time at UCLA, I served on the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Student Advisory Board. I thank you for considering the adoption of Jemana's lesson plan, Anti-Semitism, and Middle Eastern American Jews, and urge you to add it to California Asian American Studies alongside Arab American Studies. The lesson is essential to ethnic studies because it addresses anti-Semitism, which has risen to the third highest ethnic-based hate crime in California. This includes attacks on the Jewish community from white supremacy and from fellow persons of color. Criticizing Israel or teaching Palestine is not anti-Semitic. Relegating Jews in Israel to whiteness and saying the Jewish state is committing genocide is anti-Semitic. President Obama held this understanding. Trump did, and Biden will as well. The CDE must understand Jewish struggles, not gaslight them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Inderpreet Kaur, and I'm a Sikh American. I'm a former student from the Los Angeles School District in California. We are appreciative that the CDE has taken the necessary steps to propose some form of meaningful and accurate representation of Sikh Americans in California. These are positive developments that demonstrate the importance of Sikh representation in this process. However, we are calling for the Sikh American lesson plan to be included in the Asian American unit. Thank you for taking feedback from the California Sikh community and remaining responsive to addressing the concerns of other marginalized communities in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Myung Kim, and I am the principal of Dasam Korean School in Sunnyvale, California. Please accept the API School Board Members Association's recommendation to restore the Cambodian American lesson and the Asian American and the modern minority lesson to the ESMC, as well as to the add 4 more lesson plans for Japanese Americans, Korean Americans, Vietnamese Americans, and Indian Americans. The Korean American community is an integral part of a mainstream American society that has made important contributions as Californians in many fields. I firmly believe that the ethnic studies model curriculum should include Korean American studies in its Asian American studies section. Thank you for your hard work and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Oh, my name is Nora Abdalal. I'm a recent graduate of UC Davis. I currently work with Arab youth in the Bay Area. As a Palestinian, I was excited to see Arab American and Palestinian Americans represented in the initial curriculum created by the ESMC. I'm disappointed by those who are demanding Palestinians and Arabs remain invisible and marginal. They are not only incorrectly implying that criticism of the state of Israel is anti-Semitic, they are implying that inclusion of Palestinian Americans in our movement is anti-Semitic. Refusing to link Arab Americans with Asian American studies and putting us in the appendix perpetuates Orientalism. My family is indigenous to West Asia. I'm in support of critical race theory, as critical theory is constructive theory. Students should be taught to evaluate and critique the world and systems we live under so as to produce meaningful change. Arab American studies is Asian American studies, and criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Christina Gallagher, representing the Jewish Public Affairs Committee of California. Over the past 18 months, JPAC has worked on behalf of our member organizations with the California Department of Education to reiterate our support for teaching ethnic studies in California schools and to help ensure that the state's ethnic studies model curriculum incorporates core values of equity, inclusiveness, and universally high expectations for all of California's diverse communities. JPAC supports the SDE's recommendations for line edits and made available to the public on November 6th. We believe that the CDE's recommendation for line edits are both responsible and inclusive and ensures that the curriculum reflects the diversity of Californians. We therefore encourage the IQC to adopt the CDE's recommendations. This revision leaves space for JPAC to raise concerns with some of the lessons. Further, the Jewish Public Affairs Committee of California is the largest single state coalition.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Isaiah Tulua. I'm a 15-year-old, and I'm a 10th grader at Seaside High School in Seaside, California. I'm here to advocate for Pacific Islanders and Arab studies. I believe that it is the responsibility of the school system to make sure that everyone is represented in what I learned, and that includes Pacific Islanders and Arab Americans. When I see myself, I'm better at seeing others. I support all the demands stated by Pacific Islander leaders, especially the call for approving line edits in 384 to 388 into the ESMC and reinserting Arab American studies into its rightful place within Asian American studies. Do the right thing. Thank you. Malo Albuto.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Ernie Nishi. I am an ABC School Board member. I'm here to support the API School Board Members Association position to restore the Cambodian American lesson and the Asian American and Model Minority lesson to the ESMC, as well as add 4 more lesson plans for the Japanese Americans, Korean Americans, Vietnamese Americans, and Indian Americans. Here's the thing. Civil rights is important, and that's a critical thing that we need to learn. We need to learn about the redress movement. These are the things that affect all Americans. My mom was incarcerated in World War II. She was an American citizen. We can't let that happen again. We need to learn about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Ali Situlu, and I'm a Pacific Islander community leader currently working for the Orange County Asian and Pacific Islander Community Alliance, residing in Seaside, California. I'm here to advocate for Pacific Islander studies and Arab American studies. I support all the demands stated by our Pacific Islander leaders. especially the call for approving line edits 384 through 388 into the ESMC, and reinserting Arab American Studies in its rightful place within Asian American Studies. Your edits to the model curriculum put forth by our leaders is erasure. Reinstate the parts of our narrative that we have decided to be the fullest versions of ourselves in this curriculum. California hosts the largest population of Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders outside of Hawaii. Our communities deserve to be reflected in its fullness in the state that they contribute to the most. Our students deserve to see themselves in that fullness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Uresh Wahalia, and I'm here to support the API School Board Member Association's position to restore the Cambodian American lesson and the Asian American and the model minority lesson to the ESMC, as well as to add 4 more lesson plans for Indian Americans, Japanese Americans, Korean Americans, and Vietnamese Americans. I would like to see a comparative studies in race and ethnicity unit in Appendix B, like they organize at Stanford University's Ethnic Studies program. I think that the current program excludes a lot of these important minorities, and I'd like to see more representation for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Yes, my name is Helene Linker. I am a parent of 2 graduates of the public school system of California. I am also a member of the board of the American Jewish Committee of Northern California. I'm concerned about growing anti-Semitism in our country and in California, and the treatment of the Jewish community in the current ethnic studies program. I thank you for recommending inclusion of the most authoritative and widely accepted definition of anti-Semitism, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance Working Definition, or IHRA, and the Anti-Semitism and Middle Eastern American Jewish Lesson Plan, and urge you to use this definition throughout the curriculum. This definition has been widely endorsed by the Obama administration, the U.S. State Department.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Donna Farvard. I am the organizing director for the National Iranian American Council. California is home to the largest Iranian American community in the country, but the highly contentious relations between the United States and Iran in the last decade, much of the understanding of this community has been skewed by political rhetoric. As is, the current ethnic studies curriculum and revisions neglect Iranian Americans as a distinct community with unique cultural and historical experiences, and in their limited mentions employs a politicized framing of revolution and war. This framing is problematic as it ignores socio-political contextualization, lacks any nuance when referring to the revolution of 1979 simply as the Islamic Revolution, and implies that the only understanding of this complex community is through the lens of conflict. The current draft of the model curriculum has left West Asian American communities to the margins and incorporated in its appendix a reductionist representation of the experience of only a few communities within the larger West Asian.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kamaljeet Kaur. I'm a Sikh from the Central Valley. I am someone who has went through the California public school education system and someone who's currently working for a community-based organization and within the K-12 public school system. I'm here to advocate today for a Sikh American lesson plan to be included in the Asian American unit and not just the appendix. Since my time in high school, which was over 15 years ago, until today, there has been zero change in how Sikhs are represented in our education system, despite our rich and over 100-year-long history in California. The impact of appropriate ethnic study can have on students who see themselves represented is tremendous. Though I'm appreciative that the CDE has taken the necessary steps to propose some form of meaningful and accurate representation of Sikh Americans in California, we are calling for a Sikh American lesson plan and any additional lesson plan from Asian communities that are currently proposed in the appendix to be included in the Asian American unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Anna Maya, and I am an American Hispanic Jewish woman with Arabic and Turkish descent. I am well aware that my ancestry and culture is very diverse, and we need thoughtful education in California high schools to teach about identities like mine. As a junior in high school, identifying as Latina, dirty looks and words such as whitewashed Latina and fake Latina have been thrown at me several times on my campus. I've also experienced anti-Semitism in my high school. I will never forget the day I saw a swastika engraved on a bathroom stall my sophomore year. To top it all off, whenever I mention that I'm a Latin Jew, meaning a combination of both, people think that is weird, odd, or even understandable, or even impossible, which is completely untrue. I want to emphasize a change that I think is extremely important to be included in the curriculum, a comprehensive definition of anti-Semitism in all its forms. If anti-Semitism is defined early on in the curriculum, both educators and students will have a better understanding of what it is. That can act as its own safeguard, demonstrating to those in the classroom what to watch out for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, yes, hi, my name is Subodh Bapat, and I am a parent of a high school student in Palo Alto, California. I'm calling in support of the API School Board Members Association's recommendation to restore the lesson for the Cambodian Americans, as well as the Asian American and the Model Minority lesson to the ESMC, as well as to add 4 more lesson plans for Indian Americans, Japanese Americans, Vietnamese Americans, and Korean Americans. I would also like to see Chapter 3 revised to include the Model Minority lesson as a unit that is foundational to the API unit. There has been a lot of discrimination against Asian Americans coming from the highest offices of this country, and it is time to remedy that by including all these lessons plans by following the recommendation of the API School Board Member Association. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, I'm calling in support of including Arab American Studies as part of Asian American Studies. I also want to call to support approving line edits 384 to 388 into the ESMC. I want to be clear in that critique of Israel is not to be conflated with anti-Semitism. I think you need to listen to the experts that have worked on the original draft, and to listen to people who have been speaking and who are practitioners. I am a practitioner myself and an educator of ethics studies in English. It is so important that you align these in anti-racism, decolonizing, and liberatory principles of ethnic studies.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Akhil Gopal, Jewish Voice for Peace, Los Angeles. The IQC must maintain the anti-colonial integrity of ethnic studies, reinsert Arab American studies into the main curriculum, and remove harmful definitions of anti-Semitism from the latest revisions. These definitions, which conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, not only falsely imply that Jews are collectively responsible for the horrific violence of Israel, but they attribute Palestinians' resistance to oppression to some sort of irrational hatred. There is a long history of repression of ethnic studies, from the brutal crackdown on students at SFSU and Berkeley to the ban on Tucson's Mexican American Studies programs. In these cases, colonized youth learning and speaking the truth about their oppression and developing ways to resist are criminalized as hateful themselves. Now we're seeing that this call is not only for the erasure of Palestinians, but the watering down and co-opting of the field as a whole. IQC members have an opportunity to follow their conscience and do the right thing instead of capitulating to Zionist pressure and removing themselves from this shameful racist history. I call on the IQC to reinstate Arab American studies in the curriculum and remove these awful death.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Hello?
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 We can
you hear me?
You can give a comment, yes?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Hello, my name is Catherine Zen, a trustee board member of La Scada Saratoga Union High School District. I'm here to support API School Board Members Association's position to restore the Cambodian American lesson in Asian American and the model minority lesson to the ESMC, as well as adding additional 4 lessons for Japanese American, Korean American, Vietnamese American, and Indian American. I would like to support the revision of Chapter 3 to highlight the model minority lesson as a foundational to the AAPI unit. Thank you so much for your time and effort to listen to the public comment, and you have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a check for time, we have 15 additional minutes for public comment. Public comment will end at 3:30. Thank you. Next caller, please, Denise.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lee Gu, the Secretary of International Korean Educators Network and Chairperson of the Board of Directors of Korean Language and Culture Foundation. I'm here to support the API School Board Members Association's position to restore the Cambodian American lessons and the Asian American and the model minority lesson to the ESMC, as well as to add 4 more lesson plans to Japanese Americans, Korean Americans, Vietnamese Americans, and Indian Americans. I would also like to see a comparative studies in race and ethnicity unit in Appendix B, like they organize at Stanford University's Ethnic Studies program. I really want all the American students in California to have a chance to learn about Asian American communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, I'm Gregory Kosanovsky of Lawrence Livermore National Lab. I rise to speak against the racist teachings of the critical race theory. As newest census data and analysis show definitively, we finally live in an era when young people treat each other according to the content of their character, not the color of their skin, just as Martin Luther King had dreamed. Some want to erase the love that Dr. King has seeded and replace it with the hatred of Ibram Kendi and his ilk. Ibram Kendi of Boston University is the undisputed leader and celebrity of the critical race theory. His book is #1 assigned reading in all critical race theory curricula. He's also the one who just weeks ago attacked as, quote, white colonizers, those Americans who adopt black orphans from economically desperate countries. Millions of children of color die every year in orphanages around the world from basic lack of nutrition and care. Yet Dr. Kendi would rather they die than be loved and nurtured by white couples. Teaching critical race theory would bring this evil into California classrooms. I urge you to bury this.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. caller, you may begin.
My name is Max, and I'm calling in from Los Angeles. I wasn't going to speak today, but some of what I've heard is really disappointing and shameful. It's a shame that anti-Israel groups decided to exploit this curriculum back in 2019 to promote one-sided political agendas and bias against another community. It's a shame that Jewish students, parents, and educators have had to struggle for over a year to clean up a mess that we did not create. It's a shame that we are still here having to fight for real education about anti-Semitism that reflects the lived experiences of Jewish people instead of the whitewashed version that anti-Israel activists are demanding. To the IQC, I'm sorry a conversation that was supposed to be about uplifting the voices of marginalized communities has been derailed to this extent. But today you can help put a stop to this by making the ESMC more balanced and inclusive of diverse communities across our state. I urge you to make those changes and reject the pressure you're getting to move in the opposite direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Rosa Kim. I'm a school board member of Fremont Union High School District. I'm here to support the API School Board Members Association petition to restore the Cambodian American lesson and the Asian American and the modern minority lesson to the ESMC. I would like to see Chapter 3 revised to highlight the modern minority lesson as foundational to the AAPI unit. In addition to that, I strongly advocate for adding 4 more lesson plans for Korean Americans, Japanese Americans, Vietnamese Americans, and Indian Americans. As a Korean American immigrant, I strongly believe that our students will be great leaders in making positive impacts on their communities when they better understand their cultural identities and what their ancestors went through. It will also lead them to better understand other people with different cultural backgrounds. Please make sure to include Korean American, Japanese American, Vietnamese American, and Indian American lesson plans in the ESMC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Shalom and Chodesh Tov. My name is Binya Kalat. I'm an observant Jewish resident of the East Bay, a first-generation American, and my mother is Moroccan Jewish. I'm here to decry the way that the most recent edits and silencer of Arab American curriculum pits Jews against Arabs and paints Palestinian existence itself as anti-Semitic. I am Moroccan Jewish, which means I am Arab and Jewish. The way that you silence Arab studies kowtows to Islamophobia in this country, to the most right-wing and Zionist portions of my community and others, and by pitting Jews against our Arab neighbors makes me and my community less safe by straining the communal ties we need for the solidarity that keeps us safe from the real threat to all of us in this country, which is white supremacy. All this in order to support right-wing foreign policy orthodoxy. As an Arab Jew, I am asking you to stop working against me and all my Arab siblings by putting us in the appendix. If you want to be pro-Arab and pro-Jewish, please put Arab studies in the Asian studies curriculum and stop silencing Palestinian voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Sesh Ramaswamy. I'm from Saratoga, California. I'm active in the community and president of the Rotary Club of California, Rotary Club of Saratoga. Developing blossoming youth to young adults starts in family and school. Awareness, tolerance, respect for others, embracing diversity is required to enable this growth. I'm here to support the API School Board Members Association position to restore the Cambodian American lesson and the Asian American and model minority lesson to the ESMC, as well as add lesson plans for Japanese Americans, Korean Americans, Vietnamese Americans, and Indian Americans. I would also like to see a comparative studies in race and ethnicity unit in Appendix B, like the organized at Stanford University's Ethnic Studies program. Again, teaching students about diversity, awareness, tolerance, and respect is absolutely critical for their growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hello, my name is George Ravutsky. I'm the father of an 11-year-old child and first-generation Jewish refugee. Please adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. That's the consensus definition by Holocaust survivors, experts in anti-Semitism, and Jews, officially used by 35 countries, endorsed by the Obama administration. It has nothing to do with Trump. Despite multiple lies and attempts on this call to misrepresent it, non-Jews do not get to define Jew hatred, and neither actually does Jewish Voice for Peace. That group is actually the original group who spread the racialized blood libel that Israel and U.S. Jewish organizations are responsible for police brutality against black people in the U.S. After an uproar and 2 years of complaints, they were actually forced to retract it. And by the way, that is actually textbook Jew hatred. It's a debunked lie, and yet there are multiple members of that group on this call pushing you to redefine anti-Semitism. Jews are the #1 target of all FBI-reported religious, ethnic, or race-based hate crimes per capita in the U.S., and #3 in California. We need to educate our students, and apparently Jewish Voice for Peace, about what Jew hatred is.
That's time. Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
My name is Lailan Hewen, and I co-lead Ethnic Studies for the Oakland Unified School District. My parents founded Asian American Studies, and I have a degree in Asian American Studies at Columbia University, which includes Arab Americans and Pacific Islanders, and we include the Southwest and West Asian populations in our API curriculum at OUSD. It doesn't make sense to subjugate these lesson plans to the appendix, and using the 1960s groups does not make sense because California's ethnic categories have expanded in the last 50 years. The removal of Palestinian Americans in the original Arab American lessons is shameful and standing on the wrong side of history. The Southeast Asian and South Asian and other diverse Asian Americans should be included as well, as we serve 47 API groups who do not see themselves. Ethnic studies practitioners across the state are following this process, and you risk losing legitimacy with those of us leading on the ground when you do not include our experts in final decisions. This goes against a primary principle of the ethnic studies movement, which is self-determination. Please reject these white supremacist attacks on our curriculum and maintain anti-racist and social justice principles fought for 5 decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
And then add on. Good afternoon, IQC members. My name is Tia Van Meter, and I'm a classroom teacher and represent the California Teachers Association to the IQC. CTA has submitted comments and line-by-line recommendation on the second draft of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. This recommendation comes from classroom teachers who are going to be the users of this document. What teachers have found most useful are the rich content, practical examples, explicit discussion of teaching practices. Teachers are used to seeing guides that show them how to or lets them see what a lesson looked like. We also recommend that the department take a step forward into the virtual world by using how-to videos embedded in a QR code that will take the first national curriculum for ethnic studies to the next level. Due to the importance of this document, we are recommending that the IQC convene one additional meeting after the 45-day public comment period and prior to the draft is submitted to the State Board of Education. Thank you for your consideration, input from the practitioners in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Hi, my name is David Mandel. I'm a human rights attorney in Sacramento. I speak as an American Jew and also as a citizen of Israel, where I lived for a decade. I wholeheartedly endorse others' comments for safeguarding the liberatory mission of ethnic studies, for including Arab Americans and others in their rightful place, and against the effort to infuse a redefinition of anti-Semitism that aims to protect Israeli power, not Jews. Surveys point to a huge generational change, with terrific young people, including Jews my kids' age, demanding a society that ensures human rights, basic needs, and equality, ends systemic racism and war, and empowers marginalized groups and the workers we've suddenly discovered to be so essential, all over the interests of profiteers who seek to keep us divided. If the mission of ethnic studies is reduced to diversity, if marginalized groups are pushed into an appendix, and if the deniers of Palestinian rights are allowed to inject their false narrative, a generation of young people will not be fooled for long. Hear their voices and get on the right side of history for the sake of a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin.
Good afternoon, IQC members. My name is Daley Jordan Cook, and I'm a retired classroom teacher and one of CTA's liaisons to the IQC. I encourage the IQC to consider CTA's comments and recommendations. Our members support a vibrant and robust ethnic studies curriculum. We believe that student participation in ethnic studies has positive effect on the overall achievement of students. Those positive benefits include strengthening knowledge of the foundational ideals upon which democracy is built. We wholeheartedly recommend a universal TK-12 curriculum built on the platform of the Common Core standards, literacy, inquiry, critical thinking, and depth of knowledge. We strongly emphasize that this guide promote ongoing, relevant, professional learning to ensure that educators teach ethnic studies with a strength-based mindset that embodies the core values and principles of ethnic studies. Thank you for considering input from practitioners in the field.
Thank you. Next caller, you may begin. Caller, you may begin.
Nora Sarsour, a parent, a resident of San Bernardino County, and director of a first-gen persistence and retention program. Putting the Arab American community in the appendix and removing us from Asian American studies without even talking to us is exactly what they shove everyone to the back. I have dealt with educators who have tried to pull the hijab off of the student, had students debate Palestine and Israel, framing Palestinians as losers, and even asked their students to profile people based on the language they speak, saying that all Muslims are Arabic. These are all educators who did not have a history with ethnic studies and did not experience that education. I implore you to do the right thing so I don't have to deal with it on my job and have to deal with an aggressive workplace. Please do the right thing, and until this committee does it, I'm going to have to face the brunt of it as a professional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have come to the end of public comment. We appreciate all of the public comments, and know the IQC will be taking all of the public comment into consideration as they deliberate today, and CDE will also be providing any clarification on CDE's recommendations when the IQC gets to those particular portions in their deliberation. Right now, we are going to pause and return at 3:40. Thank you.
Acting Chair Munoz.
Here.
Commissioner Andre.
Here.
Commissioner Storga-Almanza.
Here.
Commissioner Chapman.
Present.
Commissioner Costa Hernandez.
Here.
And each of the people are top position, but some way to be helpful. So he wrote out some positions that might be interesting.
Commissioner Fairchild.
You're muting.
Commissioner Fairchild.
Present.
Commissioner Friedman.
Yes.
Commissioner Gotanda.
Here.
Commissioner Jarvis.
Present.
Commissioner Pantai.
Here.
Commissioner Renteria.
Here.
Commissioner Reston.
Here.
Commissioner Tonkovich.
Present.
Commissioner Williamson.
Here.
Commissioner Young.
Here.
Student Member Howard.
Here.
Assembly Member Weber.
Here.
Senator Allen.
Here.
State Board Member Rucker.
Present.
State Board Member Strauss.
Here.
State Board Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Thank you.
Member Reston.
All right, so thank you again to everybody who provided public comment today. We will be taking those comments into consideration as we deliberate the proposed edits to the Ethnic Studies model curriculum. So now I'd like to turn our discussion of the public feedback I would like to turn to our discussion of the public feedback and our edits to the draft model curriculum. We will use attachments C and D as our guide. Attachment C has all of the proposed line edits from the public comment and the CDE's recommendations listed in the order that they appear in the document. Attachment D has all of the submitted lesson plans. We will go through Attachment C section by section, preface, chapter 1, chapter 2, etc. If commissioners would like to add any further edits that are aligned to the statute and SBE guidelines, they can do so when they get to the appropriate point where that edit would be included. Prior to the discussion of each section, Executive Director Coates will provide us with information for that section. On each section, I will ask members of the SMC whether there are any edits that are aligned with statute and SBE guidelines on that section that they would like to recommend to the full commission. If at all possible, please provide your suggestions in page order. Next, I will ask any commissioners, including those not on the SMC, if there are any edits listed or any additional edits that they would like to suggest for that section. In both cases, commissioners wishing to nominate an edit must use the raise hand feature of Zoom, and I will acknowledge you. The staff will highlight the nominated edits in green as we make them and add in and highlight any additional nominated edits. The document that we are highlighting is publicly available at https://bit.ly, that's bit.ly/item 8A_attach CD. Then I will ask the SBE liaisons if there are any comments they would like to make. Once all nominations have been made for that, I will ask staff to summarize the nominated edits and call for line edit decisions on those edits. Line edit decisions are to indicate whether a majority of the SMC and the commissioners agree with the nominated edits at this time. Majority is half plus 1. There are 9 SMC members present. Therefore, SMC majority is reached when there are 5 members in agreement. There are 18 commissioners present. Therefore, commission majority is reached when there are 10 commissioners in agreement. Prior to the line edit decision, if any commissioner disagrees with any of the nominated edits on that section, they should say so, and we will discuss and do a line edit decision on those items separately. Otherwise, we will do a line edit decision for each group of nominated edits for the section or pages we are on as a whole. The first line edit decision will be conducted by the members of the SMC by using the yes/no feature on Zoom, found under Participants tab on the bottom of your screen. I do believe for today the yes/no feature is not showing. Therefore, we may have to use the raise hand feature for that.
That's correct. We will use the raise hand feature. We will raise hand first for yes and then raise hand for no. Thank you.
Perfect. Once the SMC has completed line edit decisions on all nominated edits in the section, including those to be checked separately, we will ask the full commission to participate in selected line edit decisions for the section. This will not only provide valuable feedback to the SMC regarding the full commission's position before it makes a final vote to recommend a revised draft to the full commission, but will also hopefully allow for a much more focused and efficient consideration of the document by the full commission. Any nominated edits that do not achieve majority in the SMC will be highlighted red. Nominated items that achieve majority in the SMC but that lack a majority among the full commission at this time will be highlighted yellow. They will be considered temporarily passed by the SMC leading up to the SMC's official vote to forward the revised document to the full commission, but are highlighted yellow for informational and tracking purposes as the document moves to the full IQC. The SMC's official vote to move the document forward to the full commission will take place in item 5. Do note that this attachment has a lot of pages, so we will need to move swiftly. Are there any questions about this process? If so, please use the raise hand feature. All right, seeing no raised hands, let's begin with the preface. Executive Director Coates, will you provide remarks on the preface?
Certainly. So the model curriculum includes a preface that expresses the intent of the document, referencing the original legislation and the state board's guidelines. It also sets forth the focus of the model curriculum. which is a focus on the 4 foundational disciplines: African American, Chicano Latino, Native American, and Asian American studies, while affording local educational agencies the flexibility to adapt the curriculum to address the demographics and diversity of the classroom. The CDE recommended edits to the preface are clarifying and aligned with the statute and the State Board of Education guidelines. This body, meaning the IQC, does not have the authority to make edits to the statute or to the SBE guidelines. We also recommended additional framing language to underscore that ethnic studies is a useful course for all students, a key component of education in the 21st century, and will serve to strengthen our democracy. Further, we recommend that the 4 themes are maintained. Back to you, Member Rustin.
Okay, thank you. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on the preface in its entirety, pages 2 through 8 in attachment C?
I just move that we accept the CDE's edits.
I see Commissioner Freeman's hand. Commissioner Freeman?
I just have a question of clarification since I haven't done this before. So I just want to ask, it seemed like a lot of comments had to do with the structure. I haven't seen a table of contents for how it all fits together. And there were quite a few comments, as we all heard, about what people perceived as kind of like the A list and the B list, you know, and nobody wants to be on the B list. Everybody wants to be on the A list. Is there a way to manage this? And do we have a table of contents that shows how this is structured so we can take a look at how that dynamic is set up?
Right. So we are working off of the September field review draft. And so that draft, you will be able, and you could pull up and be able to see the structure of the document. I think that it might be most helpful if we work through the edits and the issues regarding structure seemed to take place when we talk about chapter 3 and also the sample lesson plans. I would propose that we take a look, if you haven't, at the field review draft, and then that when we get to those sections, that we can bring up the topic of structure within the context of that discussion.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Senator Allen moved that we move forward with the CDE recommendations for the preface. I'm going to call on, I see hands from Commissioner Gotanda and Commissioner Williamson. Commissioner Gotanda?
I was just going to second Senator Allen's motion.
Commissioner Williamson?
I actually wanted to take a really quick look at line item number 8. It would be on the preface, it would be page 4 for line 65, number yes. Just the idea of adding that possible sentence there where it talks about augmenting and deepening if these LEAs are going to adapt rather than scaling down any of the 4 main disciplines.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would support that.
A question for Executive Director, briefly, just procedural question. Do we deal with that separate from Senator Allen's motion to go ahead with the CDE recommendations, since the item number 8 is listed as intentionally blank? Is that separate discussion, or are we open for discussing each of these items?
We're open for discussing. We can highlight any of these in this section, the preface that we are currently working on. We can highlight any of them green. If there is any edit that any of the commissioners feel should be pulled from a group majority check, then we can discuss that particular edit separately. But at this time, we can add all of them, highlight them green, add them to the group discussion.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, in that case, I do have a question, I suppose, about recommended edit number 2, which is for the preface, page 3, line 41. It's to change the footnote regarding the definition of race. So I'm concerned about that particular definition, which is a Britannica.com definition, simply because I recall hearing from the ethnic studies community that in regards to race within ethnic studies, much of the discussion is about race as a social construct. And this definition here seems to focus on sort of like a anthropological, almost like a biological sciences type definition. So I looked for a ethnic studies definition of race through the public comments, and I found one that I would like to propose be, I think it could just be added to what's already here, just a line or two to add to this to make sure it fits within the realm of ethnic studies as a discipline. So how do I go about, another procedural question, do I just reference that particular public comment? It's, I have it pulled up on my screen. Or do I read out the actual edit itself?
I will ask the CDE staff that's taking notes, what's easiest for you in this particular case? Do you prefer Member Rustin to just state his definition, or do you prefer to copy and paste from the particular public comment?
Well, let's see how long it is. Why don't I go ahead and just read it out and see if I can capture it.
Sure. Well, this comes from a public comment submitted by the Trans and Queer Racial Educational Justice Coalition, and they asked that we please update or append the definition. In the text that they offer states, in ethnic studies, race is a neo-colonial social construction. It is viewed as a quote unquote master category based upon a Eurocentric biological fallacy that is central to inequitable power relations in society. And I think that, like, right ahead of what the current footnote is, molds the two together. I could also paste that in the chat if that would be helpful for the other members of the SMC to see it, because I know it's a lot of text.
So anything placed in the chat also has to be available to the public, and since the public's not on Zoom, we could do one or two things. You could say it back slowly, or we can pull that and copy it and paste it from that public comment. Just depends on, can you give us the date of the public comment that you're pulling from?
This is one of the ones from September 30th, and it's labeled TQREJ Coalition. However, there are several different comments from them, so I don't know which exact one to make it even easier, but yeah, it's labeled as TQREJ Coalition.
What page is on? I'm on the document right now.
All right, there we go.
Can you cite the page? Do you know the page, Member Rustin?
The page of the public comments, or the page
that the definition is on?
Where the definition of race currently is,
or in the document, in the public comment document you're referencing?
Page 2.
Which comment?
It's labeled as TQREJC. I have a few of them open. Let me see if it's on any of the other ones from other dates. I definitely do not want to hold up the whole process.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Would it be, what if we were to do something like, say there are different people have different definitions, and here are two different definitions?
I mean, speaking just for myself, I guess my main concern is whatever working definition the ethnic studies, the the original Model Curriculum Advisory Committee was working with. I just want to make sure this reflects that. So I don't think they were working off the Britannica definition. So I don't know. I see some hands up. I'm going to call on our student board member. Perhaps she has some thoughts on this. Commissioner Howard?
I just have a clarifying question.
Sure.
Are you proposing that we have both that new definition and the Britannica definition, or is it more like a replacement or a combination?
Well, that's a great question. According to the public comment, it asked that we update/append. So I believe this is more of the append category. I think this is just to make sure that social construction is reflected in there, because as it reads right now, it reads like a very scientific definition, which is not helpful in ethnic studies.
Member Rustin, I think
Sure.
that it would be acceptable for you to paste it in the chat and for us to just paste it directly where the public can view it in this document that's publicly available, and that would be fine. So if you want to do that.
Sure. I will do that. Chat, all panelists. Okay, there we have it. Excuse that typo in the beginning, but it reads, in ethnic studies, quote unquote, race is a neocolonial social construction. It is viewed as a quote unquote master category based upon a Eurocentric biological fallacy that is central to inequitable power relations in society. It is my understanding, and I'm open for discussion on this, but it is my understanding that this brings the definition closer to ethnic studies discipline than the current one that is there.
And just as a matter of process, that definition, because you have added it, would be selected green and at this point, at this juncture. And then a member may pull it to have a separate vote if they wish.
Understood. So then do we move on to other proposed edits, or are we?
Yes, we want to gather all of the proposed edits for the preface.
Sure. I see a hand from Commissioner Friedman.
The definition that we have here now, just to clarify, is from the department, the California Department of Education, the first one, right?
No, actually, the definition.
This one, it says CDE recommends. Where does that come from?
So this definition here was proposed by ICS. You can see the contributor of the public comment.
I see. And CDE recommends it.
Well, so this definition is already included in the draft, and the ICS included some additional content, I think a source document.
Okay.
So, but we will take the lead of the IQC.
Okay. I don't understand what this means, actually. This second definition.
The one that was just added?
Yeah, I don't know what neocolonial social construction means. I don't understand what this means.
Sure. So the existing one, which we see recommended by, or on the recommended edits, yes. What stands out to me is genetic studies, biogenetically distinct races, which harkens to the anthropological, biological study of race. Social construction is the understanding that there is no actual science. There's no scientific standing between different races in terms of different races being biologically distinct from each other. Therefore, we operate in a world where we believe race to be real. It's constructed, but it's socially constructed. It's not scientifically real. So by adding this, it melds the two together. So I don't.
And what does neo-colonial mean?
Neo-colonial? Well, this is the understanding that this is something that has happened in more recent times in our modern colonial existence. So I know myself, just speaking for myself, as a Black male, this social construction of race, if you trace the history of it, you could trace it right back to slavery and trying to legitimize the use of human beings in slave labor. So that's part of the modern era of colonialism. And yeah, I don't know if that was helpful either. We do have an ethnic studies major on the commission, and I know she's not on our SMC, but you know, by any means, if our new commissioner, Kimberly, has any thoughts about that, perhaps when we get to the full commission, she could help out there. I definitely am not a ethnic studies scholar. I'm just trying to keep the language in line with their discipline. I see a hand from Commissioner Gotanda and then Commissioner Allen.
Just a quick clarifying question. So this new definition that we've added, do we have a source other than the people who submitted it? Where did the actual definition come from?
I don't have an answer. That's a good question. I'm not sure where they pulled their definition from, but their definition is the one that I personally am familiar with from my own studies. But
okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Sure. Senator Allen?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I guess, so what I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm reading carefully the one that the CDE, you know, was recommending. And I guess it seems to me that the definition, the issues that you have with this, that you're advocating for, are addressed in the original definition, because it talks about how, you know, this idea of biogenetically distinct races was refuted. And now scholars argue that races are cultural inventions reflecting specific attitudes and beliefs that were imposed on different populations in the wake of Western European conquest beginning in the 15th century, which is the Eurocentric biological fallacy. So I guess I push back on the idea that somehow this definition that's here is, you know, contra to what you're talking about. I mean, you know, it seems as though they're specifically refuting the argument of biogenetically distinct races in this definition. Now, look, I also understand, you know, a lot of what we're going to be talking about here is going to involve lots of different perspectives and different views. And I suppose what I would suggest, if you feel strongly about this other definition, is that we put both in, and we say, you know, there are different ways of viewing this, and here are two similar but alternative definitions.
Oh yes.
So yeah, that's just a suggestion.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, I'm definitely not saying replace this definition. I'm saying just perhaps add this line to make sure that it's in keeping with similar definitions that students will be coming across probably in their ethnic studies text. Just that framing of social construction. I think both of them together is the way to go. I'm certainly not suggesting we not approve this one.
And the idea you just present them as these two definitions. Is that the idea?
Yes, and I don't even know that they're separate. They are complementary. Yeah. All right, so I see three hands. I see our student board member, Commissioner Howard. I see our Assembly Member Weber and Commissioner Friedman. So let's go in that order, which is just the order that's on my screen. So Commissioner Howard.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I want to voice my support for having the two definitions, because I think it would be really beneficial to start off the discussion with that mindset of deconstructing the idea of race, rather than trying to introduce that mindset as we go through the process. And I think that what's important about that second definition is bringing in the power relations, because the first one talks about it being the sort of cultural construct, but the second one brings in the power relations. And so I see that that's an important part of that. But I agree. I don't know if Commissioner Friedman was saying this, but sort of something that occurred to me as she was talking was, I think that the language of the second one is a little bit inaccessible maybe to students, and that would be my only concern with that, but I don't have an alternative to propose, so that's just my comment.
Sure, thank you. Assemblymember Weber.
Yes, I was simply going to say that they both say the same thing with a different kind of slant to it, but they both address the issue that race itself is really doesn't, as people argue, race doesn't really exist in any biological sense or any birth kind of sense. But what happens is that we have created races, and those races have been based upon suppression of other individuals in a very colonial sense in terms of master categories and so forth and so on. So I think they say the same, they do say the same thing, but they're saying it differently. And ethnic studies folks normally use the language of the second one in terms of looking at neo-colonial kinds of issues, social constructs, master race, Eurocentric ideas, so forth and so on. And so it speaks more of the language of ethnic studies in the second one. The first one is just the typical Britannica definition that, you know, some people take and then dismiss the other part, which is not very good that they do, because then they're missing out on as someone pointed out, the power dynamics that exist. And oftentimes people will take the first one, the Britannica one, and read just the beginning part and then dismiss the whole concept of race and say, well, there's no such thing as race, and it's proven in Britannica that there really isn't, and we're just imagining it. And the others are saying that may exist in a biological sense, but in reality, it does exist in power relationships and what happens to people. So, you know, using them both, I think, is a good thing. I'd probably put the ethnic studies one first, but it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Friedman.
I agree with many of the points that were made by both the two previous speakers, Assemblymember Weber and also with Maya Howard. But my clarification question is, does this have to be understandable by most people, especially like a high school kid? I mean, if we're using a lot of jargon that some people know what this means, but people who haven't really been in that world don't know what we're talking about, do we have to be concerned about that and making the language be accessible to most people who read it?
That's a great question. I certainly have thoughts on that, but I don't want to hog the space. I don't know if anybody else wanted to address that. I don't see any other hands at the moment, but I know we have had discussions in the past during these meetings about the language used in this document. And so looking at the definition addition, neo-colonial and social construction and Eurocentric, these are all fundamental vocabulary terms within ethnic studies. So somebody who isn't studying ethnic studies would perhaps need to learn those, but students within their first few weeks in ethnic studies, that would be what they're learning. So I believe these are precise, this is precise academic language. So one would learn it as they study the discipline, but it wouldn't necessarily make sense to somebody who's not studying the discipline. Similar to other curriculums that might be out there, science curriculums, for example. I might not know all the science terms, but if I'm in that class or if I'm teaching that, I will know that academic language. But yes, that has been a concern during these discussions for sure. I see a hand from Board Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Rustin. I just wanted to kind of respond to that as well. It is important that the language in the curriculum is understandable and accessible, true to the field of ethnic studies, but also something that can be understood well by the educators who would be teaching it, as well as the students who would be learning it.
Yes. All right, so at this point, I believe, are there any other edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward from the preface? I see a hand from Senator Allen.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the way that it's written right now on our screens is that this is just I guess the point is we would present this as another alternative definition. I'm sure that'll happen, because if you're sourcing the Britannica one, then you're going to have to figure out it. Then you're going to have to clarify that this is from a different source, I suppose. So I guess I assume that's going to have to happen as part of including these two definitions together. But I just want to make sure that's clear, because I'm not sure it's entirely clear as to what we have on our screen, but I'm sure you guys will figure that out.
So currently currently the first definition is listed as a footnote within the preface. And so the second definition, if this is a nominated edit, would be an additional footnote. So I have the proposal to put the member Reston's or Commissioner Reston's suggested edit first, is in the notes there, but these would both be footnotes in the preface.
And they would be, and they would just be presented as two ways of defining race for the purposes of this study.
If you would like us to add language to that effect, we can add that to this document so that we're clear about what the body would like to see.
That would make sense to me, but yeah.
Would you like us to add language? Can we add that language now if that's language that you would like to propose?
I mean, I trust you guys to figure out some language that's responsive to what I'm raising.
CDE, can you make a note that we are to add a language that, and could you just paraphrase, Senator Allen, your suggestion just one more time so that we can capture it appropriately?
Just that there are different definitions of the term race for the purposes of ethnic studies, and here are two complementary but slightly different definitions. Something along those lines. I mean, I'm
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any additional edits from this section that other members of the SMC would like to nominate from the preface? All right, and then another procedural question. At this point, is this when I turn it over to the full IQC?
Yes, so any commissioners may now nominate edits in the preface.
All right, so are there any edits that any other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward on the preface in its entirety, pages 2 through 8 in attachment C? If so, please raise your hand. I see a hand from Commissioner Friedman and a hand from Senator Allen. Commissioner Friedman?
And number 4, footnote about ethnicity, seems it would be good to add the word religion to the definition of ethnicity.
Yes, that is in the current recommendation for number 4, the addition of religion there.
Good. I'm glad. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I believe as it stands right now, each of these edits that has CDE recommends within the CDE notes, each of those is currently highlighted green. So now the question is if there are any additional ones which are not already recommended that any commissioner on the IQC would like to move forward. If so, please raise your hand. I do not see any hands raised. Commissioner Tokovich? I see Commissioner Tokovich. I'll call on her first.
Sorry, I was muted. Could you please remind me when it's highlighted in green, what that means? I just don't remember what that meant.
Sure. So green means that we are moving forward with those edits. I see a hand from Commissioner Fairchild.
Thank you very much. I just had a quick question. I know that there was a reference to the source for adding that second definition. And do we feel that we need to add a source, or is that I just want understanding, is that just
Sure.
a like common definition, or is there a way that we can source so that it is
Correct, right.
backing of
A good idea.
the ethnic studies group? I know that it's very common. I'm with it. I don't have a source. I'm frantically looking right now to see if I can find one, and I can't. But I feel that helps validate the addition.
Certainly, I agree. There might be a citation in the comments. So many comments and going through the boxes.
I'm sorry.
It's hard to search the box. So.
Yeah. Is that something that I can work on tonight, and then I can add it tomorrow, Shamina, if I can find it?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'll work. But I think that would be very important for us to help validate.
I agree.
Thank you.
I see a hand from Commissioner Young.
Thank you. So one, I wanted to second the notion that race being a social construct is absolutely fundamental and foundational to how ethnic studies scholars and those of us that teach ethnic studies currently in a K-12 construct, that is the entry point. And you do utilize that vocabulary, that language, in order to teach the students the language specific to the discipline. I wanted to put forward, let's see, edit 34. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I too am very new to this, but the group letter, my assumption is that this is from the group that this is their history that we're telling, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so then it does feel like we would want to uphold and uplift the voices of those that lived through this history and that spurred the history on to get us to a place where we currently are having this discussion by honoring their words from the letter as it's written in number 34.
I agree with that.
Are we skipping the vote on preface and going directly to chapter 1 now?
Oh, that is chapter 1.
That is chapter
My apologies.
Sorry.
It's all right. It all blends together on the chart. I see Commissioner Fairchild.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So, are there any comments by or from the SBE liaisons? I do see a hand from Commissioner Williamson.
Just before we start to vote, can I request that we scroll through really slowly just to make sure everything that's highlighted is what we want, please?
Oh yes, that is. We will do that right away after hearing from the SBE members or liaisons, I should say. I see Board Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Rustin. I was trying to find my raise the hand piece and couldn't move fast enough.
There's a lot going on the screen. It's a lot going on. I get it.
That's it. I'm working the Zoom. I just wanted to add my voice on the importance of citing the source for the definition that was added. So I think that will be very helpful, as was, I believe, shared by Commissioner Fairchild. That would be important to again, just be sure we have a cited source for that, if that is indeed added.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Board Member Strauss?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment that I think there was a question about, Commissioner Freeman asked about, is it supposed to be easily understandable? I think she asked that question. And the guidelines say that the curriculum shall be easy to use for teachers. So that's what the guidelines say, so I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe at this point, I will ask the CDE to please summarize the nominated edits.
Nominated edits for the preface are 2 with the amendment noted under 2A. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's
7.
slow down. Can we slow down so that your comments match the scrolling of what's displayed, just to give the commissioners and the public an opportunity
Sure.
to sort of scan? Thank you.
So 7, or if you want to go back to the top, that's fine. It's just there's 147 recommended edits, so it'll take quite a while. Okay, 2 with the amendment as noted under 2A. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 15, 16, 19, 21, and 22.
All right, SMC members, please indicate using your hands up feature on Zoom if you are in agreement with moving the nominated edits on the preface forward.
And one moment. Sure. Oh, there we go. I see it. Thank you so much to our technology services. Please continue, Member Rustin.
All right. So I see what looks to be more than half plus 1, but I'm not sure if it's up to me to count to make sure that like more than half agree before we move forward. So I don't know.
Denise will be citing the count of how many.
There are 9.
Okay.
So that's majority.
All right. So now, give me a second. I'm looking for, now that we have the majority, SMC
So
members.
We will do the same check, but now with the full commission.
All right, so commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up feature if you agree with moving the nominated edits on the preface forward.
We have 16.
Thank you. That's majority.
All right. So does that mean we now move on to chapter 1?
Yes, sir.
All right. So before we move on to chapter 1, are there any questions from commissioners regarding the process? I will ask that you remember to lower your hand if we are done with the votes. Okay, so I see a hand from Assemblymember Weber and from Commissioner Howard. Assemblymember Weber. She has lowered her hand. Commissioner Howard.
This may have already been answered, but I'm just wondering if edits proposed for the preface aren't highlighted and voted on, does that mean that we're now past them and they aren't going to be included, or does that mean we're going back to them?
So this is our opportunity to nominate edits for the preface. So any commissioner that has any edits that they would like to nominate for the preface should do so now. So that's the vote we just took. So if we have a need to go back to the preface, we should do so. We want to do it all in one grouping.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Okay. Now we will move on to chapter 1. Executive Director Coates, will you provide remarks on this chapter?
Yes, sir. So the purpose of chapter 1 is to provide information on why we are teaching ethnic studies. It utilizes the definition of ethnic studies that is in the History Social Science Framework, which was adopted by the State Board of Education, provides the history of ethnic studies and the benefits of ethnic studies. Chapter 1 also includes the guiding values and principles that were recommended by the original Model Curriculum Advisory Committee in the June 2019 draft. It also includes 8 outcomes of K-12 ethnic studies teaching. The CDE recommended language provides clarifying information on teaching ethnic studies in the K-12 space, and changes also just include additional clarifying language throughout. That's a high-level summary of changes to Chapter 1, but we'll go more in depth here in your conversation.
All right, thank you. Because of the size of this chapter and the number of edits, we will take the edits in 2 sections. Are there any edits that members of the SMC would like to nominate to move forward on Chapter 1, pages 1 through 8 in the chapter, pages 8 through 16 in Attachment C? This portion takes us up to the start of Guiding Values and Principles of Ethnic Studies section in the chapter. So we are talking about edits number 23 through 40. I see a hand from Senator Allen.
Yeah, I'd like to just move that we adopt the CD recommendations.
I see a hand from Commissioner Williamson.
Just have a clarifying question for number 23, where the CDE is recommending to add a paragraph. Will they be adding that in front of what is already existing on line 16, or will it be replacing it?
It would be adding, and we would still continue to have the language that's currently in the existing draft.
Okay, so from what I understand, it will go first, and then we just continue with what 16 then goes on from there.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I see. Okay. So I actually have a question about edit number 31, which is a CDE recommended edit. And I'm looking at edit number 31, which proposes edits to a paragraph starting on lines 75 through 82 of the draft. And I am concerned about a few pieces of it. So I would rather stick with the paragraph that exists in the draft and not change to this paragraph, which is suggested in item 31. My concerns with it are, one, that it removed the language of themes and topics discussed within the field are boundless. It added compare ethnic groups in the local community. And those 2 pieces, just as a teacher, concern me. If there is a teacher in a community that is primarily one particular ethnicity or one particular race, and they see this as comparing ethnic groups within just their local community, that might limit them from learning about all these other rich, diverse experiences across the state of California. It also removed language related to utilizing transnational and comparative frameworks. I think that transnational part is very important to me and my students. A lot of my students are Central American students, and transnational is central to understanding the experience of particularly immigrant groups and others. So I like the original language. I'm not sure if these proposed edits, if anyone on the HSS SMC have reason to prefer these proposed edits, or if anybody from the CDE wants to, I guess, explain some of these edits and why this one was recommended.
Nope, we will follow your lead.
Okay. So I would like to move the CDE recommendations forward, except for number 31, at least within this category of edits between number 23 to number 40.
And I think someone did want to talk about 34, if I'm not mistaken.
Ah, yes. Oh, when we get back to full commission. Okay, I see a hand from Commissioner Friedman. Commissioner Friedman?
There's other language that you want to use, original language that's not written here, right?
Well, the existing language on the draft is the language I'd like to just hold on to. I wouldn't want to I personally don't want to remove anything from that original.
So you don't want to accept this CDE recommendation?
Correct.
Right. And can we look at the original draft then? The original language?
Sure, we can pull that up. Just give us a moment.
Director Coates, it appears that I have exceeded my bandwidth and cannot load the CDE page where the second field review draft is posted.
Okay, one moment. If you stop screen share, I can share my screen. Okay, so line 75, I believe, is where we were?
Yes.
Okay, so it's this paragraph here from 75 to 82. I'll give you a moment to read. Member Rustin, you can continue to facilitate if folks are ready to continue the discussion on this section.
Sure. I just want to be sure that Commissioner Friedman has had a chance to read the original.
What I'd like to understand is what the difference is, why you reject the CDE recommended version, because I don't understand what does transnational mean in this context. I thought we were focusing on the U.S. So what does that imply for the teacher and for the classroom and for the philosophy of this whole section?
Sure. I just got a pop up that said my internet connection is unstable, so I hope everything holds on. Okay. So one concern that I have for myself, I have a lot of Salvadoran students, and understanding international push-pull factors between Central America and Southern California, where I teach, is really important. So I don't understand why taking that out of the draft makes this stronger, especially since this curriculum is meant to help understand the experiences of communities of color, and that obviously includes a lot of immigrant groups. And then one of the bigger concerns I have is it adds language that says to compare ethnic groups in the local community. And I just don't want to limit teachers to only their local community. We heard a lot of public comment from the Sikh community, and there are definitely parts of California that don't have a lot of Sikh members in their community. So I don't want to limit a teacher or a district to thinking that ethnic studies is only to study just the groups within their own local community, because some communities are not very diverse, and that would heavily limit what ethnic studies is. So I think the original language speaks to what we want to achieve with ethnic studies, which of course is being inclusive of various groups. So I guess those are my main concerns with it.
Well, I'll just, my question about transnational, I agree with you that we should, every ethnic group should be included. And that's the whole point here, is that every story should be told, every child's story should be told in a culturally competent classroom.
Yes.
But transnational, I don't know exactly what that implies, because there's 133 ethnic conflicts and wars going on at any given time in this world, on any given day. So does this mean that we get into every single ethnic conflict outside of the United States for potentially 133 different groups? I don't understand what the parameters are here and what the word transnational implies or encourages or opens up for us that could be problematic. So I just would like us to discuss that.
Sure. I see a hand from Commissioner Pantai.
Yeah, you know what? I'd like to agree with Commissioner Rustin on this one. I think the first original intent by the writer is more succinct and clear, at least for me. I understand what the CDE is recommending with this proposed edit. There's not a lot of change here, except for I do agree transnational needs to be there, only because I know when we talk about national boundaries and it operating and extending across nations, it's important. But I see that the refugees, the Southeast Asian refugees, that the specific names of Vietnamese, Laos, Cambodian, Hmong, they even, if you're going to go that route, then you should include Thai, Mien. You could go on and on and on. I think that the first original writing, Southeast Asian refugees, just stop there. That already encompasses everyone. There's no need for us to go into more detail, which could cause a lot more, public people who want a stance, a say in this. So we gotta, and at the same time, I'm looking at the text and thinking, is this all encompassing? Is it, the examples that we're providing should be a good, and I feel like the original writing is decent and good enough.
So that will be when we vote as a SMC about moving these forward. Unless there's other comment about that particular one right now within the SMC, then obviously that would be a consideration when we vote. I do want to see if there's any other items within edits number 23 through 40 that anyone in our SMC or any other members of the full IQC would like to nominate to move forward. So we're talking edits number 23 through 40.
And I just want to clarify, Member Rustin. So for 31, it sounds like there is a potential difference of opinion. And so what we will do, and I think you mentioned it, but I just want to make sure it's clear, is that this one will be have the checks separately from the others I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
So I see a hand from Commissioner Tonkovich.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to suggest that we consider adding number 30, specifically because, of course, it caught my eye that it includes contribution in the arts. There was no CDE recommendation for number 30. I would like to suggest we consider number 30.
I'll second that.
All right, I see a hand from Assemblymember Weber and then Commissioner Young. Assemblymember Weber. Assemblymember Weber, would you like to?
Sorry about that. Okay. Right. I was saying I do have some concern about this whole transnational concept versus local community. And I say that because much of the, it seems as much of the controversy and the conflict that we've arrived at in the last year has been because of the focus, because of moving to the international, the transnational concepts that seem to be embroiled with a host of other things that kind of takes us away from, in some sense, the original intent of this bill, which was to deal with ethnic studies and those ethnic groups, as we keep saying at the top of the agenda or the top of the document, that this is about these four groups and maybe the groups that intersect with them. And I understand that, but then we get into the conversation that keeps expanding to all these other groups and these other groups and these other groups who are then in conflict sometimes with each other. And as a result, we have a tendency to lose sight of the original intent, which had to deal with ethnic studies and for 50 years of ethnic studies. And the four major groups that kind of form the race groups in America that form the issues that are there. Not that the other issues aren't real and don't exist in some international studies or some other kind of studies, but it seems we keep going out and in, and it creates, in my mind, a sense of confusion about what ethnic studies really is. I listened to these 2 hours of testimony, and I heard very little about the four ethnic groups. I mean, which is what everybody agreed upon in the very beginning. Most of it was about other kind of conflicts and issues that are often addressed in curriculum that's international based or Southeast Asian or not, but Middle Eastern studies and those kinds of things. And so we have a tendency that we keep going back and forth, in other words. And I think it provides a sense of conflict and confusion for those in ethnic studies who are looking at it and saying, yes, I want to deal with the kids that are there, the three major groups, four major groups we're talking about. And yet there will be intersection between the kids who are in the classroom who can somehow, and the communities that are there that can draw from it. But then at the same time, we said, but we want these transnational conversations that go beyond this and go beyond that. And maybe that will exist in some sense, but I'm not sure if it needs to be in the language that's there to kind of make it a part of the ethnic studies piece. So I have some concerns about the constant expansion. In other words, it keeps going on and on and on. And like I said, we spent 2 hours listening, and there was very little conversation about the four ethnic groups that make up ethnic studies. I mean, very little conversation about it. It might be 2 or 3 people who said something, but the vast majority was about other things completely out there and brought into the conversation, so that we have a tendency to forget why we started the ethnic studies piece. And now it's designed to solve all the problems of the world, when really it was very clear that it was an American thing focused upon American racism and those kinds of issues that exist in this country. So anyway, I just have some concerns about us constantly going back and forth.
Thank you. I see a hand from Commissioner Tonkovich.
Yes, I would also like to suggest we consider 33. I like the focus on interpersonal communication skills, the idea about empathy, positive ways for civic engagement. The one caveat, in the middle they use the second person you, I would keep it third person and say, get feedback from those they are trying to help, keep it all third person. But I personally like this comment, 33.
I would second that.
Commissioner Young.
Hi, thank you. Again, I wanted to put forward number 34 as just a deeper, more robust account of what happened with the Third World Liberation Front.
I second that for sure. 34. Commissioner Allen, Senator Allen.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, my one question about 34, I was reading over the comment, and the last sentence, I understand that the use of the term third world is being used in the context of the third world movement. And, you know, I know there are people on this call who are certainly more versed in this than I am, but the way that it's phrased, I just want to make sure that we're being, and I'm looking at the, yeah, I guess I just want to make sure that we're being really, that we're being really intentional here. When we were talking about, for example, demands also included widespread recruitment of third world students and the hiring of third world people. It's my understanding that we have that our language, what they really mean here are, you know, people of color, as opposed to people coming from the developing world directly. I understand that this was a nomenclature that was used intensely in the 60s. I just wonder whether it's phrased in a way that is really up to date with the way we talk about these things. And I just want to kind of raise that concern as I read the language of the proposed edit.
I see a hand from Assembly Member Weber.
Yes, it's kind of difficult to wrap yourself around this concept of third world, because scholars in the last 10 to 15 years began to refer to folks that they thought were third world as first world, and because of the history of them actually being there first. And so some people do consider third world kind of offensive, as if you're late to the game. And so there is a journal called First World, which basically talks about African Americans and other people of color. So you don't see third world used a lot. And like I said, and I think I was somewhere in one of the conferences, and the word was first world, not third world. So I don't know. You may want to find something a little bit better, you know.
Commissioner Williamson?
I actually agree with those comments that are being made, because it does bring to mind a different connotation for that particular term. Could we add clarifying language where maybe in parentheses we are speaking actually of people of color, and still keeping true to the sense of the letter itself?
Any other thoughts on that particular?
Yeah, I would obviously agree.
Okay. I see a hand from Commissioner Munoz. Commissioner Munoz?
Am I on now? I was thinking maybe we could put a footnote in there, because I know the intent is there, and it's a little vague, but it does play a part as to what ethnic studies is and how it got started, and that Berkeley movement is essential to the ethnic study movement. So maybe we can add a footnote to clarify that a little bit, other than adding it within the paragraph itself.
Commissioner Friedman?
I agree with Assembly Member Weber. I thought it was very well stated. I think that this is not the best word at this time, and I think it's confusing and no longer really appropriate. So I think we should better define it.
All right, I'm in agreement with that. I do have, I guess, one thing I want to point out about edit number 40, and then I suppose at that point we will see if there's any comments from the rest of the commission or the State Board liaisons. But for item number 40, I'm really happy to see a focus on inclusion and a focus on multiple perspectives, of course. So for item number 40, when you look at the itemized part, care should be taken to ensure that, and as number 1, number 2, number 3, I do agree with all that. I do have some concern about the unintended consequences of this particular language. So item number 1, it says, care should be taken to ensure that teachers present topics from multiple points of view and represent diverse stories. I wholeheartedly agree with that as a teacher, of course. I am reminded, though, of a story I saw by Rebecca Klein. She's an education journalist, about a school in Ohio where a teacher was assigning videos from a right-wing website that were anti-immigration and harmful to a lot of students, especially marginalized students, in a lot of different ways. And I think that there's, if we don't clarify the multiple points of view, we might leave this open to teachers across the state, perhaps presenting points of view that we know are harmful to students. We certainly don't want teachers questioning, for example, or looking at the other side of genocide and things like that. We certainly don't want that. So I would like to, for number 40, just add an item in there about staying within the realm of, either within the realm of ethnic studies or within the realm of inclusion and humanizing discourse, since that's what this whole curriculum is about. I just don't want a teacher to put something in front of students and argue that, like, well, this is what the other side says, because we know that could go really, really bad for a lot of communities. I see a hand from Senator Allen.
Yeah, I want to voice support for your. I like the way you phrase it: inclusion and inclusion and humanizing discourse. I thought that's an appropriate addition. I like the way you phrase that.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that, I want to ask again, are there any edits that other members of the IQC would like to nominate to move forward pertaining to edits number 23 through 40?
Can I confirm that the footnote language for 34 is acceptable? Scroll up a little bit, Cliff.
All right, thank you. Are there any comments from our SBE liaisons? I see a hand from Senator Allen.
Yeah. So the idea here, I guess this was Commissioner Munoz's idea, that we would add a footnote to third world. Well, I mean, I guess the question is, I recognize that, I mean, if it was a direct quote, it would seem to me that, and of course, if we're referring specifically to like the Third World Liberation Front, that kind of thing, those are direct allusions to the organizational names and the movement at the time, I guess. But if we're using the word third world to really refer to people of color, at least what I think that accepting the language as is and putting it right in the text, even with a footnote, I mean, this is the way, we're asking to have this added into our contemporary text. And I guess just given the comments that we heard from Senator Weber and others, I just don't know that that's the right way to, that's the right terminology to use right in our text. I mean, it makes sense to use it if this is a way of describing the way that people used to talk about these things back in the 60s. But given the fact that this is a history of ethnic studies, it seems strange to me to add in language in our contemporary narrative about the history of ethnic studies that uses such antiquated nomenclature, even if we clarify it with a footnote. You know what I'm saying? Am I you know what I'm saying, Mr. Chair?
I believe I do. I'm going to call on Assemblymember Weber, who has her hand up. I believe she has some thoughts on that. Assemblymember Weber?
Yes, I was going over some stuff and looking at some things from some graduation programs or whatever. And I know that Third World College is mentioned here. And that was the name of a college, and I think not only at Berkeley at one point, but also UCSD had Third World. They had Third College, which was originally Third World, and then became Third College. And people refer to it as that, even though it was just the third college that had been developed. So I guess if you're going to, if this is a quote out of history, you quote it, and we often have this problem when we use the word Negro, and it's quoted from a source from the 1920s and 30s. And if you change it, you kind of change the historical perspective and the evolution of the subject matter, so that if you were called Negro in 1920, you wouldn't change it to being Black or African American if you're quoting someone that says a Negro did so-and-so, so-and-so. But at the same time, you want to make sure you put the quotes on it so that people know. And then when you change your language to talk about contemporary things, you change that language so that people know that Third World was something used in the past but not used in the present. Or you can put a parenthesis and say it is now called the College of so-and-so, so-and-so, or whatever you want to name it. But it does give the historical context, so that if someone is actually looking for this information somewhere and they run across Third World College, they would be confused probably because our history says one thing, their history says something else. And so I'm looking at it, it is a quote. So when you have that kind of information, you want to make sure that you keep it as a quote, and maybe afterwards do some clarification that the name's changed to whatever, or you want to put it in a side to say this term was used as you have now with used in the 1960s, is now evolved to become something else. I mean, and you find that a lot in all of the studies, whether it's Chicano studies to Latinx studies to somebody else's study, and yet the terminologies are forever evolving in these kind of areas. And so, but it does give you some historical context, and obviously some example of how people saw themselves in the 1960s and 70s versus how they see themselves today. So just make sure, I think if you use it, that we do some historical clarification of it, either by parenthesis and saying something, or in changing the terminology as we move from the past to the present.
Senator Allen?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, Senator Weber, when the quote is just, it's not a quote of a historical text. It's just saying that we should, if you look at it, every single one of our suggestions are done in quotes. So it's asking for this narrative portion to go directly into our current first chapter. And so, it just doesn't, at least if we accept this edit as is, I don't think that it will get to what you're getting to. So yeah, this is not a block quote of a historic narrative. This is a narrative that we're putting into our contemporary current first chapter. So if we're going to accept it, I think that you're absolutely right, Assemblymember. We would have to get this better clarified, because right now it's written in at least some of the sentences are written in a very antiquated way.
Right, but the question would become whether or not this is actually the title of the college that was there, or the program, Third World College.
Oh yeah, right, exactly. The reference to a particular, a proper noun, right, like an organization or entity like Third World College or Third World Liberation Front, absolutely appropriate. But if you look at what we're looking at right now, things like saying demands also included widespread recruitment of third world students and hiring of third world people in positions of power in every department and discipline, third world control, all those. I think, at least my understanding is that what they really mean is people of color, right? I mean, so that's my understanding, at least.
Some of it was, but there were also in Berkeley, there were a whole lot of different things going on that dealt with people of color, but it also dealt with a lot of folks in the third world. So their program at Berkeley was, it was a little different. Okay. Yeah.
As are all things at first. Go Bears.
You know, yeah.
All right, so I see the CDE has highlighted that particular part yellow, which I believe, if I recall, means we're setting it aside for further.
I was just highlighting it to show that this part is a direct quote.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
So I'm not hearing a resolution on this. So do you want to vote on it separately, or do you want? Because I just need some language either way.
Right. Yeah, I'm not hearing a resolution. I fully understand the concern about it being a footnote. However, I also understand that if that's the language of the time period, there will be students who are, and teachers for that matter, who are trying to sort of understand ethnic studies, and they might be a little thrown off by third world generally, that framing generally. So a footnote might help in those cases. Senator Allen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't lower my hand, but yeah, I don't know. I just think that sentence demands also included. I think that needs to be. I just think it needs to be reworded.
Sure.
You know, I trust the CD to do that, and it sounds like we have agreement on that. On just rewording that in a way that still keeps the spirit of what the sentence, those two sentences, demands in third world, those two final sentences there. I think at least I'm hearing that we have consensus on what we on retaining the spirit of it, but just addressing the antiquated terminology.
Right. Well, perhaps since the source of this edit is a group letter from the Third World Liberation Front, if it's included with the understanding that this is the testimony of the Third World Liberation Front, that might address it. Because if this is their testimony, then I think they're obviously free to use the framing and an explanation, either as a footnote or as an in-text.
I know, but the problem is we're adding it in directly to our introductory chapter as our, we wouldn't be adopting this as the Third World Liberation Front's version of the story. We'd be adopting our version of the story.
Right. So I think that's, Ken, I think that's going to be a line item discussion, I think, when we come to.
Yes, and just as a matter of process, it sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the question comes with the sentence that starts with demands. It sounds like the question comes with the sentence that starts with demands, if I'm not mistaken, and down to programs. So if that is true, and you can let me know, then we can just highlight that portion, and the rest of the portion could be green. So then just that portion would go for the separate vote. But if I'm incorrect, that's fine as well. I just wanted to clarify that seemed to be the only portion that was being deliberated on.
Senator Allen?
All I think we're asking for, and maybe there's not a mechanism for this given the way we work, I don't know, but all I think we're asking for is to ask the CDE to rephrase those two sentences in a more up-to-date way, not even change the spirit of the sentences or the substance of the sentences. Is there not a way that we can just approve this suggested addition with the understanding that that the writers will have heard this discussion and will just edit those two sentences in a way that just makes that language a little more up to date?
We would just need a little bit more specificity at what you would like to see in that, because we wouldn't want to provide language that the commission would not have approved. So we would just need a little bit more specificity of the language you'd like to see.
Director Coates, I believe Ken is actually putting in some alternative language if the IQC would like to review that.
Okay, let me call on board member Glover Woods, whose hand is up.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Reston, were you calling me?
Yes, I was sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your sentence. I was just wondering if the part of the concern might be handled, and I think you may have suggested this, by either doing a footnote to clarify the use of the term third world, or having it placed in quotations if it is a direct pull out from language that's more specific to the historical context of it, as opposed to rewording or changing the language that might move away from the historical context. So again, just putting that out for possible consideration if a footnote might help to address the concerns shared.
Thank you. I see a hand from Commissioner Howard.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar to what was just said. That why is it possible for us to just say that it's a testimony and then put the footnote so that we don't have to change the language? Would that be possible, or would it be preferable, I guess, is the second question. And I don't have an answer for that. I'm just posing it as an open question.
It's certainly possible, and that would go before this body for determination. So yes, we could certainly do that.
I like that idea. I think much of this curriculum is centered around marginalized groups, and other aspects of this discussion, I'm sure we're going to come across the framing of these groups. And I heard BIPOC come up a few times in the public comments, as Black, Indigenous, people of color, several times in public comment. So maybe this will be a good place for, in a footnote, to sort of reference what the third world meant at that time versus modern terminology. A lot of people prefer BIPOC. I don't know if that'll come up more formally in discussion, but I like the idea of a footnote that kind of bridges, because we're talking about the same groups of people. And to Senator Allen's point, we're not trying to change the spirit of what's said here at all. We're just trying to make sure the language is in keeping with modern thought and modern discourse. Senator Allen?
Okay, so just so I can understand what we're coming around, we're basically, I mean, the language that's been written, that whoever it is drafting on the right side of that looks fine to me. Is that what we're looking to adopt what's the footnote idea? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
So the language, if you scroll up just a little bit, Cliff, so it sounds like there's actually two ideas that are before you. One is to add a footnote to third world. That's what you have here, explaining how the term third world was used in the historical context. The other idea that you discussed as a commission was the rewording in yellow. But what I've heard since we did the rewording option, I have heard some say they would prefer the footnote rather than the rewording.
And just to clarify, what would the footnote? What does that mean? So we keep the original. We keep the third world. Okay, I just think that's weird, guys. I just think it's weird to use language that we know to be antiquated. That's not directly quoting something from the period of time. But so I don't really understand why we do that. But if that's the will of the committee, obviously that's the will of the committee.
Commissioner Williamson.
Hi there. From a historical perspective, adding a footnote for clarification on something in this position actually makes perfect sense. You keep everything pretty much as is intact, but then you do go back into the footnote and you explain what it is that you are making reference to. And here it would be the difference of terminology of the time compared to what they have, and even taking in the recommendation of possibly understanding that the change of the name of the college. It just gives you an understanding. So, for example, when historians write, we would put a footnote in there, and it's like, if that term kind of throws me off as I'm reading, I would then go to the footnote for clarification And then it would be like, okay, I understand exactly what you're trying to say with keeping everything as is and the integrity to it. So the footnote gives you a lot of flexibility to be able to make that statement.
Commissioner Howard?
Thank you. I was going to say that I think that the footnote, I like the idea of the footnote, but I think that that works best along with a specific clarification saying that it's direct testimony and not the language of the CDE. I think that that could maybe make things less confusing so that when people go through and read it, they get that if they are confused, they can go to that footnote, but they know that maybe they know that their confusion is for a reason because it's not coming from the language that is provided by the CDE. Yeah.
All right. I like that idea personally.
And so, I'm sorry. I was going to say, it looks like we can unhighlight the yellow that's in the original text that starts with demands. That would be considered green. And then this is what would go for approval.
All right, so I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's now time to do line edit decisions on the edits that have been nominated to move forward. So CDE, will you please summarize the nominated edits?
All right, let's begin with number 23, please. Okay, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 is unselected, 32, 33, 34 with modifications noted, 35, sorry, when we go over more than one page, we have to split the cells. That's for our accessibility. That's why it shows it repeatedly. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 with the bolded modification. And that was as far as we got in this as part of chapter 1.
Great.
All right. SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom.
Wait,
yes.
So just to clarify, this is the, I'm so sorry, you did it so fast. So these were we're first going to do the CDE ones, and then we're going to go through the particular additions that were recommended by commissioners.
We vote on them all unless you would like to pool one for a separate vote. Is there one that you would like to pool for a separate check?
Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna. I respect everyone's opinions on 34, but I think I'm gonna abstain. I just don't agree with where we've gone with it. It's not a big deal, but I think I'll abstain on that one. But the rest of them, I'm happy to vote for.
So we will pool 34 for a separate check. Go ahead, Member Rest.
All right. SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits for the first parts of Chapter 1 forward.
And that excludes 34 for clarification?
Yes, excluding 34.
We have 9.
And actually, I just want to clarify one other thing. Can you please go to 31, Ken? That was also another one that we said we would pull for a separate. So it's excluding 31 and 34. Do we want to just do a vote quickly, please, for all of the ones highlighted except for 31 and 34?
Sure. So SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom yes or no, your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edits for the first part of Chapter 1 forward. Just as a reminder, these do not include 31 or 34. All right, that was for SMC members. I will now ask for the whole commission, I believe, or do we do the line item right now within the SMC?
You can do the line items within the SMC. That's fine.
Okay. So within the SMC, so 31, edit 31. Please indicate using your Zoom hands up if you agree with, so in this case, it'd be agree with moving 31 forward. Then you raise your hand, just to clarify.
That is correct. If yes, you want to move 31 forward, that means that change would be made, then you would raise your hand.
All right. So SMC members, again, just make sure everyone heard me. Please indicate using your Zoom hands up if you agree and want to move edit number 31 forward.
Can we get a count for how many hands we had? I didn't hear. Denise?
4 hands.
Thank you. So majority fails?
So now, SMC members, please indicate using your Zoom hands up if you agree with moving edit 34 forward. And just to be clear, this is to move edit 34 forward with the footnote? Is that?
Yes, correct, with the footnote.
We have 6.
Majority?
Okay. So now, commissioners, please question again, clarifying question. So now when the commissioners vote, they will be voting on all the proposed edits, including 34, but not including 31, is that correct? Since 31 did not make it out of SMC?
They will not be voting on 31, that's correct. Okay. So that is correct. Since 34 was voted on separately in SMC, let's go ahead and vote on it separately in full commission. So we'll do all of the green that moved forward except for 34.
Sure. All right, commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up feature if you agree with moving the nominated edits on the first part of Chapter 1 forward. This does not yet include 34.
$16.
Majority?
Okay, so do we discuss 34 first?
We've had the discussion altogether, so we can just go to the...
Okay, so commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up if you agree with moving edit 34 forward.
It looks like, was there a question, Assemblywoman Weber? I'm not sure if that was for the vote or the question.
No comment.
Okay.
Do you see a hand from Commissioner Astorga Almanza? Is that a question? Oh, nope, hand went away.
Sorry.
No problem. All right, so commissioners, please indicate using your Zoom hands up button if you agree with moving the nominated edit for item number 34 forward.
$12. $13.
Majority. Great. So we have completed for the day. I'm going to, and so Commissioner Reston, if you could please turn it over to Commissioner Munoz to adjourn us for the day.
Okay. Commissioner Munoz. I don't remember the formal language here. I'm sorry. Commissioner Munoz, it's all yours. Commissioner Munoz, will you please adjourn us for the day?
You're muted.
It does, okay. My muting didn't want to think. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Hereby adjourn this meeting until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.